Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
Well, cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now. Yes. So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Welcome back to World Today. Now, the big news coming in from the Russia-Ukraine war. In an announcement that is being seen as serious escalation by the West, Russia will be holding referenda in 4 territories of Ukraine: Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson and Zaporizhia. While the breakaway areas of Donetsk and Luhansk were declared independent states by Moscow, the other 2 critical areas were captured this year after the Russian invasion. It seems like Russia is following the Crimean path of annexation and incorporation to secure the whole of eastern Ukraine, and this is just the start.
Russia's announcement to hold referenda at 4 critical Ukrainian regions will pave the way for the formal annexation of swaths of territory after nearly 7 months of war with its neighbor, a former Soviet republic. 2 of the regions, Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, were already recognized as independent states by President Putin. They form the Donbas region. With the capturing of more territories of the Donbas region from Ukraine, there is a growing call to hold referendum and side with Moscow.
Only together and only with Russia will we stand and win. I call on everyone to say their yes for the future, for victory, for Russia. I am proud of the Republic, I am proud of our people, and that we are going to hold a referendum.
The referendum will be held between September 23rd and 27th in areas under Russian control, which amounts to more than 90,000 square kilometers, or about 15% of Ukraine's total area, equal to the size of Hungary or Portugal. The areas are Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson and Zaporizhia. But this has been met with stiff protest in captured territories and within Russia as well.
We think they should hold a referendum on Russia to fall apart. We don't need Russia neither in our Kherson region nor in all of Ukraine. We didn't invite them here and they have to leave. No one wants them here. The entire Kherson region is Ukraine. Luhansk and Donetsk regions are Ukraine.
The world that has descended upon New York for the United Nations General Assembly session has also been focused on the Russia-Ukraine war. While there is massive mobilization by Russia in eastern Ukraine, leaders of the free world are saying they will not recognize Russia's imposed referendum.
It's imperative that every member of this council, and for that matter, every member of the United Nations, reject these sham referenda and unequivocally declare that all Ukrainian territory is and will remain part of Ukraine. And no Russian claim to annexed territory can take away Ukraine's right to defend its own land.
So I would implore all of those people listening to the reports that you've just discussed to remember that the aggressive actions of Vladimir Putin against the people of Ukraine have got to be called out. We have got to highlight the deep injustice of what he's doing, and we have to remain resolute in support of the Ukrainians as they defend their homelands.
In fact, India has urged Russia to end the war. Prime Minister Modi told President Putin on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Samarkand, and New Delhi reiterated the same after Russia announced annexation.
आज का युग युद्ध का है नहीं, और हमने फोन पर भी कई बार आपसे इस विषय में बात की है कि डेमोक्रेसी और डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग, ये सारी बातें ऐसी हैं कि जो दुनिया को एक स्पर्श करती हैं। आने वाले दिनों में शांति के रास्ते पर हम कैसे बढ़ सके, उसके विषय में जरूर आज हमें चर्चा करने का मौका मिलेगा। आपका व्यू पॉइंट समझने का मुझे भी एक अवसर मिलेगा।
The trajectory of the Ukraine conflict is a matter of profound concern for the entire international community. The future outlook appears even more disturbing. The nuclear issue is a particular anxiety. In a globalized world, the impact of the conflict is being felt even in distant regions. We have all experienced its consequences in terms of surging costs and actual shortages of food grains, fertilizers, and fuel. India strongly reiterates the need for an immediate cessation of all hostilities and a return to dialogue and diplomacy.
Russia had annexed Crimea in 2014, which led to massive sanctions against Moscow. This new move could raise the risk of a direct military confrontation between Russia and Ukraine's allies, including the NATO. Fears of nuclear escalation cannot be ignored. Russia has enunciated that its nuclear doctrine allows the use of such weapons if it is attacked with nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction, or if the Russian state faces an existential threat from conventional weapons.
That's all in this edition of World Today. But before I go, I leave you with this powerful poem by Amanda Gorman, a poet and activist who kickstart the United Nations General Assembly session and called for an urgent action to achieve the global goals.
Exhausted, angered, we are endangered not because of our numbers, but because of our numbness. We're strangers to one another's perils and pain, unaware that the welfare of the public and the planet share a name. Equality doesn't mean being the exact same, but enacting a vast aim, the good of the world to its highest capability.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Oh, sorry.
सेलिब्रेशन नाचो झमाझम म्यूजिक बजाओ कह दो ये सबसे आ गया हैप्पी वाला ये बर्थडे विश यू पीएम ए हैप्पी बर्थडे खाओ केक सारे पार्टी में जम के आ गया हैप्पी वाला ये बर्थडे अपनी पार्टी भारी है सब पे हमने बाजी मारी है सबसे मस्ती है फुल जंप इन पूल झूमे सब ऐसे कि मजा खूब आए पीएम है कूल वंडर वंडरफुल सालों में एक बार ऐसा पीएम आए जो टकराए हार ही जाए हमसे जो भी लड़े उसको डटावाए जो भी सिलेक्शन कोई नहीं टेंशन जीतेंगे हम ही कह दो ये सबसे आ गया हैप्पी वाला ये बर्थडे विश यू पीएम हैप्पी बर्थडे केक खाओ सारे पार्टी में जम के अपनी पार्टी है भारी सब पे
Watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Neha Kakkar. Let's get to the top stories in this edition. Ankita murder probe gets murky as more sensational chats have been accessed. Chats reveal that Pulkit asked Ankita to shift to his room. Pulkit also allegedly molested Ankita Bhandari. Audio clip between Ankita's friend and accused Pulkit has been accessed. Ankita's friend is seen inquiring about Ankita as Pulkit tries to mislead the Pushp.
मैंने सुबह सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में।
All eyes on who will be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Top sources tell India Today that Rajasthan CLP is going to be authorizing Congress President to decide on the new CLP leader. Gehlot remains opposed to Sachin Pilot. Pilot gets support from the Gandhis. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar takes a jibe at China and Pakistan over cross-border terrorism and blocking and blacklisting of terrorists. Some news just coming in. This is another Mankading controversy erupting. This is India versus England. game that is mired in a controversy. The last ball Mankading by Indian spinner draws flag. English cricketers, fans lash out at Deepti Sharma. Deepti gets support from Indian cricketers. Ashwin and Sehwag back Deepti over the controversial run-out. My colleague Nitin is getting us more details on that story. Nitin, just explain to us what really has happened there.
Well, Neha, Mankading is nothing new. See, this is in the history book. First of all, I'll just tell our viewers that when it actually started. So it was our legendary cricketer, Mr. Vinu Wakram, who did it in 1947, if I remember correctly, for India to Australia, and he was in that match. So he started at that time. But what happened last night is when Deepti basically Mankaded Cameron, and he and after that fans and cricketers they have divided, with some coming in support of her, and while some are slamming her for breaking the spirit of cricket. So there are many cricketers who are coming in to support Deepti in terms of Indian cricketers, and some of from England or overseas cricketers are taking her on the corner. But Ashwin tweeted, and if you remember in 29 IPL, Ashwin was the one who actually Mankaded Josh Butler in IPL 2019. So he fans started tagging him on social media. So he tweeted saying that tonight is all about another bowling hero, and this is Deepti Sharma. So basically, it is a debate that why it has happened. But as per the rule book, it is perfectly all right. You can do it. So I'll just try and mention you some of the articles which is issued by ICC. So I'll just try. If the non-striker is out of his or her ground at any time from the moment of the ball comes into the play until the instant when the bowler would normally have been expected to release the ball, the non-striker is liable to be run out, which is very clear in the rule book. So it's again a debate, and some of the cricketers are in support, some of the cricketers are cornering the Deepti Sharma, but as per the rule book, it's perfectly all right. There should not be any debate, yes, but again, because India won the series, so that is why it has been started.
You know, there's support not just from Virendra Sehwag and others. Virendra Sehwag, actually, Nitin went on to say what poor losers some of these Englishmen are. There is support also coming in from international cricketers, isn't it, for Deepti?
Absolutely. Support is coming in from everywhere. So especially when it comes to the India and England matter at the time of crucial, I'll mention it. See, Amy Jones said that it doesn't feel like the right way. And she also added that it was a disappointing end of the third ODI. So that is what some cricketers saying. But Harmanpreet, she backed her cricketers. She said that I'll support her. Whatever she did was all right. There's nothing which is impacting the spirit of game. And whatever she did, Deepti did, was as per the rule book. So Mankading is nothing new. We have seen it many times, especially when Vinu Wakram did it first time in 1947. And then after in domestic cricket, in some of the international cricket, it's been there. It goes to the history. Recently, Ashwin did it. That is why people are tagging him. But support overall is in favor of Deepti Sharma. I feel that ECB and the cricketers from English teams should understand that this is something which is in the rule book.
It is in the rule book, but Nitin, for viewers who may want to know a little about Mankading, just tell us what exactly is this? Also, where does the term really come from? What is the practice? You said, as per the rule book, it is allowed. Of course, questions are being raised about whether it is in keeping with the spirit of the game or not, isn't it?
Well, of course, I'll try and read out the article which is with me right now. So, as per the rule book, the law 41.161 from MCC, which is Melbourne Cricket Club, the law says if the non-striker is out his or her ground at any time from the moment the ball comes into the play until the instant when the bowler would normally have been expected to release the ball, the non-striker is liable to be run out. In these circumstances, the non-striker will be run out if he or she is out of his or her ground when his or her wicket is put down by the bowler throwing the ball at the stumps or by the bowler's hand holding the ball, whether or not the ball is subsequently delivered. So it's very clear. It's very clear in the rule book. If the non-striker batsman is out of the crease and bowler is about to deliver the ball and the player is out of the crease, bowler can hit the stumps with the ball or bowler can throw the ball to the stumps. So as per the rule book, it's absolutely fine. There's no problem. And I'll start the history. So this was first done by Indian cricket legend Vinu Makan. I'll just try and tell our viewers. During 1947 to 48, India's tour to Australia went by running out Australia's Bill Brown at the non-striker end, which earned in the name of Mankading. So that is the history.
Yes, I know you spoke about this earlier also, but Nitin, we have Ashwin being involved in a similar controversy, and he also lost out earlier. You did mention that as well, isn't it?
Well, of course. Why everybody is attacking Ashwin? Just because he did it in 2019 IPL when he forced Stuart Broad to go out, right? So, I mean, that is my point is, if someone is Mankading, why people are questioning this act? This is as per the rule book. People should understand. And also the cricketers who are opposing Deepti Sharma, who is conning Deepti Sharma. See, if any player is going by the rule book, there should not be any debate. This is fair. And I'll tell you what, from 1st of October, there will be fresh guidelines from ICC, which is going to be in effect from 1st of October in all the international cricket matches, that this rule is accepted by the ICC in the new games. So I'm surprised that why people are cornering our players.
Yes. Nitin, be with us. In fact, former cricketer Srishant is also now joining us. Thank you for your time. Your reaction to this controversy, I mean, is this really warranted? We've had several cricketers, including international cricketers, come out in support of Deepti Sharma, saying what's wrong with what she did.
See, first of all, good afternoon to everybody. All I want to say is the rule which is made by the ICC, and everybody has to respect that. It's like when there is a rule that you can get somebody out in that way, it should be considered. Even what Ashwin said is the right thing, because you have to follow the rules. It's like if somebody gets run out, it is run out. So in this way also, it is out. So you got to follow the rules of the game. It's nothing against the spirit. It is the spirit of the game. You are playing according to the rules. So I totally agree with Deepti, and I'm confident that this is just a controversy. Obviously, when somebody is losing the game, they want to come out with things. This is not the first time they come out of this. So because once the rule is made, we all should respect that, and they should follow the rules. Walk out of the crease before the ball is falling.
All right.
That's my opinion, I think.
Okay. As Srishant, be with us. My colleague Nitin is also with us. Nitin, if you'd like to ask a couple of questions to Srishant, who says, what's wrong? This is the rule. And if it is allowed as per the rule book, then why go after Deepti?
Well, of course, Shreebhai, thank you so much for joining us. My question to you is, you have played so many matches for India. I mean, who better than you can actually explain the incident? I mean, this is in the rule book. You can't say that this is against the spirit of the game, right? Tell us about your thought. I mean, why some people are cornering Deepti? She has done absolutely which is in the rule book.
I just want to respect, man, the rules and the regulations of the game, and it's not against the spirit of the game at all. What happened is, to win a match, not doing anything special. It's according to the rules of the game, and you have to respect that. I don't see any reason for any controversy like that. This is not a controversial topic at all. And whoever is talking it, you should just ignore them, because it's like you get somebody out cold also, then it should be controversy then. Obviously, the no balls and everything is a free hit now, so it's the same way, man. I mean, I don't see any reason for a controversy now, and I am with Ashwin and the rest of the people.
You also think that it's because they lost the game, they lost the series. That is why it's being started.
Yeah.
We'll try and connect the line with Srishant, and I'm also thanking Nitin for his inputs on that story. So they're going after Deepti Sharma, as is evident, and as players have been saying what's wrong with what she did. So why this controversy? Virendra Sehwag has also gone to the extent of saying that the Englishmen are poor losers.
I'm ready with my decision for the big...
In other news today, another RSS functionary's house was attacked in Tamil Nadu after crackdown on the Popular Front of India. 3 petrol bombs were thrown at the house of RSS functionary M.S. Krishnan in Madurai. This incident was caught on CCTV cameras, as you can see on your screens right now. This incident took place at around 7:30 p.m. last evening. In another incident, 2 petrol bombs were thrown at the residence of a BJP functionary from Karu Mandukudal. People are scanning the CCTV footage to trace the unidentified miscreants involved in this. Tamil Nadu DGP has also issued a stern warning to those involved in unlawful activities. Tamil Nadu BJP has written a letter to Home Minister Amit Shah highlighting the spike in attacks. Recently, there's been an increase in attacks on the party offices of BJP and RSS functionaries after crackdown of the Popular Front of India. On Saturday, a petrol bomb was hurled at RSS functionaries' residence in Tambaram near Tamil Nadu's Chennai.
ये तरीका के पार्टी पर या पाबंदी लगाई या पार्टी पर पाबंदी लगा रहे हैं क्या ये? हाँ? क्यों लगा रहे हैं भाई? उसका क्या जुर्म है? वो जोड़कर मुसलमानों के मसाइल को मतलब ये है कि लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं वो, और उनका जुर्म क्या है बताओ?
Pramod is getting asked more details. Pramod, it's clear that there is a pattern to all of this. What is the police saying? Who really is behind this? What have the investigations found so far?
Well, the DGP has also definitely found a pattern behind it, and that's the reason in his statement he has very clearly mentioned that after the PFI raid by NIA against PFI officials and cadres, this has started. In fact, in the state of Tamil Nadu, until now, 11 incidents, 2 fresh incidents, one from Kanyakumari and the other one from Salem has been reported. Now, DGP claims that overall 1,410 people were detained, 19 were arrested, and after the petrol bomb incidents, 250 people as suspects have been arrested, and the case is being very clearly investigated. DGP has very clearly mentioned that anybody involving in such instances, they will have to face NSA.
Pramod, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that developing story from Tamil Nadu. Some news just coming in. This is a big war erupting over Uttar Punjab shame. The BJP's tweeted image of Punjab addict. The man is seen under heavy influence of drugs. BJP says the video from Amritsar shames the AAP government. Another Amritsar drug addict on camera has been found. Pictures of the young man tweeted by BJP's Shahzad Punawala. Now, in a video that was previously also put out, a woman in Amritsar district was seen under heavy influence of drugs. This obviously comes as a visual proof of the horrific problem in the border state of Punjab. The viral video led to a political blame game. Manjeet Sehgal is getting us more details on that story from Chandigarh. Manjeet, you know, this really is a tip of the iceberg. For all of you familiar with this region, we all know how big is the drug problem in Punjab, and undoubtedly it will be a poll issue, given that, a political issue rather, given that during the polls, during the elections, the Aam Aadmi Party had said they're going to remove or deal with this problem with an iron fist in the state, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, Sneha. This is the second viral video which has surfaced in Amritsar within a period of 15 days. Earlier, a woman who was caught on camera under the influence of the drugs, but she was later identified and was admitted to a rehabilitation center. This is the second video. This video is believed to have been shot at the Chamrang Road, which lies just 1 kilometer from the area where the woman was spotted under the influence of drugs. So the police now claims that 3 people were detained in the women's case, but this person is yet to be identified. Police has registered a case against the unidentified persons after the video went viral on social media. Sneha, as far as the drug smuggling in Punjab is concerned, earlier the smugglers were taking using the drones to drop the consignments of the contraband, but now they are using the ports of Maharashtra and Gujarat to send the consignments of illegal contraband. Within a couple of 2 months, police has seized nearly 185 banned contraband and substances and has arrested 350 smugglers from various parts of Punjab. So drugs have been an issue in the past two assembly polls, be it the 2017 or the 2018. But the administration has failed to stop this menace despite making the claims. The drug smugglers are openly using the drones to drop the consignments. The police has reported that over 59% increase in the use of drones. Though the BSF has gunned down only 7, but 100 sorties have been reported during the past year. These smugglers also seems to have changed their modus operandi. Earlier they used to drop the consignments in the fields, but now the consignments are being dropped on the roof of the smugglers to confuse the authorities. The drug smuggling continues to be a big problem in Punjab and has put the authorities in the dock. Sneha?
Upsetting really, Manjeet, at every level. Those videos of young men and women doing the rounds just speaks volumes of the situation that young Punjabis essentially have found themselves in this state. I'm thanking you for the moment. Top stories from across the country in brief and a national wrap. Take a look. The deadlock over convening the Punjab Assembly has ended. Governor B.L. Purohit has given his nod for special session of the Assembly on the 27th of September. A woman has said that bouncers of a club in Delhi's South Extension had torn her clothes and misbehaved with over arguments about entry into the club. The police says the incident took place at the Court Club on the 18th of September. The probe is underway. BJP is targeting the Bhagwant Mann government over the drug problem in the state. The Saffron Party shared a video of a man said to be under the influence of drugs. The man can be seen in stupor. Earlier, a video of a woman allegedly under the influence of drugs went viral. Badly hit by the PCM and 40% corruption under BJP government campaign, spearheaded by the Congress. BJP has attacked the Congress, said they are targeting the Chief Minister only because he is a Lingayat. Now, there is uproar over a remake of a Falguni Pathak song from the 1990s. Singer Neha Kakkar has faced flack over this remake. Falguni Pathak fans demand a ban on Neha Kakkar. Here's more.
Singer and social media star Neha Kakkar has been on a roll with a series of remixed hits, but her latest rendition has struck a wrong chord. The song that stars influencer and cricketer Yuzvendra Chahal's wife Dhanashri and actor Priyank Sharma has triggered massive backlash. Neha Kakkar's version is a remake of Falguni Pathak's 90s indie pop hit, and the internet is not impressed. While some are accusing Neha of ruining a 90s favorite, others are calling for a ban on the singer remixing old songs. The showdown escalated with the original singer, Falguni Pathak, sharing the post slamming Neha Kakkar. But not just that, the popular Dandiya singer has even threatened to sue Kakkar, claiming that permission for the remake was not sought from the creators of the original song.
I thank all my fans कि अभी तक उन्हें वही गाना इतना अच्छा लग रहा है. वो जो गाने बनते थे जो मैंने पहले से गाई जो उसमें वीडियो में सिंप्लिसिटी, उसके म्यूजिक में, उसके लिरिक्स में, उसके पिक्चराइजेशन में, तो ये सब बहुत बहुत मायने रखता है. शायद वो ही लोगों को छूता होगा शायद.
But Neha Kakkar is undeterred. In a statement, the singer not only mocked the criticism leveled at her over this remake, but went as far as posting a cryptic message, calling herself God's favorite child, amid this backlash. But one thing is for sure, for every 90s kid, old is still gold. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, that report and much more going up on our website as well. But for the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News and Updates continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhry. At these times, only on India Today.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Je ne souhaite pas l'arrêt de l'éclairage public parce que c'est aussi une question de sécurité. Voilà. Et il faut que la ville reste sûre. Mais évidemment, il y a beaucoup d'éclairages sur lesquels on peut agir. Je pense à tous les éclairages ornementaux, l'hôtel de ville, les mairies d'arrondissement, des bâtiments publics qui sont éclairés. Là, à partir du 23 septembre, qui est le premier jour de l'automne, dès 22h, ces éclairages seront éteints, ce qui nous permettra...
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhry. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Deepali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we will talk about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan, which is set to hit theatres on 30th September. Now, there are a number of reasons why this film is special, but there are also two factors that are the most talked about. The culturally rich costumes and, of course, the jewellery made for the leading ladies. We on India Today talk about what went into making it.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலிகொள்ளும் என்றனர் சோதிடர்கள்.
Never told before story. Check. Stellar cast. Check.
பகை நாட்டைச் சூழ்ந்தது. கடல் கொந்தளித்தது.
Larger than life sets. Check. culturally rich costumes and jewellery. Double check. Yes, when Mani Ratnam sits on the director's seat, he ensures he creates nothing less than magic. And Ponniyin Selvan looks exactly the same, with everything ticked off the list, especially the intricate details, which also includes the most important factor, that is, the resplendent costumes and fascinating ornaments to go with them for the leading ladies. Aishwarya Rai as Queen Nandini. Aishwarya is one of the queens who will portray the role of Nandini, the Empress of Paravur. And every bit of the effort was put in to bring her character to life. Now Kalki Krishnamurthy, whose book Ponniyin Selvan is inspired from, had described the Chola queens in a certain way. From nosepins, one-keys, armbands, to hair and neck pieces with traditional motifs such as the goddess Lakshmi were created. They also used to wear thusis, jhumkas, rings and bangle sets with uncut diamonds, emeralds, rubies, yellow sapphires and pearl clusters. Keeping every single detail in mind, as many as 18 craftsmen were taken on board to design Aishwarya Rai's look. So basically, for her role as Nandini, you name it and it's there. Trisha as Princess Kundavai. Also for Trisha, who essays the role of Princess Kundavai, has her jewellery game on point in Ponniyin Selvan. Her pieces were designed by Hyderabad-based Kishan Das & Co. From fine silhouettes to bun hairstyles accessorized with huge matta pattis and even the waist belts, also known as kamarband, were all made to make Trisha's role look as grand as possible. Shobhita Dhulipala as Princess Varnati. Now even Shobhita Dhulipala, who essays the role of Varnati, looks every bit of regal, courtesy her overall costume and jewellery. Interestingly, it took 6 months for the makers to study the history of the characters, their specifications, in order to seek inspiration. What's more, Mani Ratnam's research team worked hard to ensure they include all the details it requires to make Ponniyin Selvan an experience for cine lovers. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. They have had 30 years of partnership ever since Roja, and looks like they are all set to continue the legacy with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan.
"30 years of partnership, more than 15 film albums, and innumerable chartbusters later, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. It almost feels like they're blessed with a Midas touch. Every time they work together on a project, it turns into gold. Their body of work speaks for itself. And looks like the director-composer duo have worked their magic yet again with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan.
I think it hasn't changed. AR hasn't changed at all. I mean, I still remember this is the same way he was in the first film. He will not let go. He will try to do something different, and he'll add value to the film, tremendous value to the film, and he treats it almost like his first film. So it's fantastic to have somebody like that with you.
But how did it all begin? Well, the magic combination of Ratnam and Rahman started way back in 1992 with the classic Roja.
கண்மூடி பார்த்தால் நெஞ்சுக்குள் நீதான் என்னானதோ ஏதானதோ சொல் சொல்.
Yes, that was the first time the two came together for a project.
ये हंसी वादियाँ ये खुला आसमां आ गए हम कहाँ है मेरे साजना.
The singer had composed Chinna Chinna Asai, one of the songs in the film which was unconventional in comparison to the music at that time.
சின்ன சின்ன ஆசை சிறகடிக்கும் ஆசை முத்து முத்து ஆசை முடிந்து வைத்த ஆசை.
Rahman had earlier composed ad jingles and brought a different flavor to the film's music. Interestingly, the album of Roja was released by the Bengaluru-based Lahiri Audio and sold a staggering 30 lakh copies in Tamil and Hindi. It was also released in Telugu and Malayalam later on. The success of the film's music paved way for several songs thereafter. Mani Ratnam then made Tiruda Tiruda, a comedy caper, and roped in Rahman for the music. Rahman explored his pop influences such as Michael Jackson in this slickly short song sung by Anupama and Suresh Peters. Picking up the threads from Roja, Mani Ratnam made Bombay in 1995, his second film in the Terror trilogy. The romantic thriller was inspired by the political scenario at that time. Rahman was again brought on board and he composed as many as 8 tracks for this Arvind Swamy and Manisha Koirala starring. Including Kannanule and Kuchi Kuchi Konnamma.
కునమా పిల్ల నీవు ఏ కుందనాల కునమా పిల్ల నీవు ఉరుబడ నిద్రపోయే కోడి కూడా సద్దు చేసే.
The third part, Dil Se, released in 1998, which featured Shah Rukh Khan and Preeti Zinta along with Manisha Koirala. The album of this film was a huge success with chartbusters like Chaiya Chaiya, Dil Se Re, and Jia Jale among others. The duo had also come together for Iruvar, a political drama in 1997. The film narrated the story about friends turned rivals, MGR and Karunanidhi. The film did not fare well at the box office. The music maestro composed Hello Mr. Edirkakshi, a jazzy track featuring Aishwarya Rai, a style that Rahman did not pursue thereafter. Oru Devam Tandeppuve is another hit track that the duo worked together for the 2002's Kannathil Muttamitta. That was followed by many more films and several other songs that multiple Oscar winner composed for the Roja director. The duo worked together yet again in Guru, one of the biggest hits of 2007, which featured Abhishek Bachchan and Aishwarya Rai in key roles. And then there was Ravanan in 2010 and Katravelya De in 2017. The tracks from these films were appreciated and enjoyed by music lovers. And not only did Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman set the benchmarks for the Indian music industry as a whole, but they also challenged their peers to experiment. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Mughal rulers, their legacies and history have long dominated the world of cinema in India. But with Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan 1 hitting the screen soon, the Chola's ancient dynasty will finally get their long-due recognition.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலி கொள்ளும்.
In an industry that has largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amidst a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest movie makers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained: that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured and contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of Mani Ratnam's next film know that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers who have preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say earlier this year.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जग भी जिक्र आया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी. चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला. मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया. मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे.
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacies. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what is deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan 1 has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
Not many know that Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, who plays the role of Nandini in Ponniyin Selvan, was not the first choice for the film. What also is not known is the whopping budget on which Mani Ratnam's directorial was made. Here are all the lesser known and interesting facts about this magnum opus.
Filmmaker Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan is one of the most anticipated films of 2022. The first film in the franchise is all set to release on September 30th. We get you some interesting facts about this magnum opus. Fact number 1. Based on a Tamil novel. Ponniyin Selvan is a historical action drama adapted from the popular Tamil literary novel of the same name, written by Kalki Krishnamurthy. The story is set in the 10th century under Chola rule. Fact number 2. Mounted on a mega budget. The two-part franchise has reportedly been shot on a budget of Rs 500 crore, making it one of Laika's most ambitious projects. Fact number 3. Mani Ratnam's dream project. Mani Ratnam has been trying to make the film since 1994. Yes, that's right. The ace filmmaker had to put his plans on hold due to budget constraints. He again tried to start production of the film in 2010 but faced a similar roadblock as the team couldn't find the right set of locations. Fact number 4. Original adaptation. Before it was adapted by Mani Ratnam, M.G. Ramachandran had acquired the rights to make Ponniyin Selvan for a sum of ₹10,000 back in 1958. The film was shelved after MGR met with an accident and was then unable to produce the film. Fact number 5. Aishwarya wasn't the first choice to play Nandini. While Aishwarya Rai Bachchan has been cast as Nandini in the film, Mani Ratnam revealed she wasn't the first choice to play the character and he had thought of casting veteran actress Rekha. Fact number 6. First Tamil film to release in IMAX. Ponniyin Selvan will become the first Tamil movie to release in IMAX when it opens in theatres on September 30th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
That's all we could pack in our special broadcast today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Are watching India Today.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces: China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces: China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy: China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force: China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves: China 5,10,000, Taiwan 16,57,000. Tanks: China 5,400, Taiwan 650. Submarines: China 59, Taiwan 4. Naval ships: China 86, Taiwan 26. Artillery: China 9,834 plus, Taiwan 2,093. Aircraft: China 3,227 plus, Taiwan 504 plus.
Oh, sorry.
सेलिब्रेशन नाचो झमाझम म्यूजिक बजाओ कह दो ये सबसे आ गया हैप्पी वाला ये बर्थडे विश यू पीएम ए हैप्पी बर्थडे खाओ केक सारे पार्टी में जम के आ गया हैप्पी वाला ये बर्थडे अपनी पार्टी भारी है सब पे हमने बाजी मारी है सबसे मस्ती है फुल जंप इन पूल झूमे सब ऐसे कि मजा खूब आए पीएम है कूल वंडर वंडरफुल सालों में एक बार ऐसा पीएम आए जो टकराए हार ही जाए हमसे जो भी लड़े उसको टाटा बाए जो भी सिलेक्शन कोई नहीं टेंशन जीतेंगे हम ही कह दो ये सबसे आ गया हैप्पी वाला ये बर्थडे विश यू पीएम हैप्पी बर्थडे केक खाओ सारे पार्टी में जम के अपनी पार्टी है भारी सब पे
Watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Neha Kakkar. Let's get started with the top stories today. Ankita murder probe gets murkier as more sensational chats have been accessed. Chats reveal that Pulkit asked Ankita to shift to his room. Pulkit also allegedly molested Ankita. Audio clip between Ankita's friend and accused Pulkit has been accessed by India Today. Ankita's friend been seen inquiring about Ankita as Pulkit tries to mislead Deep Pushp.
वो उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है, वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे लॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम।
All eyes on who will be the next Rajasthan Chief Minister. Top sources tell us that Rajasthan CLP likely to authorize the Congress President to decide on the new CLP leader. Gehlot remains opposed to Pilot. Pilot gets support from Gandhis. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar takes the jibe at China and Pakistan over cross-border terrorism and blacklisting of terrorists.
Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation.
Some news just coming in. Protests have now erupted over Ankita's murder. Angry locals over the streets in Pauri district. Anger spilling to the streets of Rishikesh. Protesters blocked the Badrinath-Rishikesh highway. Protests at the site where Ankita's mortal remains have been kept. These are the people of Uttarakhand demanding justice for 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari killed by the son of a BJP leader. Locals have blocked the Badrinath-Rishikesh National Highway as well. Outside the mortuary, where the mortal remains of the 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari are kept. The family members have also said that death penalty must be given to the murderers of Ankita Bhandari, who pushed her into a canal. Her body, remember, was fished out 5 days after she went missing. The post-mortem report also talks about the fact that she died because of drowning and that there were signs of trauma on her body in the sense that there were injury marks that was found on her body. These protests are going on right now at Rishikesh in Uttarakhand. Pictures are coming in from Rishikesh in Uttarakhand. In fact, on the roads, demanding justice for Ankita Bhandari, traffic movement has stopped at this stretch is what we know. The protests are at the mortuary where Ankita's mortal remains have been kept. The family members have already said that they are not going to be carrying forward with the cremation until there is justice. The accused in this case are in police custody. Pulkit Arya is the son of a BJP leader. Vinod Arya, who's since then been suspended from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Protests have erupted with locals demanding action against the accused. Protests erupting in Rishikesh in Uttarakhand over Ankita's murder. Ankit Sharma has more details in that story. Ankit, first of all, these pictures are coming from Srinagar in Uttarakhand, and the highway has been blocked completely. So undoubtedly, as expected, given the anger, and rightfully so, this has spilled out on the streets, and this has become a bit of a law and order situation there. Ankit. Ankit, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the manner in which this obviously has become a law and order situation, given that locals are extremely upset. The parents, the relatives of Ankita Bhandari are saying death sentence for those who killed her. We'll try and connect with Ankita Sharma once again on that story we are tracking from the hill state of Uttarakhand. And we're staying with this Ankita's murder case getting murkier by the day. India Today has access audio clips between Ankita's friend Deep Pushp and Pulkit Arya, the prime accused in this case. Soon after she went missing, Ankit's friend Pushp called Pulkit, and this is how he tried to mislead Pushp Arya. Listen in.
वहाँ पे चांद कुमार जी आए हैं।
एक बात बताइए।
हाँ,
आपका फोन क्यों लिया था उन्होंने?
मेरा फोन, उसका फोन स्विच ऑफ हो गया था, बैटरी डाउन हो गई थी उसकी, उसे तुमसे बात करनी थी। जब मैंने आपको फोन किया था ना
9 बजे।
हाँ, जब मैंने आपको लास्ट टाइम पे फोन किया था,
हाँ जी,
तो उस टाइम पे वो मेरे साथ ही थी
हम्म।
और उसने मेरे से मेरा फोन लिया और उसके बाद फिर मैंने उसे कहा कि फोन दे दे। उसने कहा कि मैं आपको मॉर्निंग में दे दूंगी फोन।
और आपने दे दिया?
भाई मेरे फोन में मुझे रात में क्या करना था फोन का?
अच्छा जी, ठीक है, चलो कोई बात नहीं।
रात में मुझे फोन का क्या करना था? मेरा फोन तो उसी के पास था।
रात को?
हाँ।
तो मेरे को तो फोन तो नहीं किया उन्होंने।
क्या?
मेरे को फोन नहीं किया फिर भी।
अच्छा।
उल्टा मैंने 3 बार किया, उन्होंने उठाया नहीं। फिर ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है बताइए?
भाई देखो, तुम्हारी क्या बात?
अगर आपका फोन उनके पास है और मैं 3 बार रात को कॉल कर रहा हूँ तो
मेरे फोन पे भी किया आपने?
हाँ, आपके फोन पे।
तो मेरा फोन भी घंटी बजी?
हाँ जी।
और मेरा फोन घंटी बजी और मेरा फोन भी नहीं उठाया?
नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ। ये रात की बात है, कोई 10:30
कितने बजे?
10 साढ़े 10 बजे की बात है।
10:30 बजे तो हम लोग सो रहे थे वहाँ रिसोर्ट में।
अच्छा, देखिए जब आप बाहर थे ना,
हाँ,
तब मेरी लास्ट टाइम बात हुई थी। उसके बाद आके सिर्फ आपका फोन आया था मुझे।
अच्छा।
उसके बाद से उनका फोन बंद है और अभी तक बंद ही है।
तो मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ ना, मैं तो उसके बाद सीधा वहाँ आया रिसोर्ट में और मैंने रिसोर्ट में अपना वहीं रुका। हाँ। सुबह निकला मैं रिसोर्ट से 6 बजे करीब।
अभी आपका फोन मिला? नहीं मिला अभी तक?
ना, अभी नहीं मिला फोन मेरा।
नहीं मिला
ना।
तो आप अपने फोन को सर्च कीजिए ना।
अरे भाई मैंने सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है, वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है। मैंने कहा अच्छा। और उसका सामान वगैरह कह रहा हूँ, सामान तो सब रखा है उसका।
अच्छा, सीसीटीवी तो होंगे ना
प्रॉपर्टी के?
हाँ,
चेक करता हूँ मैं सीसीटीवी क्या है, क्या चल रहे हैं, क्या है, क्या स्थिति है।
नहीं चलते तो होंगे, ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि नहीं चलते होंगे। सीसीटीवी तो चलते होंगे।
देखो पुष्प।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बोलिए।
मेरे साथ ना, मैं आपसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हूँ, समझ रहे हैं आप?
My colleague Ankit Sharma is tracking that story very closely, now joining us with the latest. Ankit, like we were talking about earlier, these are pictures we're putting out for the viewers. Locals are extremely angry and upset, and the fear is that because this is the man associated with the BJP in a way, son of a former minister, really, there could be a problem and there could be some pressure that the police might just eventually succumb to. Hence, the heat is on. The family members say, we are not cremating Ankita Bhandari till the time there is justice, isn't it?
Yes, Neha. We are right now near Srikot area. I mean, we are at the Srikot area and there's a mortuary on our behind. I'll show you some visuals. Protests have erupted and people from different villages are thronging to this area in large numbers. Let me show you the visuals. There's a seabed of people and there's a huge amount of police personnel as well posted, deputed over here to control the law and order situation. people are demanding right now that unless those culprits will get death penalty, they won't move from here, and they want a post-mortem report as soon as possible. Until then, they will not allow Ankita to be cremated. Ankita's father is also here right now, and he's among the protesters. At the moment, he's with the protesters, and you can see the visuals. There's a huge mass gathering over here, and people are shouting that Pulkit Arya should be hanged. So these are breathtaking visuals as of now. Sneha.
Yes, be with us, Ankit. Coming back to you for more on that. We'll talk about the WhatsApp conversations also. That just speaks volumes of the manner in which Ankita Bhandari was being put through so much stress by Pulkit Arya. We have accessed these old chats between Ankita and a friend Deep Pushp, where she says she was feeling insecure. She told Pushp that she was being shifted from her room to Pulkit's room, as there were some guests who were coming in. Remember, Pulkit is the main accused in this case. Take a look. Sources have told India Today that Pulkit had also molested Ankita after she was shifted near another room. In fact, Ankita Bhandari goes on to say that she's been shifted to another room and that she's not happy about it. Also, her friend is asking her, Deep Pushp asks her about privacy and how is that going to be worked out. She says she's feeling extremely insecure. Why and where have they shifted you is the question that Deep Pushp, friend of late Ankita Bhandari, is asking her in these WhatsApp conversations from the 7th of September. Have been shifted to Sir's room is what she says. Well, there's big suspense over who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. India Today has access inside details on the next Chief Minister. Sources are telling us that the CLP of Rajasthan is likely to authorize the Congress president to decide. Chief Minister Gehlot, sources are saying, remains opposed to pilot. He wants MLAs to have their say. Pilot, on the other hand, is a short support from Gandhi family. Congress has called a meeting of the CLP at 7 o'clock today amid the leadership change buzz following the announcement that Gehlot is going to be contesting the elections for the Congress party presidential elections. Gehlot may also be resigning from his post before filing his nomination papers. Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken, meanwhile, have been set to Rajasthan to oversee the changing political situation there.
Can throw some more light about what the Congress president has said?
Certainly, there will be a CLP meeting today evening. In this fourth CLP meeting, Congress president deputed two observers. One is senior post-Congress leader of opposition, the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, and the General Secretary in charge of Rajasthan, Ajay Maken. They will go there and they will analyze the situation there. They will participate in the legislative party, and they will take a decision. They will give a report to Congress president.
How do you see the situation?
Everything is good for the party. You take it in that way. Organization election democratically is one of the beautiful signal of the Congress party to the national political scenario.
Ashok Gehlot openly told that he is always support Nehru family. So, if we file nomination on coming days, our vote will be at Ashok Gehlot. This is All India Congress Committee. So All India Congress Committee, Ashok Gehlot is a very senior man. He was Chief Minister in 3 times and he was AICC General Secretary. So he is a very capable man to hold the post of AICC.
इस बारे में मैं कोई राय देना नहीं चाहता और स्पष्ट कह देना चाहता हूँ आप जो पूछना चाहते हैं कि जो हमारा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व है वो तय करेगा, उनको सब जानकारी है और वो जो तय करेंगे वो सबको सर्वमान्य होगा।
Well, we have these reactions also coming in where no words barred Gehlot pilot tussle has been going on between the two ever since pilot tried a coup against Rajasthan Chief Minister in the year 2020. Nikamma Nakara, well, these were the words that Gehlot had used to describe pilot. But the Congress leader also, Sachin Pilot, have a comeback here.
सात साल के अंदर एकमात्र राजस्थान हिंदुस्तान का राज्य होगा जब प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष को बदलने की मांग नहीं करी, ना सीनियर ने ना जूनियर ने। एक छोटी खबर नहीं पड़ी होगी किसी ने कि पायलट साहब को हटाना चाहिए प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी अध्यक्ष से। हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है।
Whatever words he may have used, it deeply hurt me, but I chose not to respond to it because I think two wrongs don't make a right. I want to be above that. I want to make it about issues and principles, not about persons and personalities. I think it doesn't work like that in politics.
Some news just coming in. Some MLAs of the Gehlot camp are holding a meeting at Urban Development Minister Shanti Dhariwal's house. Well, they are planning a show of strength. Although sources say most of the MLAs have declined to come for a meeting. Dev Ankur is getting us more details. Dev, does one read much into this huddle that a handful of MLAs have gone into? Will this hurt Sachin Pilot?
Well, Sneha, that is the big question. Ashok Gehlot himself had left for Jaisalmer to pay obeisance at the Tanot temple over there. But what is happening in Jaipur right now is that we are outside the house of Shanti Dhariwal. He's a senior minister, one of the senior most ministers in Ashok Gehlot cabinet. Earlier he was the Home Minister, but in this tenure he's the Urban Development and Housing Minister in Rajasthan. And there is a meeting going on, a huddle going on of the Gehlot camp inside the residence of Shanti Dhariwal. What we are given to understand is that there could be around 10 to 15 of the MLAs from the Congress camp who could be, in a huddle right now. Danish Abrar is one of the party MLAs who went inside, tried speaking to him. It did not, he did not interact with the media at that point in time. But I can tell you that quite clearly, the Gehlot camp is perturbed. The Gehlot camp knows that Sachin Pilot has the backing of the party high command, and by party high command, I mean the Gandhi family. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka are clearly wanting a generational change, a leadership change, a change of face in Rajasthan, and that is why Sachin Pilot, it is now believed, is the chief contender for the post of the Chief Minister of Rajasthan if and when Ashok Gehlot makes way, becomes the national.
कहा गया है हम सभी एमएलए से मिलेंगे, उनकी क्या राय होगी वो बाद में बताएंगे।
विधायक दल का नेता आज चुना जाएगा, आज ही तय कर लिया जाएगा राजकुमारी के बाद।
अरे भाई एमएलए से मिलने के बाद ही मालूम होगा, अब उससे पहले मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता।
विधायकों की राजकुमारी क्या फेयर होगी, क्या राजकुमारी होगी या हमेशा सिंगल लाइन प्रस्ताव होगा? तो एक राजकुमारी का कांग्रेस।
You heard from Mallikarjun Kharge, who's been sent to Rajasthan by Congress President Sonia Gandhi to gauge the situation and to get a sense of what the MLAs in the state are saying vis-a-vis their support for Sachin Pilot. He in fact went on to say that he'll be able to assess the situation only when he speaks to the MLAs and then speak to the press about it. Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Makhan are in Rajasthan. There's a meeting of Rajasthan MLAs also today. This at 7 o'clock. Ashok Gehlot is all set to file his nomination for the Congress president. Meanwhile, it's fairly evident that Sachin Pilot will be the next chief minister of Rajasthan, but do expect surprises.
जनरल सेक्रेटरी दोनों हैं, मिल के तय करेंगे कैसा करना।
क्या पर्ची के जरिए राजकुमारी होगी या 1-to-1 होगी? खड़गे साहब, कांग्रेस कल्चर। सर, कोई मैसेज आला कमान से सोनिया गांधी जी का?
अरे वो नहीं है, यहाँ तो एमएलए को।
क्या ये नए सीएम सुनने का प्रोसेस होगा? खड़गे साहब, ये क्लियर करिए। नए सीएम चुनने का प्रोसेस होगा। एक मिनट
Mallikarjun Kharge there confirming that Ajay Maken and he are in Rajasthan to assess the situation, talk to the MLAs and get a sense of whether or not they support Sachin Pilot as the next CLP leader, as the next Chief Minister then of Rajasthan, even as Ashok Gehlot is all set to file his nomination for the post of the next Congress President, with the current leadership making it evident and clear that two posts is something that they will not be allowing in the state. And that if Ashok Gehlot wants to contest as the party president, then he has to be giving up his position as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Devankur continues to be with us on that story. Dev, there are others as well. CP Joshi example, a veteran with the Congress party and a very senior leader when it comes to Rajasthan politics. What would be the role that he would be looking at possibly with the change in regime in the state? How is then a CP Joshi going to be accepting Sachin Pilot as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan?
Well, Sneha, in 2018, when the assembly elections in Rajasthan were due, there were not just two contenders for the CM's post, there were three of them. And the third one was Dr. CP Joshi. At that point in time, it was said that Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot and Dr. CP Joshi are all of them in the race for the position of the Rajasthan's Chief Minister's post. But as results came out, it was quite evident, Sneha, that the Congress, which scored 99 out of 200 in Rajasthan Assembly, did not have numbers of its own to, form a majority government. And that is when the independent MLAs came in. 6 MLAs from the BSP came to Congress, and these people clearly mentioned, Sneha, that we will be supporting a Congress government only if Ashok Gehlot is going to be the Chief Minister. And at that point in time, Sneha, CP Joshi had to reconcile with becoming the Rajasthan Assembly Speaker. So, given the fact that elections in Rajasthan are about a year away, there is not much change which is going to happen as far as the cabinet formation is concerned, as far as the structure of the government is concerned, and CP Joshi perhaps will remain the Rajasthan Assembly Speaker. I've spoken with Sachin Pilot. He maintains that the main focus will be on ensuring that the party defeats the BJP, which is the principal opposition party in Rajasthan, and returns to power, something which has not happened for the last 25 years in the state. So that is, someone like Sachin Pilot, who turned 45 this month, will not be happy with becoming a chief minister for only about a year. He will be looking forward with staying the chief minister, or having that post with him for at least 6 to 7 years, so that whatever change he wants to bring in the state, whatever development he claims, that is something which he can proceed with. Sneha.
All right. Dev, thanking you for the moment. We'll of course come back to you for more on that big developing story from Rajasthan. In other political news today, to mark the birth anniversary of former Deputy Prime Minister Devi Lal, big guns of the opposition camp are projecting a mega show of strength in a rally that has been held by the INLD in Fatehbad. What would be the biggest move to unite against the Modi-led government? Top opposition leaders will be attending the rally. This includes NCP Sharad Pawar, BR Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Uddhav Thackeray and many others. TMC's Sukhendu Shekhar Roy will be part of the rally. Rally invitation has been extended to Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, TDP Chandrababu Naidu and also Akhilesh Yadav. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar along with RJD Chief Lalu Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav are part of this meeting as well, and they are also going to be meeting with Congress President Sonia Gandhi in the backdrop of discussions of opposition unity.
All opposition leaders are coming in Haryana today, and if they can come to a common conclusion to fight against these fascist forces in India, and that will be better for this country.
देखिए, इस रैली को आयोजित करने वाले कौन हैं? श्री ओम प्रकाश चौथाला, जो शिक्षक घोटाले के मामले में 10 साल जेल काट कर आए हैं और जिन पर अभी आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मुकदमा चल रहा, फिर जेल जाएंगे। एक जो व्यक्ति भ्रष्टाचार में आकंठ डूबा है वो एक रैली आयोजित कर रहा है, तो और आने वाले कौन लोग हैं जिन लोगों ने अपने अपने राज्य में भ्रष्टाचार से समझौता कर लिया।
From Fatehbad in Haryana right now, Kamal, when is this meeting starting? Also give us an idea about the manner in which the Congress really has kept away this time around. The BJP is sharpening its knives, saying, look who is holding this opposition unity meet. All of these people are corrupt. Many of them have been in and out of jail, isn't it? Which is true. Kamal, I'm just going to repeat my question. I think yes.
Strength of sorts and
go ahead.
So this is a show of strength where non-BJP leaders have all come together under one roof. Now there's one goal but two aims. They obviously want to get gathering of the INLD supporters, and behind me you can see Chokablok. The other is about the larger goal, that's the 2024, where they're going to be putting up a face. Now these are regional satraps. So somebody is from Bengal, Nitish Kumar from Bihar, there is Akhilesh Yadav from Uttar Pradesh, there is the Badals who've come in from Punjab. They have regional powers, but can they come together and pull off almost the impossible to take on Narendra Modi? Now we'll try and get you a sense of the supporters. ये बताइए, सारे आप दिखा रहे थे, कुछ आप दिखाइए इसको. ताऊ द लेजेंड, नीतीश कुमार आए, कई नेता नहीं आए, फारूक अब्दुल्ला नहीं आए, अखिलेश यादव नहीं आए, ममता या अभिषेक बैनर्जी नहीं आए. तो आपको लगता है 2024 में कोई दम होगा कि आप लोग एक साथ आ पाएंगे?
ओम प्रकाश चौटाला है तो सब संभव है. जब तक ओम प्रकाश चौटाला है हमारे लिए सर्वा सर्वे.
नीतीश कुमार जैसे कोई रीजनल एरिया है, कोई कहीं से है, कोई कहीं से है, कोई बिहार से, यानी नीतीश कुमार का चेहरा क्या एक्सेप्टेबल है?
वो सीनियर लीडर है हमारे, वो लीडरशिप ही डिसाइड करेगी.
Leaders will decide, but this is going to be an ultimate test. You get the numbers, you get the crowds, but can you actually pull off something of a joint front? Because the third front has fizzled out every time there's been some effort. Now with a little time left for 2024, the opposition trying to put its act together. We'll just try and take you to the visuals out here. All the top leaders. In the center is Om Prakash Chaudhry. Thereafter we see Sharad Yadav, we see Sitaram Yechury, we see Sukhbir Badal. So all these top leaders now, Tejasvi Yadav, Nitish Kumar, KC Tyagi, all of them now coming together. But the point is, when do they take on what we call is the challenge of who will be the face? So we've been speaking to them, and they said this is just the beginning. So can this area, the Haryana Dharti, be a kranti of sorts? It's a revolution that the opposition has been looking at. The Aam Aadmi Party is missing, the Congress is missing. So they are kind of not able to get the numbers together. Even the top leaders as far as UP is concerned or West Bengal is concerned, they are not the one. But yes, many feel that the challenge to Modi has to be much more dominant, but this is just the beginning. We'll have to see whether they're able to take off or whether they will fizzle out yet again.
All right, Kamal, I'm thanking you for the moment. Kamaljeet is getting us all of those details from that rally, which is going to be held by many members of the opposition. However, like she said, AAP is missing, the Congress is missing. So how this shapes up is something that we'll watch out for. It brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Obviously, the biggest and most talked about story internationally right now is the death of Queen Elizabeth II. After a week of a particularly anti-colonialist drive taken by the government, strangely, a day of mourning was declared.
I find it unnecessary,
Yeah.
Shiv. You have messages that come in from the Prime Minister, which is okay, fine. You know, he's the Prime Minister, he's sending out a message of condolence on behalf of the nation. But then you take that forward and then announce 1 day of mourning in India. What was the need for that?
You want to reach out to the Raj in every way, or at least the United Kingdom as it stands today. Free trade packs, student partnerships. You want to build a stronger relationship with UK, but we will decolonize by changing the name from Rajpat to
bogus and
Kartavya Path.
hypocritical,
Change my
Shiv?
name also tomorrow, Rajdeep to
No,
Kartavya.
so what's bogus and hypocritical is not the name change. The what's bogus
But
and
when you
hypocritical
start,
is the mourning.
doing good kartavya, you will be called kartavya.
We're going back to the topic of the Prime Minister Modi himself has been very diplomatically correct when it comes to global relationship. I think
No,
Modi
so
has
global
aced it.
relations,
So
so
this is basically just protocol. It's
A certain respect for Queen Elizabeth, the individual. And therefore, if the state decides to give 1 day mourning, theek hai yaar. Why debating? And that too in English. That too you're debating in English. The language of the Queen.
My view, if you are getting rid of St. George's Cross, if you're getting rid of Rajpath and those things, which is why it looks a little jarring to me.
Mourn the Queen, but don't show your allegiance to the empire like that by declaring state mourning.
Fact remains, special relationship is a two-way street. Hand over Vijay Mallya, hand over Nirav Modi.
Hand over the
Do
Kohinoor.
not hide
The
Indian
Kohinoor.
fugitives in your country, and don't let the British Museum look like an active crime scene.
All I'm going to say now, I personally believe that the India-UK relationship is way beyond the royal family, and that's the way it actually should be.
Chopping off their hair, burning their headscarves in the streets. Anti-hijab protests have intensified in Iran. Protesters marched down Hijab Street or Headscarf Street in central Tehran, denouncing the morality police. And what started this campaign by women is the horrific death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini at the hands of the morality police. Assaulted and killed for not wearing a hijab, Mahsa's demise has sparked a ferocious movement by women for change. The morality police units enforce a dress code in the Islamic Republic that demands women wear headscarves in public. It also bans tight trousers, ripped jeans, clothes that expose the knees, and brightly colored outfits. No crackdown by forces has stopped the women of Iran. Security forces injured some of the peaceful protesters in Kurdistan, but people of Singhez and Sanandaj took to the streets with a message, "We are all Mahsa Amin." Women were seen removing their headscarves to make it clear that the imposition of hijab will no longer be tolerated. Some protesters were even seen cutting and chopping off their hair in protest. Hundreds of students also gathered at the Tehran University. Men and women together were seen marching and chanting a simple message of woman, life, freedom. Amini's death has reignited calls to rein in morality police actions against women suspected of violating the dress code in effect since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Filmmakers, artists, athletes, and political and religious figures have taken to social media to express their anger. Bureau Report, India Today.
On the show this week, we're testing whether you can use your iPhone as your only action camera. Does that mean bye-bye GoPro and your gimbals? That's what we're going to tell you on Tech Today. Also, festive season is here. Which wearable should you buy? Which ecosystem should you invest in? All that and a lot more. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi and this is Tech Today. So much is said every year about the iPhone 14 and its camera upgrades. This year, all the way from the iPhone 14 to the Pro Max, which I have on this neat little rig, and I'll tell you why, have newer camera sensors, better low-light photography, improved cinematic mode, but there's a new feature which is called Action Mode. It's a small toggle in the camera app, and you can shoot a lot more stabilized video, smooth, buttery video if you're running, jogging, on the move. If you go by all the marketing, then Apple would have you believe that you don't need a gimbal anymore to stabilize your videos. We thought the undisputed OG king until this was launched was the GoPro. So we have the GoPro Hero 10 in all its splendor. We use it often on all our EV shoots, our outdoor shoots, and it does a very good job. But then with its computational photography and all the tech in this new age chipset and the top of the line, one of the best video cameras on a smartphone, can it match up to a GoPro? We are going to put both of them through their paces, put me also to my paces and really go for a nice little jog and find out which one comes out on top. So stay tuned. At the end of this, you're going to know which one is the better buy for a travel adventure camera. On the GoPro Hero 10 versus the iPhone 14 Pro Max, I'm going to jog down this, well, massive mountain. Okay, I'm joking. I'm going to jog down this tiny little mound over here and let's see what stabilized video is like. Let's go. I'm trying to keep as steady a hand as possible. And that's how you become a vlogger on the iPhone 14 Pro Max, or if you want, the GoPro Hero 10. Okay, pit stop. One thing worth mentioning though is if you're comparing an iPhone with the GoPro, remember that the GoPros have come a long way. They have this sort of a screen in the front where you can actually tell whether you are in the frame or not, and that becomes very easy. So there's no selfie camera, there's one camera and that is everything. You could use the back screen if you're taking shots of the scenery and your friends during a vlog or an adventure story. With the iPhone 14 Pro Max, or any of the iPhones, while this really cool software tweak with action mode works well, but the minute you put it in the selfie mode, there's no such feature like action mode yet. Maybe with the iPhone 16 and 15, we'll see some of these improvements, but for now, if you want to use action mode, well, you gotta just wing it and make sure that you're in the frame. Well, I'm absolutely stumped by both these devices. Obviously, the GoPro's been doing this for years for adventure, travel, sort of photography and videos, surfers, guys doing this on parachutes, paragliding, skydiving, all that kind of stuff. The GoPro does a fairly decent job. It's important to note that this is an apples and oranges comparison, not an apples to apples comparison, literally, because this is nearly 40,000 rupees. The cheapest iPhone would be double, and then these ones would be maybe triple that amount. But this could be your one device which does it all, which shoots videos, takes great photos, is a great mini computer to have in your pocket, and you'll always have it with you. The GoPro, on the other hand, is meant for enthusiasts, but in terms of pure stabilized video output, this has always done a great job. It gets better every year incrementally. This has grown in leaps and bounds and has gotten better exponentially with action mode. So if you want an all-purpose device, then obviously the iPhone Pro Max series, the 14 Pro Max, is now the new crowned king of video cameras. But of course, if you want a budget adventure device to do all sorts of cool things, the GoPro does a fairly decent job as well. 179, 250, 800, 2,500. I'm not doing mental math. I'm trying to account for all the money that I end up spending on these streaming apps to buy a subscription service, a Netflix, a Hotstar, Spotify. Now, we got a whiff of YouTube experimenting with something similar. If you're not going in for YouTube Premium, then you have to see a bunch of ads. And those ads, a couple of them, seem to be okay. You can also skip them with different hacks and stuff like that. But what if they're going to go to 5 and 10 ads? Then it might become a user interface, user experience problem. So we thought, although this was an experiment and it has concluded, what if all these apps really push us the subscription way? Or are we okay watching so many ads and perhaps sort of paying to view the content that we end up consuming? Akanksha has a special report from Gen Z.
Gen Z is a market everybody wants to crack. They are the major consumers of OTT and streaming platforms. Come, let's see what my other tech geek friends think about this. Do you pay for subscription on YouTube? What about other OTT platforms? What else is the plus point of subscribing for a subscription, maybe say on YouTube?
I do pay for all my OTT platforms that I use because I don't like ads at all. So I prefer paying for the OTT platform instead of watching the ads due to the reason the interruption of the it's an aura which is made while I'm watching a movie or a match, and then the ad disturbs that aura.
So do you use any subscription services, and if so, do you pay for them?
No, actually I don't use any subscription services and I don't pay for them. I actually use modded apps for different kinds of services. Like for YouTube I used YouTube Advanced, and for Spotify I used X Manager.
Well, yes, currently I have subscriptions of Spotify and Amazon Prime because I could have chosen mod versions, but since we all know that these mod versions are very harmful for our mobile phones, so that's why I would prefer buying subscription rather than taking mod versions.
So Vikrant here says that he would pay for a subscription because with a subscription he would get access to premium content and the quality of the content is also better. Let's see what others have to say.
No, I'm not paying for any subscription for YouTube or Netflix or else because I can survive with these ads. But when it comes to a live cricket match, I am a huge fan of cricket. That's why I'm watching cricket in Hotstar. Many times I am not at home, so it's not possible to watch from television. That's why it's easy for me to watch from mobile and laptops. Mainly we are in hostels or we can watch from laptop. That's why I have subscribed for Hotstar.
No, I prefer for free only. I can see ads and there are so many other platforms where I can get all those content for free only and get those things for cracked version also.
No, I will not pay for it because all of the content are freely available for us. Like for YouTube, I mostly use the Brave browser. It cancel out all the incoming ads and it give a very premium quality.
Well, Ayush, it seems like the Gen Z is divided. On one hand, we have people who are ready to pay for subscriptions as long as it gives them access to premium and quality content. And on the other hand, we have people who are ready to endure advertisements as long as it's not burning a hole in their pockets. We also saw a third kind of people who have nifty tricks and hacks up their sleeves which help them bypass the paywalls. Well, OTT platforms and streaming companies, if you're listening, this is what the Gen Z had to say.
Well, usually I tell you it was an action-packed episode at the end of a show at the beginning. But here, before we toss to a commercial break, I can guarantee with all that action from this segment that you're enjoying the show. And if you are, then don't switch any channels because very soon we're going to be back with an action-packed second half of Tech Today. Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Elavadi, and now for the big reveal. I have with me the Apple Watch, the brand new Series 8.
Series 7, boss.
Series 7? Okay, sorry. This is my old one, the one I've been wearing for a while. I have with me, let's do this again, the Apple Watch Series 8. This is the Series 8, I'm very certain about that, but it looks identical to the Series 7, so should you upgrade? That's what we're going to tell you. Not just that, we're also going to tell you whether this is a good first-time buy. What if you have an older Apple Watch? And if you're not an Apple fanboy or not in the Apple ecosystem, then what about this Android flagship, which happens to be the Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro? All of these questions will be answered in this real-world, genuine, honest review on Tech Today. Now, 2022 has been an interesting year for Apple Watches because we haven't got one or two new launches. This year, we now have 3 types of Apple Watches. Of course, there's the economical SE, which comes without all the bells and whistles of the Series 8, which in any other year would have been their flagship. But now there's a far more expensive and advanced, rugged outdoor build sort of a watch called the Apple Watch Ultra, which you got to stay tuned to Business Today's social media handles, and of course everywhere that you actually watch Tech Today is where we'll be covering the Ultra in all its splendor. Now when it comes to the Apple Watch, it's interesting because there's a new S8 chip powering this watch, which supports a bunch of new sensors. Advanced health and fitness tracking is what the Apple Watch is all about, and it's been absolutely stellar over the years. I'll get to whether you should upgrade or invest in this in a bit. But when we're talking about the new S8 chip, it's not very different from the S7 chip. But it now comes with support for an improved accelerometer, gyroscope. It comes with crash detection. That's when it's needed. And of course, it also comes with body temperature sensors. There's a couple of them on the new Apple Watch Series 8, but Apple's watch to body temperature monitoring is very different from you just putting a thermometer on and understanding whether you have a fever or not. This is more long-term. In fact, I haven't even been able to log my body temperature on this because it gives you a median sort of a temperature if you wear the Apple Watch in a particular cinema mode or sleep mode for 5 consecutive nights. It then gives you this sort of an average temperature, and over time it tells you how much you deviate from that temperature. So if your temperature was 98.4 and it goes up to 99, you'll know that over time. It's not on the spot. It's a lot more like how the Oura Ring perhaps approaches body temperature sensing. But it also comes with crash detection, which honestly, I love my job and I can go to the moon and back for this particular job. It's a dream job that I have on Tech Today. But the fact of the matter is I can't test crash detection. To do that, well, we gotta hope that Apple's algorithm is spot on, because it could be a safety feature which we didn't know we all needed. Of course, the new Apple Watch Series 8 comes with a low power mode. But does that mean it gets across the finish line? Look, if you want the Apple Watch and you really like the way it feels and looks on your wrist, then you have to charge it at least once a day. It's not like the Garmin's and the other trackers out there which last for a few days. That could have been a lot more helpful, but we'll wait because the Apple Watch has so many more features which can be useful. A very accurate ECG recording app. A much welcome improvement to the Apple Watch lineup is the fact that you get much better metrics when you're talking about sleep monitoring. So maybe I don't have to use a third-party app. The Apple Watch does it all. When you're talking about taking the Apple Watch out for a workout, there's improvements made there as well. It's just about the layout and how they display your health metrics, especially heart rate zones when you start a workout on the Apple Watch Series 8. It's a lot more detailed, and if you're someone who wants a lot more data about health and fitness, then the Apple Watch Series 8 has that as well. So there's a bunch of new features, of course. So the real question is, if you have a Series 7, should you be upgrading to the Series 8? Well, the simple answer is no. The Series 7 is fantastic and has almost all the features of the Series 8, especially once you upgrade this to watchOS 9. Maybe even a Series 6 would be too soon for you to upgrade. Anything before that, and you start looking at the Series 8, because with each year there have been incremental upgrades. Anything before the Watch 5, that's the Series 5, you must upgrade to the Series 8, because that's when you can see the real changes in Apple's ecosystem and how it becomes a lot more important. Now you get a Wi-Fi and a cellular option, several colors, all sorts of straps. Now there's no Nike watch. This is the Nike watch. You have all the Nike faces on this particular device, and the straps come along with it as well. So that's a welcome addition to the Apple Watch Series 8. You get the watch in two sizes, 41mm and 45mm. For me and for most guys, 45mm is better, but if you like a more compact one, the smaller one works. Now the Series 8 is a very competent device, and like I said, if you have a watch older than the Series 5, then this is the watch you must upgrade to if you want to stay on in the Apple ecosystem, of course. But if you want to take things to the next level, maybe you're a surfer, an adventure hiker, or you're going scuba diving, then the real boss would be the Ultra, and that's something you might even want to upgrade from the Series 7 too. The other question now is the Galaxy Watch 5 Pro. Look, they're meant for two different ecosystems, but I'll tell you in terms of just looking at them, initial impressions of both of them, the Watch 5 Pro has this circular design. So first of all, if you're ecosystem agnostic, what does that mean? Well, what I'm trying to say is if you're not devoted to an Apple ecosystem, you don't have an iPhone and an iPad and a MacBook and all of that, and you're open to exploring all sorts of technology, then there's a bunch of other options in the Android world and in the non-Apple world. But if you are tied down to the Apple ecosystem, then this is the only option for you if you want to extract the most out of your wearable. But if you're not invested in the Apple ecosystem, then you must be looking at a bunch of other suitors, Garmin's, Fitbits. We've had all those devices on Tech Today. But I think the Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro might be worth your money if you are a Samsung user. So it's very simple. If you are in the Android ecosystem or you're open to other devices, and it just helps if you have a Samsung Galaxy device, maybe the Fold, maybe the Galaxy S22 Ultra, or even another Galaxy phone, that's when this watch will come in its own. So of course, this isn't an apples to apples comparison like I always say, but it's interesting that Samsung got together with Google and of course with the acquisition of Fitbit. We expected the world from Samsung. This product is getting better and better. Hardware-wise, it has a bunch of sensors which are raring to go, but they haven't gotten a lot of those permissions in many countries. So blood pressure monitoring, body temperature, even ECG for that matter. But if you're investing your hard-earned money, this is a watch where every sensor seems to work. It's largely accurate, and we have put it through its paces. I have played football wearing this watch. I have done all sorts of weight training, strength training. I've gone swimming in the sea, and it has never failed on me. Neither has the 7 or the 8. So the Apple Watch is still one of the top smartwatches in the world. But if you're an adventure junkie, like I said, let's wait for the Ultra. Having said that, the Apple Watch Ultra is going to be quite expensive, nearly costing twice as much, 90,000 rupees or something like that. So it must be a very expensive proposition. The SE doesn't come with all the health and fitness tracking monitors that we need on an Apple Watch. The Ultra gets too expensive. This is the middle sibling which hits the sweet spot. That's what we think about the Apple Watch Series 8. So something we've learned using technology and data analytics is that you guys love a good tech hack. We noticed that in the first half of the show as well, when we came out to meet you, the Tech Today community. So we thought we'll give you a little festive surprise. If you're in the market for a new pen drive, or if you have an older pen drive which doesn't seem to be working, well, we might just have a solution for you. Have a look.
We've got a lot of responses about some of the tech hacks that we've told you on the Tech Today show, and here is another one because a lot of people are asking for more. Recently, I was going through some of my old pen drives because I needed one, and I figured out a lot of them, they don't work anymore. And they have good capacity in them, but I can't use them because the PC does not read these pen drives anymore. Now, here is a hack with which you can make any old pen drive accessible and usable once again, and you don't need to buy a new one for that. This is an 8 GB pen drive and I can't use it anymore. So what do? Of course, we connect it in. So you go to the search section and you put in CMD, which is command prompt, and run it as administrator. Now, these are certain commands that you need to follow as is, and need to pay close attention to the spaces between the commands that you're giving. So the first one is disk part. The next command is list space disk. Now it will give you two options. One is disk 0, which is essentially everything else that is there on the PC, and then there is the disk 1, which is telling you the size of the current pen drive that you are using. I need to choose this disk 1, which is the pen drive that I'm trying to access now. So select space disk space 1. Now I need to give the command clean. After the clean command, it will clear up the disk that we are trying to clear. This is the pen drive that I'm talking about. And then after that, you need to give the command create partition primary. After that, you will be automatically given this option of formatting the pen drive that we are trying to use. So this is one thing that you need to keep in mind. To be able to access this pen drive again through this tech hack, you will have to format the USB. So these were some very simple steps with which you can make any of your pen drives accessible to you once again. So I've got 8 GB of space in this one, and I have another 3 which are yet to get accessible. If you want some other tech hacks, please write into us at Tech Today, and we are going to get you more tech hacks in the weeks to come. Stay tuned.
From action cameras to using iPhones as action cameras to the newest wearables this festive season and the tech hacks that we've shared on the show, which a lot of y'all seem to be using to avoid shelling out the big bucks. What did you find most useful, entertaining and interesting on this episode of Tech Today? You have to let us know on our social media handles. That's about all the time we have on this week's show. I'm your host Ayush Alabadi saying until next week, adios.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, joining you with all the top stories that we're tracking this Sunday, beginning as always with the headlines. Ankita murder probe gets murkier as more sensational chats are accessed. Chats reveal that Pulkit asked Ankita to shift to his room. Pulkit also allegedly molested her. Audio clip between Ankita's friend and accused Pulkit accessed. Ankita's friend seen inquiring about her as Pulkit tries to mislead the Pushp.
अरे भाई मैंने सुबह सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है।
All eyes on who will become the next Rajasthan Chief Minister. Top sources say the Rajasthan CLP is likely to authorize Congress President to decide on the new CLP leader. Gehlot remains opposed to Pilot. Pilot gets support from the Gandhis. With eyes on the 2024 polls, mega opposition unity show, Narendra Modi's 2024 challengers shared the dais in a Haryana rally. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar takes a jibe at China and Pakistan over cross-border terror and blocking blacklisting of terrorists.
Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation.
Let's begin with news from Delhi. Here's an incident that's been reported at a Delhi nightclub of a fight between bouncers and a group of guests. This incident, CCTV footage of which you see on your screens there, played out in a club in Delhi. Now, one of the women guests alleged that a bouncer actually tore off some of her clothes. These are images that we have accessed for you here on India Today of this pub brawl where bouncers can be seen arguing and then physically assaulting some of the guests. The woman pub goer's friend was also bashed up. She says her clothes were torn off, based on which she also approached the police. What you see on your screens is the exact moment when this argument broke out and how the fight between the bouncers and these guests who reportedly were trying to make their way into the pub turned violent as well. You can see the bouncers raining blows on some of these guests, on two of them particularly, after a fight broke out, an argument over entry into the club. Far too often are we seeing these kind of incidents being reported in the national capital region. This one is the latest that happened, in fact, between bouncers and guests who were trying to enter the pub and were blocked by these bouncers. CCTV footage shows parts of the fight that broke out that began with one of the men aggressively making a gesture, and then from there things suddenly took a very, very violent turn. You can see a woman at one point in anger overturning a podium at the entrance, and after that she you can see there that some of the bouncers then try to control her, try to push her back. Now, amid all of this that broke out, one of the woman guests who was there, who was trying to make their way into the pub, says that the bouncers, while assaulting them, also tore off some of her clothes. Shreya Chatterjee is joining us live from Delhi with more details on this. Shreya, you know, it's like I said, you're seeing far too many of these kind of incidents happening in the national capital, of bouncers targeting guests and vice versa. Take us through what happened in this incident, the exact sequence of events.
Well, you know, this incident, Sneha, it took place allegedly on the 18th of September. Now, the visuals that have also been accessed so far as the CCTV is concerned, it clearly establishes that there was somewhere down the line a brawl that took place between the girl who was accused that she was molested by the bouncers. However, the CCTV tells a slight different story if you access the CCTV. But what we are also learning, there were some other complaints that have also been received against the same pub so far as the police is concerned. They had also priorly seen that the bouncer had misbehaved with some officials from the excise department when they had gone to conduct a raid. So the Delhi police is conducting an investigation into the matter. They had also sent the girl who had complained about molestation for a medical in the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. However, so far as the police is concerned, they've recorded a statement of the girl, and they're also now investigating the matter based on the technical evidences, which majorly includes the CCTV footage that is coming from that particular pub located in a posh South Delhi locality.
All right, Shreya, thanks for the moment for joining us with all of those details. This is the latest incident that's been reported. Happened, in fact, last weekend on September 18th, where guests and bouncers squared off, leading again to a physical assault outside this pub. Switching focus to news coming in from Tamil Nadu. There have been multiple incidents of petrol bomb attacks, particularly against BJP leaders at BJP offices in the state. And so the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, Annamalai, has shot off a letter to Home Minister Amit Shah on the deteriorating law and order situation in Tamil Nadu. Annamalai has said that these kind of petrol bomb attacks private property being damaged has become the norm for anti-national forces, which the DMK government is finding hard to rein in. This is the message from, in fact, the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, Annamalai. Pramod Madhav is joining us live from Chennai with more details on this. Pramod, the latest incident of a petrol bomb attack was in Kanyakumari. Last few days, there have been multiple such incidents, and that's what's prompted the Tamil Nadu BJP chief to now seek the central government's intervention.
Absolutely, Akshita. For the day, yesterday to tonight, from yesterday night to today morning, there were two incidences that was reported from Kanyakumari and Salem as well. Now, the police have arrested two in relation to the Salem incident. Now, what Annamalai has done is that he has written a letter to the Home Minister. He has cited 19 instances of petrol bomb and stone pelting as well. After that, two instances have occurred. So far, 11 instances of petrol or kerosene bomb being hurled at BJP functionaries or RSS functionaries' residence has occurred, and that's the reason now DGP has also come forward. He has also issued a statement that anybody who's involving in such instances, they will have to face NSA as well. But currently, Annamalai has also demanded action from the Home Minister against these instances in Tamil Nadu.
All right, Pramod, thank you for getting us all of those details. We're going to track what reaction comes in from the centre on that. But the reason that you've got the Tamil Nadu BJP shooting off that letter to Home Minister Amit Shah is because there's been another incident of an RSS functionary's home being attacked in Tamil Nadu. And we've been seeing multiple such attacks after the crackdown on PFI just a few days ago. 3 petrol bombs were thrown at the house of an RSS functionary in Madurai this time. This was a functionary identified as MS Krishnan. The entire incident was captured on CCTV. As you see there on your screens, you can see the accused running, hurling 3 petrol bombs inside the residence. This incident took place at around 7:30 p.m. last night. In another incident, 2 petrol bombs were hurled at the residence of a BJP functionary in Karumankudal. So you're seeing many such incidents now being reported. Police are scanning the CCTV footage that you see there on your screens to trace the miscreants who are involved. So far, they remain unidentified. The Tamil Nadu DGP has also taken note, issuing a very stern warning to those who are involved in these kind of unlawful activities. The Tamil Nadu BJP has shot off a letter to Home Minister Amit Shah highlighting the spike in attacks. There's been an increase in these incidents of petrol bomb attacks, particularly on party offices of BJP and RSS, and also on functionaries. And all of this in the last few days since the crackdown on PFI. On Saturday too, there was an incident of a petrol bomb being hurled at an RSS functionary residence in Tambaram, which is close to Chennai. Similar incident in Coimbatore, in Kovaipudur, where unidentified persons had hurled petrol bombs at, again, the residence of an RSS functionary. Netas at this point in Tamil Nadu shockingly continue to defend the PFI despite these incidents of violence.
ये तरीका के पार्टी पर या पाबंदी लगाई या पार्टी पर पाबंदी लगा रहे हैं क्या ये? हाँ? क्यों लगा रहे हैं भाई? उसका क्या जुर्म है? वो जोड़कर मुसलमानों के मसाइल को, मतलब ये है कि लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं वो, और उनका जुर्म क्या है बताओ?
Let's get you all the details and the investigation updates into the Ankita murder case. It's only getting murkier by the day, and India Today has exclusively accessed audio clips between Ankita's friend Deep Pushp and Pulkit Arya. Pulkit Arya is, of course, the prime accused in this case. Soon after she went missing, Ankita's friend Deep Pushp had called Pulkit, asking about Ankita's whereabouts and questioning him as to why her phone was off. In the audio tapes that we're just going to be playing out for you, clearly you can hear how Pulkit was continuously trying to mislead Ankita's friend with false information. Essentially, the main accused in this case told Ankita's friend that he lent his phone to her for the night, but she went missing the next morning. Her friend Pushp sensed that there was something wrong, sensed that there was a plot, and asked Pulkit if he can scan CCTV footage to check when Ankita actually went missing, what was her last known location. Let's play out that conversation for you.
एक बात बताइए,
हाँ,
आपका फोन क्यों लिया था उन्होंने?
मेरा फोन, उसका फोन स्विच ऑफ हो गया था, बैटरी डाउन हो गई थी उसकी, उसे तुमसे बात करनी थी। जब मैंने आपको फोन किया था ना
9 बजे,
हाँ, जब मैंने आपको लास्ट टाइम पे फोन किया था,
हाँ जी,
तो उस टाइम पे वो मेरे साथ ही थी। और उसने मेरे से मेरा फोन लिया और उसके बाद फिर मैंने उसे कहा कि फोन दे दे। उसने कहा कि मैं आपको मॉर्निंग में दे दूंगी फोन।
और आपने दे दिया?
भाई मेरे फोन में मुझे रात में क्या करना था फोन का?
अच्छा जी, ठीक है, चलो कोई बात नहीं।
रात में मुझे फोन का क्या करना था? मेरा फोन तो उसी के पास था।
रात को?
हाँ।
तो मेरे को तो फोन तो नहीं किया उन्होंने।
क्या?
मेरे को फोन नहीं किया फिर भी।
अच्छा।
उल्टा मैंने 3 बार किया, उन्होंने उठाया नहीं। फिर ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है बताइए?
भाई देखो तुम्हारी क्या बात?
अगर आपका फोन उनके पास है और मैं 3 बार रात को कॉल कर रहा हूँ तो
मेरे फोन पे भी किया आपने?
हाँ, आपके फोन पे।
तो मेरा फोन भी घंटी बजी?
हाँ जी।
और मेरा फोन घंटी बजी और मेरा फोन भी नहीं उठाया?
नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ। ये रात की बात है, कोई 10:30
कितने बजे?
10 साढ़े 10 बजे की बात है।
10:30 बजे तो हम लोग सो रहे थे हमारे रिसोर्ट में।
अच्छा, देखिए जब आप बाहर थे ना,
हाँ,
तब मेरी लास्ट टाइम बात हुई थी। उसके बाद आके सिर्फ आपका फोन आया था मुझे।
अच्छा।
उसके बाद से उनका फोन बंद है और अभी तक बंद ही है।
तो मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ ना, मैं तो उसके बाद सीधा वहाँ आया रिसोर्ट में और मैंने रिसोर्ट में अपना वहीं रुका।
हाँ।
सुबह निकला मैं रिसोर्ट से 6 बजे करीब।
अभी आपका फोन मिला? नहीं मिला अभी तक?
ना, अभी नहीं मिला फोन मेरा।
नहीं मिला
ना।
तो आप अपने फोन को सर्च कीजिए ना।
अरे भाई मैंने सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है, वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है। मैंने कहा अच्छा। और उसका सामान वगैरह कह रहा हूँ, सामान तो सब रखा है उसका।
अच्छा, सीसीटीवी तो होंगे ना
प्रॉपर्टी के?
हाँ,
चेक करता हूँ मैं सीसीटीवी क्या है, क्या चल रहे हैं, क्या है, क्या स्थिति है।
नहीं चलते तो होंगे, ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि नहीं चलते होंगे, सीसीटीवी तो चलते होंगे।
देखो पुष्प।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बोलिए।
मेरे साथ ना, मैं आपसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हूँ, समझ रहे हैं आप?
Let's also get your breaking news that's coming in on the story. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is also apprised the governor about the action being taken on the investigative front as far as the brutal murder of Ankita is concerned. The Chief Minister has assured the governor that the culprits will not be spared under any circumstances. The governor has expressed his condolences also to the bereaved family. This is the communication that we received from the Raj Bhavan. Now, besides the phone conversations that we just played out for you, we've also accessed old chats between Ankita and her friend Deep Pushp, who you heard speaking to the main accused there. And Ankita, in that WhatsApp chat, revealed that she was feeling insecure. On September 7th, she told her friend Pushp that she's being shifted from her room to the accused's room, to Pulkit's room, as there were some guests coming in. Pulkit is the main accused, remember, in this case. The chats show that Pulkit Arya was in fact eyeing Ankita and was finding ways to get close to her for quite some time. Sources have told India Today that Pulkit had also molested Ankita after she was shifted close to his room. And let's round up all the latest on the investigation by the police so far. The post-mortem report has revealed that Ankita Bhandari died due to drowning. Remember, her body was pulled out of the river. The report furthermore added that there were findings of injuries on her body before death, suggestive of blunt force trauma. Ankita's father is demanding now the death penalty for the murderers of his daughter. Her brother has denied performing the last rites, claiming that there is no clarity whatsoever that's been given in the post-mortem report. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has ordered stringent action against the accused, informed in SIT. All right, we're getting you all the live updates that are coming in. Just standing by for Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami's reaction also after he met with the governor and also assured that there will be stricter action taken in this case. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has said that they will leave no stone unturned to ensure that there is a detailed, a comprehensive investigation and that all of the culprits face the law. At this point, remember, the main accused has been identified as Pulkit Arya, who's already been taken into custody. But with, in fact, this incident shocking the entire nation, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has also met with the governor and assured that all necessary steps will be taken by the government. Let's take this across to Ankita Sharma for more details. Ankit, let's begin with, in fact, what's happening as far as the investigation is concerned. We understand that Uttarakhand Chief Minister Dhami also met with the governor, apprised him of all the latest probe updates.
Yeah, there was a meeting with Pushkar Singh Dhami and Governor Lieutenant General Ramit Singh, and because the whole country is in ire right now, and they are protesting against the case that has come out from a peaceful city called Rishikesh. So a 19-year-old girl was brutally killed, and everyone is fuming about it, and there's a mass protest going on over here in Srinagar. We are right now at the Srinagar-Badrinath Highway, which is National Highway 58, and there's a mortuary over here as well, where Ankita's body is being placed. So thousands of people have gathered over here, and they are protesting and demanding stern action against the culprits who killed Ankita. They are also demanding a detailed post-mortem report because the provisional post-mortem report says the cause of death was brought, and there was also mention of blunt force and some injuries on Ankita's body. So Ankita's father has said that unless we get the detailed post-mortem report, we won't go ahead for the cremation.
Okay, and let's play out those reactions. You've got Ankit there getting us those details from Srinagar in Uttarakhand. That's where Ankita hails from. That's where her family is also based. Let's play out for you what her father and brother told us here in India today. They've refused to go ahead with the final rites, saying they need more clarity from the post-mortem.
आरोपियों को सजा दिलाने के लिए क्या मांग करेंगे आप? बिल्कुल तुरंत जो है उनकी फांसी की सजा मिलनी चाहिए, उनको प्रॉपर्टी में पूरा बुलडोजर लगना चाहिए।
बस हमारी तो यही मांग है कि जब तक पीएम रिपोर्ट नहीं आ जाती तब तक हम आगे अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करेंगे, जब तक रिपोर्ट फाइनल नहीं हो जाती है। अभी प्रोविजनल रिपोर्ट निकल के आ रही है, उसमें तो लिखा तो है कि उसे मारा पीटा गया, उसके बाद उसको नदी में डाल दिए गए हैं। तो जब तक फाइनल रिपोर्ट नहीं आ जाती तब तक हम रुके हुए हैं उस चीज़ की।
Let's move on and get you a roundup of all the other national stories that we're tracking this Sunday. The deadlock over convening the Punjab Assembly has ended. Governor Banwarilal Purohit has given his nod for a special session of the Assembly at 11 a.m. on September 27th. Over to all the latest updates from the UN General Assembly, where India sent across a scathing message to Pakistan. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar came down heavily on Pakistan and China at the UN General Assembly session, slamming Pakistan. Jaishankar said that those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, do so at their own peril. He also said that India firmly advocates a zero-tolerance approach and no justification can ever cover up bloodstains. The minister's reaction comes after the India mission to UN First Secretary Mijito Vinito slammed the Pakistan Prime Minister for making false accusations against India. India's reaction was in reply to comments that were made by the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Pakistan went on an anti-India tirade, raking up the Kashmir issue and levelling completely unsubstantiated charges, while claiming all the while that it wants peace with its neighbours.
Having borne the brunt of cross-border terrorism for decades, India firmly advocates a zero-tolerance approach. In our view, there is no justification for any act of terrorism, regardless of motivation, and no rhetoric, however sanctimonious, can ever cover up bloodstains. The United Nations responds to terrorism by sanctioning its perpetrators. Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation. India has always espoused a cooperative, inclusive, and consultative approach to international relations. We believe that multipolarity, rebalancing, fair globalization, and reformed multilateralism cannot be kept in abeyance. The call for reformed multilateralism, with reforms of the Security Council at its core, enjoys considerable support among UN members. It does so because of the widespread recognition that the current architecture is anachronistic and ineffective. It is also perceived as deeply unfair, denying entire continents and regions a voice in a forum that deliberates their future.
Mr. President, it is regrettable that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has chosen the platform of this august assembly to make false accusations against India. He has done so to obfuscate misdeeds in his own country and to justify actions against India that the world considers unacceptable. A polity that claims it seeks peace with its neighbors would never sponsor cross-border terrorism, nor would it shelter planners of the horrific Mumbai terrorist attack, disclosing their existence only under pressure from the international community. Such a country would not make unjustified and untenable territorial claims against neighbors. It would not covet their lands and seek to illegally integrate them with its own.
Pakistan needs a stable external environment. We look for peace with all our neighbors, including India. Sustainable peace and stability in South Asia, however, remains contingent upon a just and lasting solution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute.
Heavy downpour continues to wreak havoc in several parts of the country. Here's a roundup of all of the mishap and destruction caused by heavy rains. Several areas in Haryana's Ambala witnessed waterlogging after heavy rainfall. Massive traffic snarls have also been reported. Similar scenes in Uttar Pradesh's Firozabad, where rainwater entered homes in rural areas. Several people, we've also in fact reported that a death toll has been going up due to the downpour. In a tragic incident, a farmer's house collapsed due to non-stop rain in Punjab Sangrur. The city has in fact witnessed heavy rainfall for the last many days. The hill state of Uttarakhand also, there have been landslides that have been reported. The Gangotri Char Dham Yatra has been halted by the administration due to the same. In Uttar Pradesh's Hapur, heavy rainfall led to waterlogging at a railway underpass. Residents were also demanding answers from the government, saying that the infrastructure and roads must be improved. Slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, social media is completely abuzz over a debate over singer Neha Kakkar's latest song, which is a remake of a Falguni Pathak song from the 90s.
You are watching India Today.
खेल पत्रकारिता में करियर बनाने का सुनहरा मौका। ज्वाइन करें इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें।
Non, c'était bien, c'était excitant. Tu voyais que les gens étaient passionnés, ils avaient leur bateau de districts différents, fait que c'était vraiment intéressant. Puis je pense que c'est la première fois depuis 3 ans aussi que ça a lieu. Fait que tu sentais un peu là, les gens qui coursaient, l'émotion puis l'excitation.
Sono a Venezia, prima volta alla regata storica. Di solito la evitavo per timore di assembramenti, folla. Ne valse la pena. Bellissimo, bellissima giornata di sole. Abbiamo fatto video e foto, bellissimo.
Watching India Today.
There's uproar over the remake of a Falguni Pathak song from the 90s. Singer Neha Kakkar is facing flack over this remake on social media, with Falguni's fans demanding a ban now on Neha Kakkar.
Singer and social media star Neha Kakkar has been on a roll with a series of remixed hits, but her latest rendition has struck a wrong chord. The song that stars influencer and cricketer Yuzvendra Chahal's wife Dhanashree and actor Priyank Sharma has triggered massive backlash. Neha Kakkar's version is a remake of Falguni Pathak's 90s indie pop hit, and the internet is not impressed. While some are accusing Neha of ruining a 90s favourite, others are calling for a ban on the singer remixing old songs. The showdown escalated with the original singer, Falguni Pathak, sharing the post slamming Neha Kakkar. But not just that, the popular Dandiya singer has even threatened to sue Kakkar, claiming that permission for the remake was not sought from the creators of the original song.
I thank all my fans कि अभी तक उन्हें वही गाना इतना अच्छा लग रहा है. वो जो गाने बनते थे जो मैंने पहले से गाई, जो उसमें वीडियो में सिंप्लिसिटी, उसके म्यूजिक में, उसके लिरिक्स में, उसके पिक्चराइजेशन में, तो ये सब बहुत मायने रखता है. शायद वो ही लोगों को छूता होगा शायद.
But Neha Kakkar is undeterred. In a statement, the singer not only mocked the criticism leveled at her over this remake, but went as far as posting a cryptic message, calling herself God's favourite child, amid this backlash. But one thing is for sure, for every 90s kid, old is still gold. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in. Stay with us here in India Today. Our weekend programming comes up on the other side.
are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
गांव फतेहपुर बेरी, जिसे बाउंसर्स का गांव कहा जावा है, इस गांव का हर बालक जाने है कि भविष्य तो पार्टी बनाने से ही बना है, वो भी पहलवानों वाले.
We've seen many movies on women boxers, on women wrestlers, on women cricketers and whatnot. But have you ever seen a movie on a lady bouncer, or actually thought about what she faces on a constant basis in an industry that's dominated by men? Hello and welcome to this India Today special broadcast. I'm Ankita Bhandari, and it's my absolute pleasure to be joined today by Mr. Madhur Bhandarkar, who's made this lovely film called Bubbly Bouncer, the trailer of which is already going viral. You've made so many films on women empowerment, so I think it's rather fitting that you've made this one too on women bouncers, and also, of course, the lovely Tamanna, who plays Bubbly Bouncer in this film. Tamanna, I'd like to begin with you. I'm from Chennai, so I've seen for the last many years all the movies that you've done in Tamil. And this is so different from what you've usually done, from the usual films that you do. How did this role come to you, and what did you think when you first processed it, that you could play a lady bouncer?
I think in general, the few filmmakers who've been very pivotal in changing the course of my career, starting with Rajamouli sir and now to Padma Shri, Madhur Bhandarkar sir, who's 4-time National Award-winning director. I think the universal thing between these few filmmakers who've really tapped me in my best is that they casted me not because of, you know, having already attained a certain market in a certain language or certain industry. They purely casted me because that I fit the part. Like for Madhur sir, I don't think he had seen any of my movies before this. He had seen Bahubali, but I don't think he remembered Bahubali when he met me for this part. And I think that was the best thing for me, because he was literally judging me on my basic mannerisms and how I am, literally how I was reacting to the narration that I was taking. And I think that's when even he felt that, yeah, you know, I can somewhat suit the character. For me personally, it was a moment where I was sitting in a chair, but I was basically like dancing in my head, because I knew that I finally found a character that I'm gonna channel my my younger self, and I've always been a tomboy going to school. When I was in school, I was a tomboy, and then of course I became an actor. So of course the first lessons that you get is how to just
elegance.
make everything look elegant, which is great. Which is also very it's like tabbing the feminine self in you. But I feel like I never really got a legit chance to channelize masculinity without caricaturing it, without making it excessive, without making it forced. In this film, it comes naturally to her, and for me, it was a natural process to tab into that. So yeah, and what I learned from working with Madhur sir is that he truly, he truly celebrates his team, and movie making is a teamwork. With his vision intact, he made sure everybody was just in the best vibe that they could possibly be in on a film set. And he is someone who doesn't, considering his experience, he doesn't make anybody feel the hierarchy on a film set, which made everyone feel equal. So when he makes a film on gender equality, even in a fun, humorous way, it's because he's really that.
It comes through.
He's not doing it for a movie. He is really that person. He's really a feminist who actually makes movies about women. And there have been times we were improvising some scenes, and he came up with certain improvs which I, being a woman, also couldn't have come up with. I'll be honest with you. Like, I also didn't think about myself like that, like how he thought about.
Where does that thought come from?
Yeah, actually, it's a good question. Even I won't know.
I really don't know. I think it's very involving.
No, because I'll tell you what, in films that you do, I think what's great is that connect, because you almost think like a woman.
Yeah.
How is that?
There's a lot of people told me, in fact, a lot of women have told me this, how do you get into the psyche so well, the nuance so well? And this is compliment I'm hearing from almost 20 years. Every sect of people, they come and they say, especially women, I attend so many women organization events and functions, they said, इतने अच्छे तुम nuance कैसे पकड़ते हो, कैसे सोचते हो कि क्या चल रहा है दिमाग में? I don't know. I will be very honest and say कि I don't want to say I'm inspired by that particular person or this. It is not like that. It is completely with me, and somewhere is very inborn. I said, so I understand the nuance, how she will react on this situation or that situation, and which comes very naturally to me. And I feel कि post Chandni Bar, I mean to say, after that journey which has started with Bubbly Bouncer. So I don't know, the best performance of my actresses are in my movies, in their career. And I feel very happy about it. And I feel that there are lots of, in society, you have subjects and ideas which they don't want to make it. But I'm one filmmaker who want to make all this kind of subjects and different ideas, and which are very successful, which are applauded by the audiences. And I don't know, I think this kind of narrative which comes naturally to me, and that's how Bubbly Bouncer is also there.
It's like a God-given gift.
Yeah, it's completely God-given gift. I don't know, sometimes I also do thinking whom I was inspired. I know people want to they'll take 5 names. I'm inspired by this person, that person. No, none. I'm not inspired by, I'm being very honestly. It's just inborn in me, which comes naturally to me, and I say this is the way you react. Like, I know actresses who, when I told them this is the reaction, and they used to tell me, how do you know? I have gone through this process in my life. They have complimented me like that. Mother, how do you know? It means this has happened to me in my real life also sometime. You are telling me to do like that, that has happened to me. So I don't know about this. It just comes
It's like you read our minds.
But I think
it's a good thing for us.
But I think I kind of decipher how it happens. It's because he never looks at men and women as 2 different entities. He looks at them as human beings, and that's what essentially they are. I think most people who who are trying to kind of get into the female psyche are trying to think like as if they think differently, but actually they don't. Essentially it's the same thing. It boils down to human emotions. It boils down to just being human. And I think because he does not think of it differently is why he's absolutely bang on. He doesn't differentiate.
How did you come across Tamanna? Because she says that even in Bahubali, you barely even registered what was happening in the film, or you didn't register her character.
I register her character as Avantika, right? Yes. I remember that. I got a good memory. But you know what the thing is, Bahubali 5 years it happened for the first part.
Yes.
5, 6 years.
7 years.
Yeah, 7 years. Yeah. And this was last year we approached.
Yes.
So it has been a long time. And I know obviously Bahubali has been successful. I loved the film. I mean, I've seen 3 times in the theatre. But when I came, I know she did Bahubali, but then I said, I was not remembering it. at that particular time. But I said, let me treat you like a newcomer. I didn't want to see any of old clips and films and all. I said, I'll treat you like Bubbly, the character. I have this thing, my characters are like that, always think, this is the character. I feel, be it Chandni Bar or in Mumtaz character of Tabu or Kareena Kapoor, Mahi Arora, Priyanka Chopra in fashion, any film I'm talking about, Raveena Tandon Satta. I just feel that this is the character I want you to be, this is the way you will behave with me, the character which is in the film I'm talking about. Okay, this is the milieu, this is the, and I'll give a lot of briefs to them. This is the way you have to behave, this is the way it has to be. I sometimes act also in show. Aisa kar le tu, thoda aisa kar. Though I'm a very bad actor, but I try to do it, So,
but how do you handpick these actors? Like Tamanna, for example, in a Bubbly Bouncer. Why did you say that she's perfect for this film?
You know what? I just saw her pictures and this is basically, I'll tell you, I don't want to say only because of actors. This is across, like whenever I want to cast somebody, I will do like that. I remember in page 3, there was the casting director got 3 guys in front of me. There was a role of an informer, police informer, and they got me just ye ladke log hai, just choose sir, ab kaun sa lena. I didn't like any of one of them, and I suddenly saw one trolley man who was trolley pe dhakka nahi deta hai, that guy. So he was there. I said, isko bana tu khabri, the informer. So, and that guy ko to dhar gaya, wo bhag gaya 2 minute ke liye, bolta meko nahi karna hai.
Would have been in shock.
He was shocked.
What just happened?
Then I told him, I said, tu karega, tu kar. And I got him the get-up, and my assistant said, kya kar rahe ho sir, aap isko kyun bana rahe ho, to trolley pe dhakka marta, he doesn't know, he's shivering. I said, so I made him stand and made him do. And he was so good in the film with Asdul Golkarni is giving information. 3 scenes were there. And he did so well and became famous after page 3. And he came once, he got me sweets. He said, "Sab meri hai, main ko fan ho gaya mere saath." So he was a trolley guy. So I am like that, so I never differentiate. When I made traffic signal, I got the people from the street, the transgender, the people over there who's doing this selling, no traffic signal, beggars, real beggars, and made them act. I said, tum log karo ye bolke. So this is, I don't know, I have this flair of getting performances for anybody.
Can I get a trolley and just quietly walk by now? Then get picked for a film.
Absolutely.
But as far as Bubbly Bouncer is concerned for you, Tamanna, and considering Madhur sir's legacy of films, right, and what he's done for women actors in this country, how one film of his perhaps transforms their career itself. So was there a lot of pressure also, knowing that this kind of a film is coming to you, you have to live up to the expectations, and you play someone who has a very strong Haryanvi accent also?
Yeah. No, definitely there was the pressure and also the responsibility, because and also because I have such a strong fan base in the southern part of our country. And also people think I'm South Indian, so I had a lot of myths to break at once. But then I used the same technique that I used when I was working down south. I'm not from the south either. I'm from Mumbai. So what I really did is 2 things. One is actually hear the language a lot. So I just spent a lot of time listening to a lot of Haryanvi. And then I also spent some time understanding their culture, because I feel like essentially language is a reflection of somewhat their culture. And if we see Haryanvi people, they are very self-assured, they have a innate sense of humor.
Yeah, but they're very in your face.
Yeah, and even if they're saying the most harshest thing, it sounds funny. I mean, it just sounds, because it's said with so much of self-assurance, you don't really take offense. So it's a kind of flair that they have, that they can say something really like nasty, but it will not offend you.
And with a straight face.
With a straight face. So I think that was something that I was trying to understand, because also my bhabhi is Haryanvi.
Okay.
So I kind of, I have spent, and she reminds me a lot of how Bubbly is as a person. And I've spent a lot of time with her, and then of course when I met her for the first time, I didn't know I would ever do a Haryanvi character. But I kind of got where the psyche of women who are like this. And then of course came to final execution of the character. That was just the pure bombs that he bought on set and got everyone to kind of do their A game, and we just did it.
Do you think this is going to be like a game changer film for you in your career?
I really hope so, because I've really given it my all.
100% is going to be a game changer. I'm telling you, as a filmmaker, this is completely new avatar of Tamanna Bhatia, and she's completely her journey will be a different game changer post 23 September.
You know, for sure. I think even I was very, very bowled over when I saw the trailer because, like I said, I've seen so many of your films and it's so different from this character that you've played as well. Madhu sir, there's a bit of humor in this particular film as well. Why did you decide that you'll kind of keep this slightly light, at least in some aspects of it, while also sending across a message, a very important social message?
See, I just told that also. Okay, I had 3 subjects with me that time. When this is before the pandemic, there was an action film, larger than life, I wanted to make, which is still there. One was a very hard-hitting subject, women-centric. That is again with me. And there was one subject came to me, Bubbly Bouncer, which was a lighter subject, which we thought was the world was superb, a very fascinating world, the bouncer world. And then I said, Lady Bouncer hona chahiye. Then I said, okay, let's make the film in a very humorous, you know, very light-hearted comedy. It should be, because then I have 3 different movies in my bouquet of my thing. You know, if any one of the film which I feel ki thoda alag hona chahiye na, that's the reason. And I made Dil To Bachcha Hai, it was a very successful film. So I just felt it, okay, why not make a bouncer world in a comic manner? And then I love the whole aspect of it, you know, rural India and urban Delhi over here, how she comes from there to Delhi and how the dynamics changes for her.
But how did this whole concept come to you? Because it's not something that any of us really think about.
No, nobody. Like, you know, these are the things always come to me. Like after they always say, Madhu Dev announce karta, uske baad mein hum log yaar humne kyun nahi socha iske bare mein. A lot of people have told me this. Like a lot of people yaar hum log itna traffic mein baithte, we never will make a film on a traffic signal world. So it is like that. I just felt this world is fascinating. And for me, it's very challenging to go into a world which I've never made. That's very interesting. मुझे अच्छा लगता है to interact with people. There's somewhere inside me, I have a journalist streak in me. I have this journalist. I've not been a filmmaker. I would probably be a film journalist.
I hope you join us sometime on India Today. Can do a couple of bulletins for us.
You can be the film expert.
Film expert. I can definitely become.
I'm going to hold you to that also. Tamanna, you know, finally, when we wrap this up, overall, as far as your career graph is concerned, I think what we're seeing currently is a lot of migration from Bollywood to the South, right? Because South films are doing so well. Bahubali perhaps is what triggered all of that. You're doing a bit of both, but largely to the South. Which is the industry that you believe is truly thriving? Because there's a lot of talk about this and, you know, perhaps Bollywood not meeting the standard or expectations of the audience like film industries like Tollywood and Collywood are.
I think that's untrue. I think it's also a very phase-related thing. I also feel like in today's time, authenticity will thrive. No specific industry, but I definitely think authenticity will thrive. When we dabble in our own, in Indian stories, whenever we touch upon human emotions, it will cut across languages and industries.
Because, you know, even now, over the Oscar entry, there's this huge demand saying Mr. Rajamouli's film, RRR, should have been the chosen one when it was a Gujarati film. So all of this leads to a lot of talk about whether Tollywood films, Collywood films, Mollywood, all of this seems to have a more connect with a larger national audience now than what was deemed to be once only Bollywood films.
I think the primary base is whenever subjects are rooted, like I think because I've been a part of Southern cinema since the beginning of my career, and I've grown up there actually, if you go to see, I've just seen them doing films that are rooted, films that are about them, films that are Indian stories, that are local stories, that are... So they're not kind of going away from what's authentic to them. So I feel like that's what reaches out to people, because I think more than showcasing, more than trying to externalize this, I think the more Indian we will get and the more rooted we will get, we will naturally be able to reach out to a larger section of the audiences.
Very true. Madhu sir, your words on this finally. Do you believe that, you know, all of this talk about this cancel culture, boycott Bollywood, etc., something that will actually hold you? Someone who's seen a lot in this industry.
See, this cancel culture, definitely it's just dent the, I would say, some amount of box office collection. It does dent. When I've spoken to a lot of distributors and a lot of producers also, very prominent people, and they all said the same thing. Okay, definitely this whole trolling or this kind of boycott thing, it's definitely dent the collection. But then again, it depends on the film how it is, and if the film is good, so definitely picked up and people go watch the film. So And as for films are not doing well, again, like Tamanna said, I'm saying it's a phase. It will definitely come back again, and people will start going to theatre. Theatre magic will never fade and never go away. It will be always there, going to the theatres. And film industry and OTT platform will always coexist together. It will be never. I'm being hearing from so many years that films are getting, theatres are getting shut, everything, like, all the time.
Do you know pirated series?
Yeah, that's what.
Like that used to be a phase. I don't know if you remember.
Video cassette.
Everything video cassette.
I've been a video cassette library boy, and from that time, 1984, people are talking about it.
I think it's like how they say newspapers will die.
Yeah. So
Something
still today
like
also
that.
morning you need a newspaper.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that is there. Something is there. Watching, जैसे किसी ने बिल्कुल एक अच्छे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर ने कहा, बोला खाना कितना भी घर में अच्छा बनाओ तो भी आप रेस्टोरेंट में जाते हो ना खाने के लिए. तो फिल्म भी ऐसा ही है कि आप रेस्टोरेंट में जाओगे खाने के लिए, वहाँ भी लाइन लगती है आजकल, तो रेस्टोरेंट में आपको जगह नहीं मिलती है, इतना पैक्ड होता है कभी-कभी. तो people will go outing है, people will want to watch movies in theatre. ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं होगा. हाँ, ये बात है कि अभी थोड़ा फेज है तो कम होगा.
Okay, so I think it's all about essentially the messaging. If the storyline is great, the audience will go for it. I think that's all I have time for on this broadcast. Thanks so much, Madhur sir and Tamanna for joining us. All the very, very best to you for your film, Bubbly Bouncer. I'm sure you've seen the trailers. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz because of the unique concept of the film. You can catch it very, very soon on Disney Plus Hotstar. Thanks so much for tuning in.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
An Indian designer who's made his debut this year at the London Fashion Week is Hari. He hails from a small village in South Kerala, and now his creation of inflatable viral balloon pants has gone viral. Chaiti Narula gets you this report.
They're bonkers. They're inflatable. They're pants. No, they're trousers. Actually, they're an act of their own. By the way, the designer behind these is Indian, and he made his debut at the London Fashion Week. A pair of these inflatable trousers are blowing up Instagram. Menswear designer Hari Krishnan, also known as Harry, retails them for more than $1,000 a pop. Yes, you heard that right. You may wonder who he is in India, but he's Indian and he's got the attention of the fashion world after the London Fashion Week debut. These were first spotted in 2020 when he sent models wearing inflatable latex trousers of balloon-like proportions down the runway during his graduate show at London College of Fashion. These pants come with a warning given they are crafted from temperamental latex. You can never over-inflate these pants and always douse yourself in talcum powder before wearing them. You'll need to keep the trousers away from heat, daylight, metals and oils. And if you are perhaps wondering if you have it in you to carry them off, we assure you, you are not the only one and you're not alone. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
With that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Don't go anywhere. I'm joining you with the headlines in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces: China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces: China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy: China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force: China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves: China 5,10,000, Taiwan 16,57,000. Tanks: China 5,400, Taiwan 650. Submarines: China 59, Taiwan 4. Naval ships: China 86, Taiwan 26. Artillery: China 9,834 plus, Taiwan 2,093. Aircraft: China 3,227 plus, Taiwan 504 plus.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Sunday. Let's begin with the headlines. Ankita murder probe gets murkier as more sensational chats are accessed. Chats reveal that Pulkit, the main accused, asked Ankita to shift to his room, also allegedly molested Ankita. Audio clip between Ankita's friend and accused Pulkit accessed. Ankita's friend seen inquiring about her as Pulkit tries to mislead.
अरे भाई मैंने सुबह सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं भी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है।
All eyes on who will become the next Rajasthan Chief Minister. Top sources say Rajasthan CLP is likely to authorize the Congress president to decide. Gehlot remains opposed to Pilot. Pilot gets support from the Gandhis. With eyes on 2024 polls, mega opposition unity show Narendra Modi's 2024 challengers share dais in Haryana rally. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar takes a jibe at China and Pakistan over cross-border terror and blocking blacklisting of terrorists.
Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation.
Endless speculation over what's playing out in Rajasthan and who will be the next chief minister. Now, someone from the Gehlot camp, a minister, has come out to say that making Sachin Pilot the chief minister will only weaken the Congress. He's called Pilot a BJP agent and gone public with this attack at Sachin Pilot. Gehlot camp clearly unhappy and making it very clear they will not be okay with Sachin Pilot being named as the chief minister. Gehlot Mantri, speaking to India Today, has said that the chief minister post cannot be given to BJP tools. He's attacked Pilot and said that in no way will those and several ministers in the Gehlot government currently be okay with Sachin Pilot leading.
मेरा ये मानना है कांग्रेस आलाकमान जो भी फैसला करे वो सबको मंजूर होगा, इसमें कोई बात ही नहीं है। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान को ये ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आज से करीब लगभग 2 साल पहले सरकार को गिराने की साजिश की गई थी और इस तरह की साजिश हो गई थी कि बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के सरकार को गिराया जा रहा था। राजस्थान की जनता की क्या अपेक्षाएं हैं, एमएलएज क्या चाहते हैं, उनकी क्या राय है, वो जिस तरह से लड़ाई लड़ी थी उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर विचार किया जाना चाहिए जो कांग्रेस विचारधारा के प्रति समर्पित रहे, संगठित रहे और इस सरकार को बचाए।
मैं कहीं रहूं, किस पद पे रहूं या नहीं रहूं, मेरे लिए मैं तो नहीं
हमसे कहता है कहीं ना कहीं आपकी इच्छा राजस्थान रहने की है, इसीलिए आपने कुछ दिन पहले बयान भी दिया था मैं था से दूर पहुंचे, लेकिन नेतृत्व जो है वो आपको राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाना चाहता है। आपकी क्या इच्छा है? अगर आप
हम न्यूट्रल हैं, सोनिया जी ने कहा है हम लोग न्यूट्रल हैं, जिसको खड़ा होना हो रियासी अध्यक्ष पद के लिए वो खड़ा हो, तो नेतृत्व के या तो सब कांग्रेस बराबर है और कोई अध्यक्ष बनता है या बना हुआ है, पहली ड्यूटी उसकी होती है सबको साथ लेके चलते, जब जाके कांग्रेस मजबूत होती है। अध्यक्ष के लिए लॉगिंग डिसलॉगिंग बिल्कुल नहीं होती, ना होनी चाहिए। आगे वाले कोई करे अध्यक्ष के साथ तो उसकी मर्जी है, वो तो क्या लगता है पर कम से कम अध्यक्ष खुद नहीं करे, आगे वाला उसके साथ कोई करता तो वो क्या कर सकता है।
विधायक दल की तो उसमें आज क्या निर्णय हो सकता है? क्या
हमारी परंपरा रही है शुरू से ही कि हमेशा हम लोग जब कभी विधायक बैठक होती दल की चुनाव के वक्त में या मुख्यमंत्री के चयन के लिए तो एक लाने प्रस्ताव जरूर पास होता है कि भाई हम अधिकार देते हैं कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट। ये हमारी परंपरा रही है और आज भी मैं समझता हूँ यही होगा कि सब मिलकर एकजुट होकर बात करेंगे। यही हमारी ताकत भी है कांग्रेस की। कांग्रेस जन हमारी कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट में सब एक स्वर में विश्वास करते हैं। आज भी आपको विश्वास जनता की मिलेगी, ज़्यादा आपको किंतु पर तो छोटे की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी।
हम लोग भी आए दिल्ली सर आपके साथ,
समय बताएगा कि मैं
कब सरकारी
किस पद पे जाऊँ या नहीं जाऊँ, कहाँ रहूँ या राजस्थान में काम करूँ। मैंने कहा आपको युवाओं के लिए, छात्रों के लिए और देश के हालात है उनको बताने के लिए राजस्थान वासियों को, जिससे कि राजस्थान का तो कम से कम माहौल जो अच्छा बना रहे। तो मैं चाहूँगा मैं राजस्थान के भी अंदर मैंने ज़िंदगी बिताई है, राजस्थान के लोगों ने मुझे सब कुछ सम्मान दिया, प्यार दिया, विश्वास किया, स्नेह दिया राजस्थान वासियों ने। चाहे मैं चुनाव में कभी सजा बना पाया नहीं बना पाया, अलग
गलत तो कौन होगा?
पंडित नेहरू थे ना, कभी लोगों ने कहा आफ्टर नेहरू कौन, अब लोग सब आए हैं, देश चलता है। मैं नहीं रहूँगा तो ये प्रदेश चलेगा, सरकार बनेगी, बिगड़ेगी, सब बातें होगी। आप निश्चिंत रहो, प्रदेश की चिंता हम लोगों को है।
कांग्रेस में जो गुटबाजी हो रही है, आप राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जा रहे हो, तो प्रदेश के संगठन को संभालने में आप क्या भूमिका निभाएंगे?
देखिए, मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, कहाँ नहीं जा रहा हूँ, वो तो समय बताएगा। अभी तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, मेरी इच्छा है मैं कहीं नहीं जाऊँ और राजस्थान के अंदर रहूँ, मैं सेवा करने की जरूरी मुख्यमंत्री पद भी रहूँ। मैंने कहा मैं अंतिम साल तक राजस्थान प्रदेश वाले सेवा करूँ, चाहे मैं कहीं रहूँ, किस पद पे रहूँ या नहीं रहूँ, मेरे लिए मैं तो नहीं बार बोल रहा हूँ आपके
हमसे कहता हूँ कहीं ना कहीं आपकी इच्छा राजस्थान रहने की है, इसीलिए आपने कुछ दिन पहले बयान भी दिया था, मैं था से दूर को नहीं, लेकिन नेतृत्व जो है वो आपको राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाना चाहता है। आपकी क्या इच्छा है? अगर आप
कह दिया हम न्यूट्रल हैं, सोनिया जी ने कहा है हम लोग न्यूट्रल हैं, जिसको खड़ा होना हो रियासी अध्यक्ष पद के लिए वो खड़ा हो, तो नेतृत्व के लिहाज से सब कांग्रेस बराबर हैं और कोई अध्यक्ष बनता है या बना हुआ है, पहली ड्यूटी उसकी होती है सबको साथ लेके चलते, जब जाके कांग्रेस मजबूत होती है। अध्यक्ष के लिए लैगिंग डिसलैगिंग बिल्कुल नहीं होती, ना होनी चाहिए। आगे वाले कोई करे अध्यक्ष के साथ तो उसकी मर्जी है, वो तो पर कम से कम अध्यक्ष खुद नहीं करे, आगे वाला प्रयास कोई करता तो क्या कर सकता है।
विधायक दल की तो उसमें आज क्या निर्णय हो सकता है? क्या
हमारी परंपरा रही है शुरू से ही कि हमेशा हम लोग जब कोई विधायक बैठक होती है दल की चुनाव के वक्त में या मुख्यमंत्री के चयन के लिए, तो एक लाने प्रस्ताव जरूर पास होता है कि भाई हम अधिकार देते हैं कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट। ये हमारी परंपरा रही है और आज भी मैं समझता हूँ यही होगा, सब मिलके।
So reaction coming in from Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, where he's largely speaking about what's happening as far as the Congress presidential election is concerned, saying that I will listen to the High Command. But the other big breaking news that you see on your screens there is that the Gehlot camp is coming together to put forth a united front. A Gehlot loyalist minister has now gone ahead and called for a meeting. At 5 p.m, all those who back Ashok Gehlot will be coming together to decide on their strategy going forward, because they've made it very, very clear that they're not okay with Sachin Pilot being made the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, being named as Ashok Gehlot's successor. So now you're seeing this kind of power play for the top post in Rajasthan out in the open between two factions of the Rajasthan Congress, the Gehlot faction and the Pilot faction. Make no mistake that as far as numbers go, the numbers are overwhelmingly in favor of Gehlot. He has most of the influence and most of the power within the Rajasthan Congress is in Gehlot's hands. So if in fact Gehlot's camp continues this kind of an aggressive campaign against Sachin Pilot, it most definitely isn't looking good for Pilot. But we're hearing that the Gandhis are for Sachin Pilot being made the Rajasthan Chief Minister next. Today at 5 p.m. there will be that meeting of the Gehlot camp. It will be very interesting to see what emerges. Dev Ankur is joining us live from Jaipur with all the latest details. Dev, what's expected in this meeting at 5 p.m? Is there going to be a concrete strategy that the Gehlot camp really draws out? Because at this point they're going public to say they're not okay with Pilot.
Well, if you listen to Dr. Subhash Garg, who is not a Congress MLA, he's someone who has backed the Rajasthan government from outside. Okay. It is quite apparent that Gehlot camp is not willing to back out without a fight. And you know the kind of situation that is prevailing in Rajasthan, that clearly shows that there can be a situation where things go down to the wire. I'm right now outside Shanti Dhariwal's residence. He's a senior cabinet minister in Rajasthan government. Out here at Dhariwal's residence, there are said to be close to 15 of Congress MLAs who are huddled inside. That includes the like of Danish Abrar, Govind Meghwal, Mahendra Chaudhry. All of these are considered from the Gehlot camp, and they're camping right now inside the Shanti Dhariwal official residence in Jaipur. And deliberations are going on as to how to counter the Pilot camp. It is quite apparent that the Gandhi family wants to back Sachin Pilot. The likes of Rahul and Priyanka believe that if the Congress has to retain its government or repeat its government in Rajasthan, a generational change has to happen in Rajasthan, and there is no one to carry that than Sachin Pilot. So it is quite apparent that Sachin Pilot is the #1 contender in Rajasthan when it comes to the post of the Chief Minister. But Ashok Gehlot may try to throw spanner in the works of Sachin Pilot by maintaining that the members of his cabinet, Congress MLAs, all of them are not willing to come up with a consensus on Sachin Pilot. And they, what is being said time and again is that how can someone who wanted to destabilize the Rajasthan government, who wanted to overthrow the Ashok Gehlot dispensation, be allowed to become the chief minister of the state? And what the MLAs from the Gehlot camp have also been saying is that they are the ones who saved the government back in 2020. They are the ones who close to a month stayed in Jaipur at a hotel, then in Jaisalmer, Suryagarh hotel. And if this kind of a thing happens, then it clearly will be demotivating for the party MLAs, for the party workers. But how the situation pans out will something be really interesting to take note of when 7 p.m. arrives today on Sunday at Chief Minister's residence in Jaipur. But quite clearly, all the makings of an intense political argument is something which one can expect in Jaipur today.
The kind of comments that are coming in, and very public comments at that. Speaking to the media, you've got some ministers, some senior leaders referring to Sachin Pilot as a BJP tool. So that's how much they actually oppose him being made the next Rajasthan Chief Minister. Dave, I request you to stay on with me as we put out the information right now that's trickling in, the reactions that are coming in. Let me just again reiterate that the Gehlot camp will be coming together for a meeting at 5 p.m. You've got a minister right now saying that making Sachin Pilot the chief minister will weaken the Congress. He's a BJP agent.
मेरा ये मानना है कांग्रेस आलाकमान जो भी फैसला करे वो सबको मंजूर होगा, इसमें कोई बात ही नहीं है। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान को ये ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आज से करीब लगभग 2 साल पहले सरकार को गिराने की साजिश की गई थी और इस तरह की साजिश हो गई थी कि बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के सरकार को गिराया जा रहा था। राजस्थान की जनता की क्या अपेक्षाएं हैं, एमएलएज क्या चाहते हैं, उनकी क्या राय है, वो जिस तरह से लड़ाई लड़ी थी उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर विचार किया जाना चाहिए जो कांग्रेस विचारधारा के प्रति समर्पित रहे, संगठित रहे और इस सरकार को बचाए।
So let's round up for you all the updates that are coming in from Rajasthan currently. Endless speculation on who will be the next chief minister, and we've accessed the inside details of the Congress's thinking right now. Sources have told us here on India Today that the Rajasthan CLP, the legislative party meet, is likely to authorize the Congress president to decide on who the new leader will be. Sources have said that Chief Minister Gehlot remains opposed to Sachin Pilot and wants his MLAs to have a clear say on who will be the next chief minister. Sachin Pilot, on the other hand, has been given support from the Gandhi. So there's that factor too that needs to be considered. The Congress has called a meeting of its legislature party in Rajasthan at Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's Jaipur residence at 7 p.m. today. Amid the leadership change buzz following the announcement that he will contest the party president poll. Gehlot may also resign from his post before filing his nomination because the Congress has a very clear strategy in place, a very clear policy that a leader can't hold two positions. With Gehlot running for the Congress president post, he finally may have to make way for Sachin Pilot to become Chief Minister of Rajasthan. He's, however, not making it easy at this point. Congress President Sonia Gandhi has appointed Mallikarjun Kharge as observer along with General Secretary in charge of Rajasthan, Ajay Makan.
अरे हम तो यहाँ पर सारे एमएलएस को मिलने के लिए कहा गया है। हम सभी एमएलए से मिलेंगे, उनकी क्या राय होगी वो बाद में बताएंगे।
Can you throw some more light about what the Congress president has said?
Certainly, there will be a CLP meeting today evening. In this fourth CLP meeting, Congress president deputed 2 observers. One is senior post-Congress leader of opposition, the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, and the General Secretary in charge of Rajasthan, Ajay Makan. They will go there and they will analyze the situation there. They will participate in the legislative party and they will take a decision. They will give a report to Congress president.
How do you see the situation?
Everything is good for the party. You take it in that way. Organization election democratically is one of the beautiful signal of the Congress party to the national political scenario.
Ashok Gehlot openly
told that he is always support Nehru family. So if we file nomination on coming days, our vote will be at Ashok Gehlot. This is All India Congress Committee. So All India Congress Committee, Ashok Gehlot is a very senior man. He was Chief Minister in 3 times and he was AICC General Secretary. So he is a very capable man to hold the post of AICC.
इस बारे में मैं कोई राय देना नहीं चाहता और स्पष्ट कह देना चाहता हूँ, आप जो पूछना चाहते हैं कि जो हमारा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व है वो तय करेगा, उनको सब जानकारी है और वो जो तय करेंगे वो सबको सर्वमान्य होगा.
Now, should the Congress leadership have seen this coming, that Ashok Gehlot will not be happy with Sachin Pilot being named as his successor as Rajasthan Chief Minister, considering that there's no love lost between these two leaders? Let's take you through a timeline of how Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot have fought it out rather publicly. In October 2021, Sachin Pilot directly targeted Ashok Gehlot, saying, and I quote, "Arrogant to think that you will be in power forever." This was a direct message being sent across to Ashok Gehlot, essentially that his time will come too. Take this back to July 2020, when Sachin Pilot actually led a rebellion against Ashok Gehlot. That led to a huge crisis for the Congress. Gehlot finally, in fact, managed to quell the issue. 18 MLAs, including cabinet ministers, were part of this particular rebellion, but the Congress High Command intervened, managed to settle the dust. Again, at that point, Ashok Gehlot had called Sachin Pilot worthless and idle. So it's clear it wasn't just Pilot, but Ashok Gehlot also, who went very public with his anger with Pilot, particularly because of all that played out politically and the rebellion. Now, in August 2019, Pilot had lashed out at Ashok Gehlot over a delayed probe in the much talked about Pehlu Khan case. And that was where the first rumblings had actually begun. The first public rebellion against Ashok Gehlot by Sachin Pilot. So it's very clear that these two leaders haven't gotten along for years now, which is why right now Ashok Gehlot's camp is making it clear they're not okay with Sachin Pilot being the next chief minister. This tussle between Gehlot and Pilot has been going on since Pilot tried and attempted a coup against Ashok Gehlot. Now, the words that Gehlot had used to describe Pilot were Nakara and Nikamma. That's how bad it was. That's how he described Pilot back in 2020. Pilot also had a comeback.
7 साल के अंदर एकमात्र राजस्थान हिंदुस्तान का राज्य होगा जब प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष को बदलने की मांग नहीं करी, ना सीनियर ने ना जूनियर ने. एक छोटी खबर नहीं पड़ी हुई किसी ने कि पायलट साहब को हटाना चाहिए प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष से. हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है.
Whatever words he may have used, it deeply hurt me, but I chose not to respond to it because I think two wrongs don't make a right. I want to be above that. I want to make it about issues and principles, not about persons and personalities. I think it doesn't work like that in politics.
Let's move on to some other stories also that we're tracking this Sunday. The opposition held this massive show of unity at Fatehabad in Haryana. It was an INLD rally in which the big leaders of opposition who are eyeing the 2024 elections came together at this rally, which was organized to mark the birth anniversary of former Deputy Prime Minister Devi Lal. The rally was attended by NCP's Sharad Pawar, by Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Deputy CM Tejaswi Yadav and several other leaders. They all came down rather heavily on the Modi government. The Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, along with RJD Supremo Lalu Yadav and Tejaswi Yadav, will also be meeting with Congress President Sonia Gandhi in the backdrop of all these discussions on opposition unity. Both the JDU and RJD are pushing for a pre-poll alliance ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha polls.
और एक बात तो जान लीजिए कि बिहार का तो चिंता नहीं है. अगला बार चुनाव होगा 24 में लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा तो उनके लिए जितना तो संभव नहीं है, चाहे जो भी इधर उधर भाषण देते रहे. और विधानसभा का भी चुनाव होगा तो कोई जगह होगा नाम मात्र का मिलेगा. लेकिन बात सिर्फ बिहार का नहीं है. हमारी तो एक ही इच्छा है कि पूरे देश में एकजुट होना होगा, एक साथ मिलना पड़ेगा.
आप सब लोगों से कहना चाहते हैं, लालू जी कभी झुके नहीं इन सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों के आगे. इन सखियों के आगे उनका ये जवान बेटा भी झुकने को तैयार नहीं है। आपसे इतना ही कहना चाहते हैं, जो लड़ाई आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं, डरना मत, क्योंकि जो डरेगा वो मरेगा, जो लड़ेगा वो जीतेगा। हर साल नौजवानों को 2 करोड़ रोजगार देना चाहते थे। आज देख लीजिए, जो हमारे जवान जो सेलेक्ट हो गए थे, मेडिकल वगैरह सब हो गया था, बस ज्वाइनिंग लेटर मिलना था। एक इन लोगों ने कानून ला करके सभी लोगों के ख्वाहिशों के अरमानों को उन्होंने ध्वस्त करने का काम किया। किसी से ये छुपा नहीं है। 4 साल क्या चल रहा था भाई?
देखिए, इस रैली को आयोजित करने वाले कौन है? श्री ओम प्रकाश चौटाला, जो शिक्षक घोटाले के मामले में 10 साल जेल काट कर आए हैं और जिन पर अभी आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मुकदमा चल रहा, फिर जेल जाएंगे। देख, जो व्यक्ति भ्रष्टाचार में आकंठ डूबा है वो एक रैली आयोजित कर रहा है, तो और आने वाले कौन लोग हैं जिन लोगों ने अपने अपने राज्य में भ्रष्टाचार से समझौता कर लिया।
एनडीए उदो बनया जिदो बीजेपी दे कल्ले 2 MP हुंदे सी, सारे इत्थे बैठे दूजियां पार्टियां दे सी। अज जिन्ना असली एनडीए आ बैठा, तुम देखो एनडीए बनाने वाले कौन सी? एनडीए बनाने वाले शिवसेना सी, श्रोमणी अकाली दल, जेडीयू, इंडियन नेशनल लोक दल। असली एनडीए ओ सी। सही मैंने ते अज सारा एनडीए अज इत्थे बैठा, स्टेज ते बैठा। तो इस करके मैं आई कहना चाहना सारिਆਂ ਨੂੰ, चौधरी देवीलाल जी ਨੂੰ सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि आई है कि आप इकट्ठे होके किसान, मजदूर, गरीब इकट्ठे एक झंडे थले हो जाइए, अपना राज थोड़ा आ जाऊगा। जे अपने राज विच ही तरक्की होगी, नहीं तो नहीं होनी। तुसी देखा है।
Now, the Ankita murder case is getting murkier by the day. India Today has exclusively accessed an audio clip between Ankita's friend Deep Pushpa and Pulkit Arya, who's the main accused in this case. Soon after she went missing, Ankita's friend called Pulkit asking about her whereabouts and questioning as to why her phone was off. In the audio tapes can be heard clearly Pulkit is continuously trying to mislead Ankita's friend Pushpa with all sorts of false information. Pulkit is heard telling Ankita's friend that he lent his phone to her for the night, but she went missing the next morning. Her friend clearly sensed something was wrong and asked Pulkit if he can scan the CCTV footage to check exactly when Ankita went missing and if there were any details about her whereabouts. Here's that audio conversation.
एक बात बताइए,
हाँ,
आपका फोन क्यों लिया था उन्होंने?
मेरा फोन, उसका फोन स्विच ऑफ हो गया था, बैटरी डाउन हो गई थी उसकी, उसे तुमसे बात करनी थी। जब मैंने आपको फोन किया था ना
9 बजे,
हाँ, जब मैंने आपको लास्ट टाइम पे फोन किया था,
हाँ जी,
तो उस टाइम पे वो मेरे साथ ही थी और उसने मेरे से मेरा फोन लिया और उसके बाद फिर मैंने उसे कहा कि फोन दे दे। उसने कहा कि मैं आपको मॉर्निंग में दे दूंगी फोन,
और आपने दे दिया?
भाई मेरे फोन में मुझे रात में क्या करना था फोन का?
अच्छा जी, ठीक है, चलो कोई बात नहीं।
रात में मुझे फोन का क्या करना था? मेरा फोन तो उसी के पास था
रात को।
हाँ,
तो मेरे को तो फोन तो नहीं किया उन्होंने।
क्या?
मेरे को फोन नहीं किया फिर भी।
अच्छा,
उल्टा मैंने 3 बार किया, उन्होंने उठाया नहीं। फिर ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है बताइए?
भाई देखो, तुम्हारी क्या बात?
अगर आपका फोन उनके पास है और मैं 3 बार रात को कॉल कर रहा हूँ, तो
मेरे फोन पे भी किया आपने?
हाँ, आपके फोन पे।
तो मेरा फोन भी घंटी बजी?
हाँ जी।
और मेरा फोन घंटी बजी और मेरा फोन भी नहीं उठाया?
नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ। ये रात की बात है, कोई 10:30
कितने बजे?
10-10:30 बजे की बात है।
10:30 बजे तक तो हम लोग सो रहे थे वहाँ रिसोर्ट में।
अच्छा, देखिए जब आप बाहर थे ना,
हाँ,
तब मेरी लास्ट टाइम बात हुई थी। उसके बाद आके सिर्फ आपका फोन आया था मुझे।
अच्छा,
उसके बाद से उनका फोन बंद है और अभी तक बंद ही है।
तो मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ ना, मैं तो उसके बाद सीधा वहाँ आया रिसोर्ट में और मैंने रिसोर्ट में अपना वहीं रुका।
हाँ।
सुबह निकला मैं रिसोर्ट से 6 बजे करीब।
अभी आपका फोन मिला? नहीं मिला अभी तक?
ना, अभी नहीं मिला फोन मेरा।
नहीं मिला
ना।
तो आप अपने फोन को सर्च कीजिए ना।
अरे भाई, मैंने सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है, वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिसोर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है। मैंने कहा अच्छा। और उसका सामान वगैरह कह रहा हूँ, सामान तो सब रखा है उसका।
अच्छा, सीसीटीवी तो होंगे ना
प्रॉपर्टी के?
हाँ
चेक करता हूँ मैं सीसीटीवी क्या है, क्या चल रहे हैं, क्या है, क्या स्थिति है।
नहीं चलते तो होंगे, ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि नहीं चलते होंगे, सीसीटीवी तो
ऐसा
चलते
है,
होंगे।
देखो पुष्प,
हाँ जी बोलिए।
मेरे साथ ना, मैं आपसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हूँ, समझ रहे हैं आप?
So this audio conversation has clearly exposed really how the main accused, Pulkit Arya, attempted to ensure that he would cover his tracks and that Ankita's friends' family wouldn't get suspicious. These audio clips essentially between Ankita's friend and Pulkit Arya, the main accused, exposes how Pulkit tried very, very hard to try and claim that Ankita went missing and that he had no idea about her whereabouts. There's one point when even he's asked to check CCTV footage, he says, let me see if it's working or not. Arvind Oja is joining us with more details on this. Arvind, that particular audio conversation shows how Pulkit tried to also cover his tracks. Or is audio conversation ke mutabik, it's very clear that Pulkit tried to claim his innocence. तो पुलिस को कैसे ये जानकारी मिला था कि Pulkit Arya main accused है? क्योंकि इसके हिसाब से he tried to claim he was completely innocent.
जी बिल्कुल। और पुलकित आर्या जो जिसके पिता बीजेपी में थे, अभी हत्याकांड के बाद उसको निकाला भी गया है बीजेपी से। देखिए उसने परफेक्ट क्राइम किया ऐसा उसने सोचा था और पुलिस को जानकारी भी नहीं मिलती, खुद जाकर पुलिस स्टेशन में वो कंप्लेन फाइल करता है। लेकिन अंकिता का अपने एक दोस्त पुष्प के साथ जो चैट था वो इस पूरे केस में वो सबसे बड़ा खुलासा उसने किया। उसके बाद पुष्प, अगर ये इंडिया टुडे ने जो ऑडियो एक्सेस किया है इसमें आप देखिए जो मर्डर का मास्टरमाइंड है पुलकित, वो बकायदा उससे पूछ रहा है पुष्प की अंकिता कहाँ है। वो एक के बाद एक मिसलीड कर रहा है। उससे पूछता है कि क्या अंकिता वापस रिजॉर्ट आई थी। पुलकित कहता है कि बिल्कुल वो रिजॉर्ट वापस आई थी और पूरी रात रिजॉर्ट में ही रुकी थी, उसे खाना दिया गया। उसके अलावा पुलकित ने कहा कि मैंने अपना मोबाइल फोन भी अंकिता को दे दिया था। ये काफी स्ट्रेंज है। दरअसल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सामने आया है कि पुलकित का जो मोबाइल फोन है वो उस नहर में ही गिर गया था, क्योंकि अंकिता जब लड़ाई हुई थी वहां पर तो वो उसका विरोध कर रही थी, उसी दौरान उसका मोबाइल नहर में गिर गया था। तो उससे भी बचने के लिए उसने तरीका खोज रखा था। कितना कॉन्फिडेंस है कोई एक शख्स जिसने एक लड़की का मर्डर किया हो, ये उसका जो क्रिमिनल माइंड है उसको शो करता है। तो ये ऑडियो जो है 1 घंटा हुआ था जब मर्डर को, तब का है जब पुष्प उससे लगातार पूछ रहा था कि अंकिता कहाँ है, क्या रिजॉर्ट में सीसीटीवी लगा है नहीं लगा। इस सवाल पर वो जरूर फंसता है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी लगातार न सिर्फ पुलकित बल्कि 2 और जो अक्यूज थे वो लगातार पूरे फैमिली को, अंकिता के जो फ्रेंड है उसको और पुलिस तक को मिसलीड कर रहे थे। वो तो एक चैट था, जिस चैट से क्लू मिला, उसके बाद उसके दोस्त ने पुलिस को कांटेक्ट किया, उसके बाद इस पूरे केस का खुलासा हुआ।
All right, Arvind, thank you for getting us all of those details. Besides the audio conversation, here on India Today, we've also accessed old WhatsApp chats between Ankita and the same friend who was heard in that conversation speaking to Pulkit Arya, Deep Pushpa, wherein she revealed she was feeling insecure. What you see on your screens right now, protests that have broken out in Uttarakhand. We're just going to confirm the location for you in just a bit. But look at the crowds that have gathered there. The police struggling to control the situation as the protesters are trying to push their way through. There's been several communications that have gone out from the government, with Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami also in fact saying very clearly that there will be a detailed investigation. There's no question of any of the culprits being given a free rope. And he has said that strictest action will be taken against those found guilty, has assured of a detailed investigation. The family members, however, have refused to conduct the final rites, saying that they want a detailed post-mortem to be conducted, that the current post-mortem report doesn't give any details. Ankita's father has also said that they want the death penalty for the accused, for Pulkit Arya, the main accused, as well as several others, including the manager, the assistant manager, who've also been taken into custody. This is from Srinagar in Uttarakhand. Remember, Ankita's family is currently based there. The entire town has been seeing one agitation after another as locals, Ankita's friends, Ankita's family, they've all come together in large numbers. This has obviously shaken up this small town. What was once a very, very peaceful town in Uttarakhand has turned into, in fact, the epicenter of protests, of agitations, as you see there on your screens. The police also deployed in large numbers in riot gear. But the voice you can hear there echoing through the streets of Srinagar is clear. They're saying we want justice now for Ankita. These are the latest images that we're getting to you. At this point, the police maintaining that they have things under control. But it is looking very, very precarious with the numbers and the protesters only swelling. You can see many of them holding up placards, posters with pictures of Ankita, demanding justice, demanding strictest and the most stringent action really against the accused. Police on standby there with riot gear, trying to speak to the protesters, trying to calm them down and to ensure that the situation doesn't go out of hand. Ankita's family members have also been a part of many of these protests. So they're saying that they want a more detailed investigation, a more detailed post-mortem to be conducted after the autopsy report earlier said that she died of drowning, but that there were injuries on her body also confirmed before she was dead. And that suggested blunt force trauma as well. They're saying we need more details to be put out from the post-mortem report and so have refused to conduct the final rites. Things very, very tense there in Srinagar of Uttarakhand. So we're going to continue getting you all the updates from Uttarakhand, the latest ground reports also here on India Today this Sunday. That's all I have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome to World Today. The death of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Iranian woman, after being detained by the police unit responsible for enforcing the Islamic Republic's strict dress code for women, has triggered widespread protests. To register their protest against the morality police, Iranian women have been chopping off their hair, burning their hijabs. But will that really end the oppression in Iran? Many have been killed, score injured. Here's a report.
Chopping off their hair, burning their headscarves in the streets. Anti-hijab protests have intensified in Iran. Protesters marched down Hijab Street or Headscarf Street in central Tehran, denouncing the morality police. And what started this campaign by women is the horrific death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini at the hands of the morality police. Assaulted and killed for not wearing a hijab, Mahsa's demise has sparked a ferocious movement by women for change. The morality police units enforce a dress code in the Islamic Republic that demands women wear headscarves in public. It also bans tight trousers, ripped jeans, clothes that expose the knees, and brightly colored outfits. No crackdown by forces has stopped the women of Iran. Security forces injured some of the peaceful protesters in Kurdistan, but people of Singhez and Sanandaj took to the streets with a message, "We are all Mahsa Amini." Women were seen removing their headscarves to make it clear that the imposition of hijab will no longer be tolerated. Some protesters were even seen cutting and chopping off their hair in protest. Hundreds of students also gathered at the Tehran University. Men and women together were seen marching and chanting a simple message of woman, life, freedom. Amini's death has reignited calls to rein in morality police actions against women suspected of violating the dress code in effect since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Filmmakers, artists, athletes, and political and religious figures have taken to social media to express their anger. Bureau Report, India Today.
Staying focused on Iran, on Spotlight this weekend, we have an Iranian activist from Netherlands. Mitra Jashni, executive editor at Foundation for Individual Liberty and Rights and founder of Turquoise Women of Iran project, joins me from Rotterdam. Many thanks for joining us, Mitra. Beginning with the situation on the ground, give us a sense of people you've been speaking to within Iran. There has been a huge internet blockade, not a lot of voices now coming out of Tehran or even other parts of Iran. So give us a sense of what's been your sense from the ground.
Thanks for having me on your program. For over 4 decades, the Iranian people have suffered under the oppression of the Islamic Republic. Since 1979, the criminal Islamic Republic has taken many rights of women and men, both in Iran, and they used to have it before the Islamic Revolution. Iran is occupied by an anti-Iranian totalitarian regime, and we Iranians want back our country and make it great again.
Right, Mitra, have you been able to speak to people in Iran? What's the situation? How is the Iranian authority? How are the Iranian authorities really cracking down on those who are voicing their protest against the regime and against this imposition of hijab?
Yeah, the Iranian of Iran, the people of Iran, both men and women, are united against the mullahs' intent to end this cycle of oppression and violence. Women burn their hijab in the street all over the Iran as a symbol of protesting against discrimination and demanding equal rights for men and women both.
Right. Mitra, in terms of the kind of protest that we are seeing, what is your expectation from the international community? We know that a lot of countries have come out in support of women in Iran, but expectations in terms of how to really ensure that Iran stops this repression.
Yeah, as I told you, the Iranian regime, the Islamic Republic actually is the regime that is people of Iran doesn't have it and doesn't want it anymore. So as an Iranian, I'm really disappointed and frustrated, especially with the Biden administration's policy of appeasement toward to the mullahs and to the Islamic Republic these days. As you know, the New York now is hosting the Raisi, who his hand is on his hand is like the blood of thousands innocent Iranian people. So his crimes against humanity are well documented. At least we want the world support the protesters who bravely risk their lives in the street and chant that they don't want Islamic Republic anymore.
Well, you also are an Iranian Kurdish, Mitra. So just tell me about your own personal struggle. You are now in Netherlands in a safer place, in a safe place. But what's your struggle been like?
Yeah, we are in touch with several networks of young men and women in Iran and who participate in the nationwide protest these days and engage in the campaign of civil campaigns in other times. Actually, what we want in Iran, that for many years the Islamic Republic tried to separate women and men in Iran, and sometimes putting their interests and their benefit in conflicts with one another. But the truth is the victory for Iranian people is in the unity and the solidarity. So in our campaign, we try to emphasize this point and firmly that believe that path of the victory for Iranian people is through unity between men and women.
Well, you speak about unity, very important, Mitra. I just wanted to, before I let you go, just a quick word. Are there women in Iran who also want hijab and who are standing with the regime, and that becomes a bigger problem?
That is very important, that unlike what some international media would like to portray, compulsory hijab and veil are not part of Iranian culture. Even most Muslim women who personally choose to cover hijab and wear the hijab due to personal faith are against compulsory hijab. More importantly, oppression of women in Iran and discrimination against them is not limited to the issue of hijab and compulsory hijab. Both men and women are deprived of so many other rights under the Islamic Revolution and Islamic Republic.
Right. And finally, do you hope that this will be a revolution that will change Iran forever? That people have now come to the streets and that the regime will have to listen to them?
Yeah, let's talk about the last crime of Islamic Republic. Mahsa Amini was not the first victim of the Ayatollah's regime, and sadly, she won't be the last one. As long as the Islamic Republic is in power, they will unleash their Sharia police to torment and beat women, and of course, more women will be killed. But we, the people of Iran, both men and women, are united against the mullah intent to end this cycle of oppression of violence and violence this time.
Right, Mitra. Many thanks for joining us here on World Today. That's Mitra Jashni, who is an activist, Iranian Kurdish artist, saying that there is hope and that the regime will have to answer, will have to be held accountable for the oppression and the kind of oppressive tactics that it is employing in Iran. In another big story that unfolded this week, after Leicester, now a temple has been targeted in Birmingham. More than 200 people, majority of them Muslims, surrounded the Durga Bhavan temple at Smethwick in Midlands, shouting Allahu Akbar. One climbed on the temple wall and unzipped as a number of Hindu devotees prayed inside the temple. Fortunately, a number of police personnel were deployed on ground and prevented the situation from worsening. First Leicester and now Birmingham. Is this a fallout of a cricket match or something far more sinister in the UK?
The communal strife in UK is spreading. What started as a small tiff over India-Pakistan Asia Cup match is now threatening to overrun the delicate communal fabric of the country. The fire in Leicester spread to Smethwick. In the latest provocation, a mob of alleged Islamists were caught on camera menacingly marching near a Hindu temple in the Smethwick area, raising Allahu Akbar chants. The 200-strong mob also raised other Islamist slogans. While cops tried to restore order, a bottle was reportedly thrown at the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center. Many locals saw it as an intimidation tactic.
We're on Nelson Road right now, stand up with the Hindu mobs, as you can see.
The incident comes in the wake of clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups in Leicester last weekend. That time, Islamic groups had burnt a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple. The incident led to dozens of arrests by UK police.
This is a statement of unity.
Joint appeals were made by Hindu and Muslim leaders for peace.
We, the family of Leicester, stand in front of you not only as Hindus and Muslims, but as brothers and sisters.
Are the incidents of communal strife irreparably damaging the British cultural fabric? With Lavina Tandon, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a short break. On the other side, we'll discuss details on the Russia referendum. Stay tuned.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back to World Today. Now, the big news coming in from the Russia-Ukraine war. In an announcement that is being seen as serious escalation by the West, Russia will be holding referenda in 4 territories of Ukraine: Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson and Zaporizhia. While the breakaway areas of Donetsk and Luhansk were declared independent states by Moscow, the other 2 critical areas were captured this year after the Russian invasion. It seems like Russia is following the Crimean path of annexation and incorporation to secure the whole of eastern Ukraine, and this is just the start.
Russia's announcement to hold referenda at 4 critical Ukrainian regions will pave the way for the formal annexation of swaths of territory after nearly 7 months of war with its neighbor, a former Soviet republic. 2 of the regions, Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, were already recognized as independent states by President Putin. They form the Donbas region. With the capturing of more territories of the Donbas region from Ukraine, there is a growing call to hold referendum and side with Moscow.
Only together and only with Russia will we stand and win. I call on everyone to say their yes for the future, for victory, for Russia. I am proud of the Republic, I am proud of our people, and that we are going to hold a referendum.
The referendum will be held between September 23rd and 27th in areas under Russian control, which amounts to more than 90,000 square kilometers, or about 15% of Ukraine's total area, equal to the size of Hungary or Portugal. The areas are Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson and Zaporizhia. But this has been met with stiff protest in captured territories and within Russia as well.
We think they should hold a referendum on Russia to fall apart. We don't need Russia neither in our Kherson region nor in all of Ukraine. We didn't invite them here and they have to leave. No one wants them here. The entire Kherson region is Ukraine. Luhansk and Donetsk regions are Ukraine.
The world that has descended upon New York for the United Nations General Assembly session has also been focused on the Russia-Ukraine war. While there is massive mobilization by Russia in eastern Ukraine, leaders of the free world are saying they will not recognize Russia's imposed referendum.
It's imperative that every member of this council, and for that matter, every member of the United Nations, reject these sham referenda and unequivocally declare that all Ukrainian territory is and will remain part of Ukraine. And no Russian claim to annexed territory can take away Ukraine's right to defend its own land.
So I would implore all of those people listening to the reports that you've just discussed to remember that the aggressive actions of Vladimir Putin against the people of Ukraine have got to be called out. We have got to highlight the deep injustice of what he's doing, and we have to remain resolute in support of the Ukrainians as they defend their homelands.
In fact, India has urged Russia to end the war. Prime Minister Modi told President Putin on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Samarkand, and New Delhi reiterated the same after Russia announced annexation.
आज का युग युद्ध का है नहीं, और हमने फोन पर भी कई बार आपसे इस विषय में बात की है कि डेमोक्रेसी और डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग, ये सारी बातें ऐसी हैं कि जो दुनिया को एक स्पर्श करती हैं. आने वाले दिनों में शांति के रास्ते पर हम कैसे बढ़ सके, उसके विषय में जरूर आज हमें चर्चा करने का मौका मिलेगा. आपका व्यू पॉइंट समझने का मुझे भी एक अवसर मिलेगा.
The trajectory of the Ukraine conflict is a matter of profound concern for the entire international community. The future outlook appears even more disturbing. The nuclear issue is a particular anxiety. In a globalized world, the impact of the conflict is being felt even in distant regions. We have all experienced its consequences in terms of surging costs and actual shortages of food grains, fertilizers, and fuel. India strongly reiterates the need for an immediate cessation of all hostilities and a return to dialogue and diplomacy.
Russia had annexed Crimea in 2014, which led to massive sanctions against Moscow. This new move could raise the risk of a direct military confrontation between Russia and Ukraine's allies, including the NATO. Fears of nuclear escalation cannot be ignored. Russia has enunciated that its nuclear doctrine allows the use of such weapons if it is attacked with nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction, or if the Russian state faces an existential threat from conventional weapons.
That's all in this edition of World Today. But before I go, I leave you with this powerful poem by Amanda Gorman, a poet and activist who kickstart the United Nations General Assembly session and called for an urgent action to achieve the global goals.
Exhausted, angered, we are endangered not because of our numbers, but because of our numbness. We're strangers to one another's perils and pain, unaware that the welfare of the public and the planet share a name. Equality doesn't mean being the exact same, but enacting a vast aim, the good of the world to its highest capability.
Watching India Today.
You heard the iconic 90s hit by Dandiya queen Falguni Pathak. Now hear the remake by Neha Kakkar. The Pile Head 2.0 sparks massive war. And a battle of singing sensations. Recreation or ruining the original? Good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and the remake of a Falguni Pathak song from the 90s, it was an anthem from the 90s, has become the biggest talking point on social media. There's a lot of uproar against singer Neha Kakkar. She's known for making several such remixes. For this particular one, she's facing endless flack. Falguni fans have demanded a ban on Neha Kakkar. Falguni herself has taken to social media to condemn this remake of her very, very popular song.
Singer and social media star Neha Kakkar has been on a roll with a series of remixed hits, but her latest rendition has struck a wrong chord. The song that stars influencer and cricketer Yuzvendra Chahal's wife Dhanashri and actor Priyank Sharma has triggered massive backlash. Neha Kakkar's version is a remake of Falguni Pathak's 90s indie pop hit, and the internet is not impressed. While some are accusing Neha of ruining a 90s favorite, others are calling for a ban on the singer remixing old songs. The showdown escalated with the original singer, Falguni Pathak, sharing the post slamming Neha Kakkar. But not just that, the popular Dandiya singer has even threatened to sue Kakkar, claiming that permission for the remake was not sought from the creators of the original song.
I thank all my fans कि अभी तक उन्हें वही गाना इतना अच्छा लग रहा है. वो जो गाने बनते थे जो मैंने पहले से का जो उसमें वीडियो में सिंप्लिसिटी, उसके म्यूजिक में, उसके लिरिक्स में, उसके पिक्चराइजेशन में, तो ये सब बहुत मायने रखता है. शायद वो ही लोगों को छूता होगा शायद.
But Neha Kakkar is undeterred. In a statement, the singer not only mocked the criticism leveled at her over this remake, but went as far as posting a cryptic message, calling herself God's favorite child, amid this backlash. But one thing is for sure, for every 90s kid, old is still gold. Bureau Report, India Today.
Very often this is referred to as the remix era. So you see a lot of extremely popular 90s songs, 2000 songs being remixed in such a way. But in this particular case, Neha Kakkar, who's made many remixes, has perhaps in some cases also faced backlash, has faced a lot of it on social media, with people saying she's ruined what was referred to as the anthem of the 90s. Falguni Pathak herself has taken offense to this particular song, saying that when she heard it, she felt like throwing up and wants to take legal action but can't because she doesn't own rights to the song. So the fact that you had Falguni Pathak herself saying that she hated this remake and this remix has led to a bigger debate. Neha Kakkar, meanwhile, has taken to social media with a clear message being sent out to all the haters, as she's referred to them, saying that they're unhappy to see her happy. That's the message she's put out, saying the first note, I'll just read out what she's put out on Instagram. She said, if talking in such a manner, saying such bad things about me, abusing me makes them feel good, and if they think they will ruin my day, then I'm sorry to inform that I'm too blessed to have bad days. So this is the message from Neha Kakkar. She says she's completely unbothered, unaffected by this entire controversy, and that there are people who are out to target her, who want to see her unhappy, but it won't work. So these two singers are now going at it. Essentially, both are putting out their opinions in the public domain amid this raging debate that's not just limited to this particular song, but much more, because of the fact, as I said, of many such remakes happening time and again in the last few years. And in most cases, they're panned as being nothing close to as amazing, as good as the original. It comes down, of course, to a debate over whether this is liberty, whether this is, in fact, a remake that could cater to some audiences and should be welcomed, or whether this is going a bit too far, where you're essentially copying and then killing the original. So that's what is being debated right now on social media. But these two stars, these two singing sensations aren't holding back either. After Falguni Pathak actually made that statement, Neha Kakkar also responded on Instagram. Joining me this evening here on India Today is the very popular singer, winner of Indian Idol, Abhijit Sawant. Abhijit, good evening. I hope you can hear me.
Hi, Akshita. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure.
Yes, I can hear you.
Abhijit, what do you make of this entire controversy, particularly because, as I mentioned, this is very often referred to as the remix era?
Yeah, actually, I worked with Neha Kakkar also. She was a part of Indian Idol also, so I've seen her growth. And at the same time, before the Indian Idol, I used to work in Mumbai stage industry, small events. Falguni Pathak was a very big name, and so I have worked with her also. So I know both of them. And having said that, as an artist, when I see the whole story, it feels little bad and sad about Neha Kakkar because in our industry, especially in Bollywood industry, you call it, or as Hindi film industry or music industry, the singer has very less authority to in music. So blaming a singer is not actually a correct way to go ahead. You might not like the song. They might have not spent so much time on the creative part, but completely blaming on one person is somewhere unfair to Neha Kakkar's part, I would say.
Okay, so it's an important message that you put out, because a lot of the hate is targeted right now towards Neha Kakkar, and everyone on social media is blasting her, targeting her for this particular song. Falguni also had put out a comment, Abhijit, where she said that she felt like throwing up when she heard this song. Do you understand where that emotion comes from? Do you feel that people, singers largely get very attached to their songs, or do you feel it's a kind of an overreaction?
I've seen Falguni Pathak. As I said, my uncle is performing. He's been performing with her from last 20 years to all her dandiya, and we used to go to watch her dandiya performances and everything. So I know from my childhood. So I know her personally also. She's very calm and cool person. Hindi mein hum log kehte na ki kaam se kaam rakhne wala person. So she's always been like that. Sometimes you have personal attachment with your work, and when you see something is not going or not having right way to work on the things, you might have the outbreak of that person. But I personally think that we have seen remixes in my childhood time also. I used to see a lot of remixes on R.D. Burman songs, and even if you see Shankar Mahadevan, people like Shankar Mahadevan or SCL also has remake many old songs, but when these people used to create the remixes, they used to spend time. They used to spend time on that song. It is like you get some kind of inspiration. When you get the inspiration, for an example, like I have a red color, you have yellow color. I like the yellow color. I want to mix it up with my red color, and then I create a green color. That's how the inspiration happens. That process, if you create that kind of process, then something really good happens, and people will appreciate your effort at least. And that has happened in past. But in today's time, mostly the companies are working like a format, I would say. Like, take a Dandiya or Navratri is coming, take a song from Falguni Pathak, and who's the top artist, take Neha Kakkar in the song, who is popular on social media, take the best of the best couple, who's creating the best remixes, take that person. So it is just a format, but the essence or the soul of that song, like I have talking about this particular song, this is a high pitched song because Falguni Pathak is a high pitched singer in female, and Neha Kakkar is not a high pitched singer. So that is also becomes a big difference, and that's why people are getting this kind of hatred about this song, because
do you personally, as a singer, Abhijit, do you like this current remix?
This is everybody's personal choice, I would say, because when Falguni Pathak's Maine Payal Jab Chal Gayi, that song came, that time I was at school or college. I think I was in school, but when I entered, I was finishing my school and coming into college. So this song, particularly this song, is not about Dandiya. It is about the college festival. If you see the video also, the college festival is happening, and one boy and girl who's coming into that kind of situation. So we remember this song by those kind of memories, who 90s kids, who were in that era. So that kind of feeling, that kind of essence of that song, when it's getting killed, or I would say getting changed, that essence has to be there. That feeling, or that what you
emotion.
Say, the emotion or the importance. You should know that importance. Why people used to like that old song, And when you don't have that awareness about that song specifically, then you might getting into those kind of changes which people won't like it, and that has happened right now. I would personally say.
I think your message is very important, which is to protect the sanctity of the original.
Yeah.
Overall, as an artist, Abhijit, do you agree with this kind of remix culture? Because some say that, look, music is subjective. Some may prefer the remixed version over the original.
Yeah. Personally speaking, as an artist, we have sung a lot of remixes. I still make, old songs into a new cover or new something. But then we spend time on that song. As I said, if you're creating a format, which is like, taking the best singer, taking the best remix artist, taking the best social media couple and create something to just get the, everything should buzz it. Because the Dandiya happening or Navratri is happening, that is not correct. Or that is exactly the problematic part. You create remix, or you create something, when you remake something, like you must have heard We Will Rock You. That is also has a remake, but there is a sense of creating that part again, and that sense has to be there, and it is not happening with the one song. It has happened with many songs, and actually somewhere audience, that anger is just getting piled up and by one song, and I think maybe because of this kind of things happening, but it feels little unfair towards Neha Kakkar, that kind of bad comments or kind of nasty comments she's getting, the hatred she's getting, the outbreak of the audience she's getting, which is somewhere unfair towards.
Abhijit, you said you've also worked with Neha. Considering all that's happening, do you think any of this, on her part at least, was intentional? She's an artist. She's doing what she loves to do, and that's it, right?
Yeah. That is true. That is true. But in our industry, especially in music industry, as I said, that singers has very less authority in their hands. And that's the biggest problem we face. It is not about Neha Kakkar or any other singer. It is with every other singer. Sometimes the song is ready, you just go there and sing it, and then you went out. You don't understand, or you don't feel like how important. Like when we used to create any album, or when I have created my Mohabbat Lutha or any other song like Junoon, we used to sit with the music director. We used to come up with ideas and whatnot, and then the song used to get actual made. So when you are not going through that process, you are not creating the actual food which is full of nutrition. Then you are just creating a fast food, which will get
That's an important point, because a lot of at least the messaging and the conception is, and the perception is, that these remixes are a shortcut. Essentially, it's a shortcut to getting a hit easily, because the previous one worked. I also would like to introduce Mr. Anup Jalota, who's joining us on this broadcast. Anup ji, आपको क्या कहना है इस पूरे कंट्रोवर्सी के बारे में? क्या आपको लगता है कि फाल्गुनी पाठक सही है और ये नेहा कक्कड़ को ऐसे रीमिक्स नहीं करनी चाहिए थी?
देखिए, अभी आपने एक बात कही कि शॉर्टकट फेम के लिए लोग करते हैं
जी,
लेकिन नेहा कक्कड़ को शॉर्टकट फेम की जरूरत कहाँ है? नेहा कक्कड़ तो अपनी जगह पहुंच चुकी हैं, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि उन्हें जरूरत है रीमिक्सेस करने की। रीमिक्सेस तो वो करते हैं जो बिल्कुल बिगनर्स हैं, जिनको जरूरत है कि कोई गाना हिट गाना ले लिया, वो गा दिया, उसको कर दिया। लेकिन क्या है कि आजकल के जमाने में कॉपीराइट ने कुछ लिबर्टीज दे दी हैं कि भाई आप कर सकते हैं, लीगली इट इज फाइन, लीगली आपके ऊपर कोई क्लेम नहीं आ सकता, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ सकती, तो फिर लोग अपना शौक पूरा करने के लिए करते हैं। तो यही कहा जा सकता है कि कोई फेम के लिए तो नहीं किया होगा, अपना शौक पूरा करने के लिए किया होगा गाना।
Anup ji, as a veteran singer, do you feel hurt? Do you understand Falguni Pathak ke jo sentiments hai when she says that I was very hurt when I heard this song, I felt like throwing up, I want to take legal action. Can you understand that sentiment?
मैं समझ सकता हूँ कि उनको लगा होगा कि उनको करने की क्या जरूरत है नेहा कक्कड़ को। शी इज ऑलरेडी सो फेमस, सो मच इन डिमांड, तो अपने शौक के लिए कर लिया। अब इसमें कॉपीराइट तो अलाउ करता है, तभी तो किया है। कॉपीराइट तो परमिशन देता है कि आप रीमिक्स कर सकते हैं और उसको इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया पे डाल सकते हैं, यूट्यूब में डाल सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल, I think legally there's no
फाल्गुनी को इसलिए बुरा लगा है कि उन्होंने बहुत सीरियसली फाल्गुनी ने इनको इस बात को लिया है और उनको बुरा लगा है। तो
Anup ji, I want to know, have you heard this remix? आपने क्या सुना ये नेहा कक्कड़ के वर्जन को?
आप इस प्रोग्राम के शुरू में थोड़ा बजा नहीं थी।
What did you think?
हमने तो ओरिजिनल भी नहीं सुना है, तो हम क्या बताएं आप।
अच्छा, okay. Anup ji, the full debate over remixes, where do you stand on that? Do you think it's okay to remix a song or that it kills the original?
देखिए, जो रीमिक्स जो
जी
फर्ज ये बनता है कि उसके मेलोडी को टच ना करे। अगर कोई गाना आर डी बर्मन साहब ने बनाया है, लक्ष्मीकांत का लेजेंड बनाया है, तो उसकी जो मेलोडी है उसको टच ना करें, वो उसको वैसे ही रहने देना चाहिए। उन लोगों ने बहुत प्यार से गेम प्ले होता है, बीच की जो म्यूजिक है, जो अरेंजमेंट है, उस पे प्ले करते हैं, तो वहां पर थोड़ा अपना दिखा दीजिए। लेकिन इसको लीगली तो आप बचे हुए हैं, कोई केस नहीं कर सकता, कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता, कम से कम उसकी मैरिडी को तो मत बिगाड़िए, अच्छा नहीं लगेगा।
Anup ji, finally, Falguni Pathak has said that legally she can't take any action. जैसे आप भी बता रहे थे कि copyrights के problem है, so you can go ahead with this kind of a song. But for artists, they put in a lot of hard work into the original as well. Do you feel अभी की जो remixes और remakes हो रहे हैं, उसमें ज़्यादा काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, बस ऐसे ही copy paste कर रहे हैं?
मेरे ख्याल से उसको बनाने में मेहनत तो की जाती है, आसान थोड़ी है रीमिक्स को भी कराना, कोई आसान थोड़ी, ऐसे थोड़ी रख दिया जाएगा, उस पे भी काम किया जाएगा। उसके ऊपर जो म्यूजिक है उसमें कुछ रिदम नहीं डाली जाती है, उसमें गाने में भी ये लोग कुछ ना कुछ चेंज कर देते हैं। तो मेरा कहना यही है कि अगर ये एक शॉर्टकट सक्सेस के लिए किया गया है तो जरूरत है नहीं। नेहा कक्कड़ इज वेरी वेरी मच इन डिमांड, वेरी पॉपुलर, उनको तो जरूरत है नहीं करने की। बाकी अपने शौक के लिए किया है तो क्या कहा जाए इसके बारे में।
Anup ji, I also have Abhijit Sawant with me, and Abhijit के मैसेजिंग ये था कि देखो ये जो पूरा गाना और जितना भी हेट, जितना भी अब्यूसिव कमेंट्स नेहा कक्कड़ को मिल रही है, इट्स अनफेयर बिकॉज इट्स नॉट जस्ट द सिंगर, पर ये पूरा एक टीम बनाता है इस गाने को। डू यू एग्री कि इट्स अनफेयर टू टारगेट जस्ट नेहा?
हाँ, देखिए अगर इसका जो फेम का जो क्रेडिट है उसका अगर जो रीमिक्स कर रहा है उसको मिल जाता तो अच्छा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जिसने ओरिजिनली बनाया है क्रेडिट तो उसको ही मिलना चाहिए, उसकी ओरिजिनल मेहनत है, क्रिएटिविटी उसी की है। बाकी ये होता है कि रीमिक्स में कोई गाना आता है तो लोग सिंगर का नाम पढ़ के उसको भी सुनते हैं, उसको भी पॉपुलैरिटी मिल जाती, तो फिल्मों में ही आ जाते हैं पुराने गाने।
बिल्कुल
आजकल तो उसको ओरिजिनल बना के पेश कर दिया जाता है, नया रिकॉर्ड करके। लेकिन लीगली इस पे कोई एक्ट ले सकते, इमोशनली फाल्गुनी को बुरा ठीक भी है, उनको ये चीज नहीं पसंद आई तो उनको बुरी लगी, लेकिन आजकल लीगली अलाउड है, सब कुछ हो रहा है।
So legally allowed. Abhijit, you're back with us. Thanks for joining us again. The messaging from Anupji is very similar to what you're saying, that there's a lot of hard work that goes into these songs, unfair to target these stars themselves. But in this kind of a circumstance with what's played out, and both you and Anupji have said it's understandable, the sentiments and the emotions that Falguni is also going through because of the work, the sentiments that she's put into this song. So in such a circumstance, when remixes are made, do you think it's basic courtesy that the makers kind of approach the original song makers and inform them that this kind of a remix is being made to avoid all of this ugliness?
I think it is very difficult because there are many songs are getting made in almost daily basis. So connecting to all the people who even for the remixes also, you will hear some other remix in just month or something like that, in times. So the songs every second day, third day, there is a song getting made, and most of the songs they are actually completely controlled by music companies than the artists. Even for my album also, I don't have any legal authority about that song. The company holds the whole authority. So suppose the company is going directly to the company and not asking to the artist, So definitely every artist, every other artist, we feel that pain, we feel that problem, and somewhere we, every artist try to, show that anger or the uncomfortness. But at the end of the day, jaise Anup ji ne bhi kaha ki, they can't do anything, we can't do anything because legally it is completely fair. So making remixes is just trying to create an easy way of getting a hit for nowadays, for now situation, on the situation. But yeah, it all depends. If you create something really good, or put some time into that song and try to create something really fantastic, cover also or the remix also, people will definitely appreciate it. And it is not about just a fame, but every artist like art. You know, if you create a good art, every artist will appreciate, every audience will appreciate that.
You're right, Abhijit, because we've seen so many remixes also becoming such massive hits and being appreciated for the way they've reworked the original. I think that's a very, very important message.
Yeah, even about Neha Kakkar only, Kala Chashma is one of the biggest hits she has, and that is also a remake, you know.
Very true. Yeah. And I think it's unfair to target Neha Kakkar in this manner. And sentiments, expressed by Falguni Pathak also is very, very understandable. Thank you, Abhijit. Thank you, Anupji, for joining us here on India Today, sharing your views as artists or what you think about this entire remix culture. That's perhaps a debate for another day. But the hate that's going forward towards Neha Kakkar, these artists, Abhijit Sawant and Anup Jalota, are saying that's simply unacceptable. That's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in.
You are watching India Today.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
If you look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is optics.
Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
la sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. I'm Neha Kakkar. In the next half an hour, we will be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
It is undeniable that Allu Arjun and Rashmika Mandana's Pushpa had a significant impression on viewers. Fans continue to dub and mimic the dialogue and songs from the movie. A particular video of a little girl dancing to the song Sami Sami has appeared online and is becoming popular. On social media, a video of a man riding a bike while carrying an ox has gone viral. In the footage, an ox is seen being roped to the bike's passenger seat. The ox appears unconcerned as the man drives the bike speedily. We have a video that will undoubtedly melt your heart in today's dose of heartwarming content. A clip of an elderly woman riding a motorcycle with her husband seated behind her has gone incredibly viral online. It has received over 3 million views since Sushmita Dora, a photographer, shared it. The now viral video shows a Dunzo delivery person running through a train station. He was attempting to give a package to a traveler aboard a train that was moving. The delivery man handed the packet over successfully after running as quickly as he could. At the conclusion, you can see the passenger smiling. Social media users compared it to a scene from Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, in which Kajol's character Simran was also chasing a train. You must have been in awe of the natural splendor all around you as you travel in train. The scenery that the passengers see on these journeys is typically breathtaking. A video clip spreading online features an incredible view of Maple Tunnel from a train's interior on Japan's Kurama line close to Kyoto. A small boy and his primary school teacher has featured in a video that has gone extremely viral online. The kid is seen in the video hugging the teacher and kissing her on the cheek as he apologizes to her. Hashtag cute alert.
This bride surprised her grandmother at her reception by donning her gown. The pleasant surprise and the wide grin on the old woman's face are winning the internet and melting heart. This video, posted on Instagram by the account named Light Cannon Films, shows the bride quietly slipping out before the event. This video of two adult elephants joining up to shield a calf from an approaching vehicle is going viral. The pachyderms protecting the baby between them by intertwining their trunks to enable the elephant calf walk to safety. The adorable video of the elephant herd is being loved by the netizens. A woman and her pet dog were seen twinning in yellow raincoats in a video that has now gone viral online. The dog perfectly matching its human in style and grace. The yellow combination was loved by the Instagrammers. Over 33,000 people have watched this video online. Internet users flooded the comment section with many kind remarks.
We match.
This video, posted on Instagram, shows a cheetah's best friend, and it is unlikely a friendship that will leave you surprised. The Instagram video shows the cheetah named Tuesday lying in a grassland with a tortoise named Penzi. The cheetah is seen rubbing its head on the tortoise's shell. Many netizens pointed out how opposites attract in the comment section.
I will follow you.
A video shared by Eleanor Scholz is doing the rounds on the internet.
There isn't an ocean too deep.
A huge flock of sheep can be seen following her on a trail in the woods. This happened with her while hiking in France, as a flock of sheep lost their way and then started to follow her on the trail.
Touch my hand, I know that near you I always must be.
According to her, there were over 100 sheep. Netizens were pleasantly surprised and intrigued as well.
I love you, I love you, I love you, and where you go I'll follow, I'll follow, I'll follow, you'll always be my true love.
Cats are funny and internet just loves their antiques. This video is of a bunch of cats waiting for a door to open. One of them is impatient and is seen scratching on the door to get someone to open it. The other felines stand in a queue hoping the door opens soon. Farhan Akhtar is here to tell you how to spend a weekend. Actor-filmmaker Farhan Akhtar can be seen playing guitar and singing. However, he is not alone, as he is joined by his dogs. He writes in the caption, "Sunday sing along with Jim and Ty, #dogs are the best." You must have seen interesting Turkish ice cream videos, but here is a glimpse of how Turkish coffee is made. A cup of Turkish coffee is traditionally brewed in a pan filled with sand and heated over a pan flame. The sand-filled pan gives you complete control over the heat. Hardik is a serial reeler, but what makes this video special is Team India star Virat Kohli joining in the fun. Both can be seen grooving together. Fans love them playing on the field and now can't get enough of the duo on the internet too.
You know how we do.
This was the first time after Sir Winston Churchill that a state funeral took place in London. After several days of Queen's coffin lying in state, it was laid to rest in Westminster Abbey. But what grabbed viewers' attention was a tiny spider. It was spotted on top of Queen's coffin.
This video has got more than 12 million views, and understandably so. A sleeping tigress bares her fangs after a male tiger disturbs it. Angry that her nap was disturbed, she pounced on the tiger, which left her dumbfounded, and she fell into a pond. People have compared the tigress's reaction to how humans react on being woken up from deep sleep. While most brides hunt for pretty places to get their photo shoot done, this bride from Kerala decided to do something different. Instead of going to a picturesque location, she went to a road full of potholes for a bridal photo shoot. Decked up in a red sari, heavy jewelry and makeup, she walked elegantly on the road, unmindful of the traffic around her. In this video, singer Kabir Singh shares how he was asked to sing a song at an Azerbaijan airport while going through the security check. He then sang Tum Hi Ho from 2013 movie Aashiqui 2, which left the airport staff very impressed. This video went viral in no time and garnered over 2 million views. You may have seen many animal videos on the internet, but this video is unlike any other. This video, shared by Indian Forest Officer Susanta Nanda, features two deers boxing. The two animals are seen standing up on their hind legs and hitting each other with their forelegs as if they were in a boxing ring. This video shows two girls dancing to Rajesh Khanna's popular song Mere Sapno Ki Rani from the movie Aradhana. The girl in front dances enthusiastically with quirky expressions, but it's the one behind who leaves viewers in splits. She points to her teeth and tells viewers to check out the missing dentures of the girl in front of her.
Video of a cat fascinated by a pottery wheel is winning the internet. The curious cat is seen owing the wheel even as its human is seen engrossed in the work. The Harry Potter act by the feline has fascinated lots of netizens. Allow us to brighten your day with this adorable video of a baby rhino. The newborn rhino is prancing around with extreme joy. The mother of the cute infant follows. Posted on Twitter by IFS officer Shushanta Nanda, the video is bringing a lot of smiles. Odisha sand artist Sudarshan Patnaik paid a heartwarming tribute to late comedian Raju Shrivastava. Sculpted in sand, the caption read, "Hasate hasate rula diya." The image brought tears to many fans of Raju Shrivastava who died on Wednesday. The video serves as evidence that kindness always prevails. A firefighter brightened up the day of a child who is visually impaired by allowing him to touch his firefighting gear and get the feel, all the while explaining the purpose of his uniform and devices. This dog ensure that his household pet rabbits are well fed and taken care of by holding a bunch of carrots and allowing the bunnies to nibble at them. The poise and grace of the canine and display of interspecies love was admired by netizens.
This adorable video of a boy reacting to the good news of the arrival of a child will make you emotional. The boy opens a surprise box and finds out ultrasound reports. Soon he realizes the news and becomes emotional. His reaction is just priceless.
I've been waiting for this for
Open up.
Look at the pictures. Oh, she went through one?
चुपके से रात की चादर तले चांद की भी आहट ना हो बादल के पीछे चले.
Remember the Pori Hori hair girl who created storm on the internet? Danani Mobeen has recently shared a video of her singing the song Chupke Se from the 2002 film Satya. Internet is impressed with her singing skills and is loving this version.
छुप गए सारे नजारे हुए क्या बात हो गई तूने काजल लगाया दिन में
As rains lash the national capital, internet is flooded with several videos and photos. Among those is this video of a cab driver singing while being stuck in the middle of traffic. Netizens are amazed at the talent of this man.
हो बादल छाने का कोई तो सबब होगा तू चली आई दुहाई ओए क्या बात हो गई तूने काजल लगाया दिन में रात हो गई मेदुवा कुंटपट्टु सतबोडाले.
This heartwarming video of a baby elephant reuniting with its mother will make your day. What made the social media emotional was the way the mother thanked the forest official as the baby came into her fold. The mother raises its trunk and thanks the officials.
Well, have you come across a video or an image that has shocked you, but something doesn't really feel right about it? Then no need to worry. India Today's fact team has got you covered. In our next report, we have busted some lies that are doing rounds on social media. Take a look.
The import of 8 cheetahs to India from Namibia has taken political undertones after Prime Minister himself released the cats in Madhya Pradesh. Now, India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, and a dog has also been introduced into the debate. Photo of Nehru in an aeroplane with a dog juxtaposed with a photo of the plane that flew in the cheetahs have hit the social media. The contention, if it was okay for Nehru to supposedly import dogs, isn't it hypocritical for critics to now pour scorn on Modi? This comparison, however, at least in terms of the photo being shared, is disingenuous. Afar found that in the photo, the dog was Nehru's pet, Peppy, who was not imported.
The service came to a halt. The congregation watched as still
a video supposedly shot at the funeral ceremony of Elizabeth II at the Westminster Abbey shows a man surrounded by security guards yelling at the congregation and disrupting the service. He was eventually seen being escorted out by security. The man could be heard shouting the word disgrace.
You're a disgrace! Ms. Ragbetu shouted directly at the Prime Minister.
A commentator in the video said that the man demanded England formally apologise for its participation in the transatlantic slave trade.
Demanded that Britain issue a formal apology for its part in the slave trade.
However, Afar has found that this video is from 2007 from a ceremony celebrating 200 years of abolition of the Slave Trade Act 1807, thus unrelated to Elizabeth II's funeral. Beef has been a controversial food for long in India. A beef biryani spice mix being sold under the brand of Ramdev's Patanjali Ayurved is bound to raise a storm. Considering Ramdev last year demanded that the cow should be declared the national animal of India, on social media many shared the photo of such packaged spice mix. In fact, the photo being shared even included Ramdev's name as a part of the branding. However, Afar's investigation found that the viral photo was digitally altered. Patanjali's logo as well as Ramdev's name were not part of the original packaging of a Pakistani brand. A disturbing video of a man molesting a young woman, possibly even a minor, has been shared widely online. This video was supposedly shot inside an Indian madrasa. While the video is of very poor quality, one can still see a bearded man embracing a young woman while sitting on a cot. Those sharing the video praised Yogi government for taking stringent action against madrasas in the state. However, Afar's investigation found that the viral video is not from India but from Pakistan.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
An Indian designer who's made his debut this year at the London Fashion Week is Hari. He hails from a small village in South Kerala, and now his creation of inflatable viral balloon pants has gone viral. Chaiti Narula gets you this report.
They're bonkers. They're inflatable. They're pants. No, they're trousers. Actually, they're an act of their own. By the way, the designer behind these is Indian, and he made his debut at the London Fashion Week. A pair of these inflatable trousers are blowing up Instagram.
Menswear designer Hari Krishnan, also known as Harry, retails them for more than $1,000 a pop. Yes, you heard that right. You may wonder who he is in India, but he's Indian and he's got the attention of the fashion world after the London Fashion Week debut. These were first spotted in 2020 when he sent models wearing inflatable latex trousers of balloon-like proportions down the runway during his graduate show at London College of Fashion. These pants come with a warning given they are crafted from temperamental latex. You can never over-inflate these pants and always douse yourself in talcum powder before wearing them. You'll need to keep the trousers away from heat, daylight, metals and oils. And if you are perhaps wondering if you have it in you to carry them off, we assure you, you are not the only one and you're not alone. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
With that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Don't go anywhere. I'm joining you with the headlines in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces: China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces: China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy: China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force: China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves: China 5,10,000, Taiwan 16,57,000. Tanks: China 5,400, Taiwan 650. Submarines: China 59, Taiwan 4. Naval ships: China 86, Taiwan 26. Artillery: China 9,834 plus, Taiwan 2,093. Aircraft: China 3,227 plus, Taiwan 504 plus.
India's greatest ancient dynasty is back. Finally, movie justice to the Cholas. Mani Ratnam's next is Big Brave History. Countdown to India's next epic. Ignored for decades, the Cholas will shine now. Mughals for decades, finally, Cholas get their due. Super exclusive broadcast, the dawn of Ponniyin Selvan.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshatha Nandagopal. Lots that's happening this Sunday, from the latest on the Ankita murder investigation to all the political drama playing out in Rajasthan over who could be the next chief minister. We've got you covered. We'll be getting you all the stories over the next 30 minutes. Let's begin with the headlines. Ankita murder probe gets murkier as more sensational chats are accessed. Chats reveal that Pulkit asked Ankita to shift to his room. Accused Pulkit also allegedly molested her. Audio clip between Ankita's friend and accused Pulkit accessed. Ankita's friend seen inquiring about her as Pulkit tried to mislead him.
तो वो उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है, वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं भी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो।
All eyes on who will become the next Rajasthan Chief Minister. Top sources say Rajasthan Legislative Party is likely to authorize the Congress President to decide on new leader. Gehlot remains opposed to Pilot. Pilot gets support from Gandhis. Gehlot camp ups the ante against Sachin Pilot. Rajasthan Minister calls Pilot a BJP agent, says making Pilot the Chief Minister will only weaken the Congress.
कांग्रेस आला कमान को ये ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आज से करीब लगभग 2 साल पहले सरकार को गिराने की साजिश की गई थी और इस तरह की साजिश हो गई थी कि बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के सरकार को गिराया जा रहा था।
With eyes on the 2024 polls, mega opposition unity show. Narendra Modi's 2024 challengers share the dais in a Haryana rally. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar takes a jibe at China and Pakistan over cross-border terror and blocking blacklisting of terrorists.
Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation.
There's endless suspense over who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. India Today has access to inside details, the inside track of what's playing out within the Congress, who could be the next Chief Minister. And sources have told us that the Rajasthan CLP, the legislative meet, is likely to authorize the Congress President to decide on the new leader. Now, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot reportedly remains completely opposed to Sachin Pilot and wants MLAs to have the final say. Several leaders have already spoken out openly against Sachin Pilot. Rajasthan Minister Subhash Garg has lashed out at Pilot and called him a BJP agent, claiming that making him the CM will weaken the Congress as he had tried to topple the government just 2 years ago. The Gehlot loyalist has clearly now brought the party's internal rift to the fore. At this point, does it look like Pilot will not get the job? Well, remember that Sachin Pilot has assured support reportedly from the Gandhi family. The Congress thereby has called a meeting of its legislature party in Rajasthan in Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's Jaipur residence. That's going to be happening in 1 hour from now at 7 p.m. Amid this leadership change buzz following the announcement that he will contest the party president poll, all focus will be on what Gehlot will do next. Gehlot may also resign from his post before filing his nomination for the Congress president poll. Sonia Gandhi, the Congress president, currently has appointed Mallikarjun Kharge as observer, along with the General Secretary in charge of Rajasthan, Ajay Mankad.
मेरा ये मानना है कांग्रेस आलाकमान जो भी फैसला करे वो सबको मंजूर होगा, इसमें तो कोई बात ही नहीं है। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान को ये ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आज से करीब लगभग 2 साल पहले सरकार को गिराने की साजिश की गई थी और इस तरह की साजिश हो गई थी कि बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के सरकार को गिराया जा रहा था। राजस्थान की जनता की क्या अपेक्षाएं हैं, एमएलएज क्या चाहते हैं, उनकी क्या राय है, वो जिस तरह से लड़ाई लड़ी थी उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर विचार किया जाना चाहिए जो कांग्रेस विचारधारा के प्रति समर्पित रहे, संगठित रहे और इस सरकार को बचाए।
कांग्रेस में जो गुटबाजी हो रही है, आप राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जा रहे हो, तो प्रदेश के संगठन को संभालने में आप क्या भूमिका निभाएंगे?
देखिए, मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ कहाँ नहीं जा रहा हूँ वो तो समय बताएगा। अभी तो मैं कह रहा हूँ मेरी इच्छा है मैं कहीं नहीं जाऊँ और राजस्थान के अंदर रहूँ, मैं सेवा करने की जरूरी मुख्यमंत्री पद पे रहूँ। मैंने कहा मैं अंतिम सांस तक राजस्थान प्रदेश वाले सेवा करूँ, चाहे मैं कहीं रहूँ, किस पद पे रहूँ या नहीं रहूँ, मेरे लिए मैं तो नहीं। बार बार बोल रहा हूँ हूँ आपके
हमसे कहता है
कहीं ना कहीं आपकी इच्छा राजस्थान रहने की है, इसीलिए आपने कुछ दिन पहले बयान भी दिया था मैं था से दूर को नहीं, लेकिन नेतृत्व जो है वो आपको राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाना चाहता है। आपकी क्या इच्छा है? अगर आप
हम न्यूट्रल हैं, सोनिया जी ने कहा है जी, हम लोग न्यूट्रल हैं, जिसको खड़ा होना हो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पद के लिए वो खड़ा हो, तो नेतृत्व के लिहाज से सब कांग्रेस बराबर है। और कोई अध्यक्ष बनता है या बना हुआ है, पहली ड्यूटी उसकी होती है सबको साथ लेके चलते, जब जाके कांग्रेस मजबूत होती है। अध्यक्ष के लिए लॉगिंग डिसलॉगिंग बिल्कुल नहीं होती, ना होनी चाहिए। आगे वाले कोई करे अध्यक्ष के साथ तो उसकी मर्जी है, वो तो क्या लगता है?
अरे हम तो यहाँ पर सारे एमएलएस को मिलने के लिए कहा गया है, हम सभी एमएलए से मिलेंगे, उनकी क्या राय होगी वो बाद में बताएंगे।
Can you throw some more light about what the Congress president has said?
Certainly, there will be a CLP meeting today evening. In this fourth CLP meeting, Congress president deputed 2 observers. One is senior post-Congress leader of opposition, the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjuna Kharge, and the general secretary in charge of Rajasthan, Ajay Makan. They will go there and they will analyze the situation there. They will participate in the legislative party, and they will take a decision. They will give a report to Congress president.
How do you see the situation?
Everything is good for the party. You take it in that way. Organization election democratically is one of the beautiful signal of the Congress party to the national political scenario.
Ashok Gehlot openly told that he is always support Nehru family. So, if we file nomination on coming days, our vote will be at Ashok Gehlot. This is All India Congress Committee. So, All India Congress Committee, Ashok Gehlot is a very senior man. He was Chief Minister in 3 times and he was AICC General Secretary. So, he is a very capable man to hold the post of AICC.
इस बारे में मैं कोई राय देना नहीं चाहता और स्पष्ट कह देना चाहता हूँ, आप जो पूछना चाहते हैं कि जो हमारा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व है वो तय करेगा, उनको सब जानकारी है और वो जो तय करेंगे वो सबको सर्वमान्य होगा।
Now, Gehlot and Pilot, their tussle has been very public. It has been going on between the two since Pilot tried and attempted a coup against Ashok Gehlot back in 2020. Words like Nakara, Nikamma were used by Gehlot to target Sachin Pilot back in 2020. The Congress leader Pilot also didn't hold back. He time and again also very publicly targeted Ashok Gehlot.
7 साल के अंदर एकमात्र राजस्थान हिंदुस्तान का राज्य होगा जब प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष को बदलने की मांग नहीं करी, ना सीनियर ने ना जूनियर ने। एक छोटी खबर नहीं पड़ी हुई किसी ने कि पायलट साहब को हटाना चाहिए प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष से। हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है।
Whatever words he may have used, it deeply hurt me, but I chose not to respond to it because I think 2 wrongs don't make a right. I want to be above that. I want to make it about issues and principles, not about persons and personalities. I think it doesn't work like that in politics.
All right, let's bring in Maushmi Singh. She's joining us live from Jaipur with all the details of the hectic political activity that's underway right now in Rajasthan. Maushmi, good evening. Less than an hour to go for the CLP meet and all focus will be on what is the big takeaway from that particular huddle. The Gehlot faction digging in their heels saying there is no way we will accept Sachin Pilot.
A very good evening to you, Akshita, and all our viewers back there in India today. Importantly, it's optics playing out in full swing right here in Jaipur at the residence of Shanti Dhariwal, the close aide of Ashok Gehlot. You can see that here there are ministers, MLAs who are camped inside, over 24 of them right since the afternoon, and perhaps taking the focus away from from the Bharat Jodo Yatra that is also ongoing in Kerala. So the Congress facing a bit of an embarrassment there with the power play in full swing right here in Jaipur. We've seen many MLAs, make public statements. This is the Gehlot camp, leaders who are close to Ashok Gehlot expressing their opinions. Apparently, the diktat that has come from Delhi, they are saying that if it is left to the party high command and if it is a one-liner that we have to express that we would stand by whatever decision the party high command takes, then we could perhaps also resign in a one-line statement. That's also being mooted by many independent MLAs. So here a show of strength by the Ashok Gehlot camp at a time when Ashok Gehlot is on a temple run. He went to Jaisalmer to offer prayers to Tanut Mata, and Sachin Pilot is also here. The observers are camping here, and shortly we are told that the meeting has been advanced to 7:30. That's when the MLAs are supposed to meet. You can interpret it as last moments of pressure tactics by the Ashok Gehlot camp as far as, last ditch attempt to in fact get their way. If it's not Ashok Gehlot, it should be a loyalist, a close aide of Ashok Gehlot, or a leader that is agreeable to all the MLAs who should actually be the pilot of Rajasthan. That's the power play that we see right here.
Let's see how things play out after that meeting. The Congress was perhaps hoping to, two birds with one stone. Essentially, that pilot gets what he wants. Ashok Gehlot is made the Congress president. You see a lot of activity there happening also in Jaipur, where Maushami is. We're going to continue going across to her for all of those updates. And news coming in right now of Lalu Yadav meeting with Sonia Gandhi at her residence. Nitish Kumar as well as Lalu are currently meeting with Sonia Gandhi. Clearly an attempt here to form a pre-poll alliance for 2024. The RJD has been making it very, very clear that they want a pre-poll alliance of a mega opposition unity, a show of unity before, in fact, the elections are announced. They're saying ahead of 2024, let's stitch up an alliance. To talk about that, Lalu and Nitish are currently at Sonia Gandhi's residence meeting with her. Remember that we've already seen this mega show of strength at Fatehbad in Haryana, where several opposition leaders, all of Modi's challengers came together on one stage. There too, the RJD made it very, very clear that they believe a pre-poll alliance is very much needed to take on the BJP, to take on the NDA. So after that show of strength, Lalu and Nitish right now are meeting with Sonia Gandhi. Shreya Chatterjee is joining us live from Delhi with more details on this. Whatever is, in fact, the takeaway from that meeting will be very, very crucial, Shreya, because the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar essentially is of the opinion that there needs to be a pre-poll alliance.
Well, absolutely so, Akshita. Clearly what we see right now happening in the national capital is the attempt to actually stitch together an opposition unity ahead of the 2024 elections. That's the reason we see both Lalu Prasad Yadav and Nitish Kumar meet Sonia Gandhi at her residence. This obviously after that Fatehbad show of strength, as you were rightly pointing it out. Also important to mention that in the last Delhi tour, Nitish had already met Rahul Gandhi. So this meeting becomes extremely crucial because after a long gap, we also see Lalu Prasad Yadav coming and meeting Sonia Gandhi. So what exactly transpires will be crucial because we've seen earlier that when similar attempts have been made, nothing have really fructified when it comes to the matter coming on table. Whether this would be different is something we'll have to wait and watch out for. But right now, as we speak, both Lalu Prasad Yadav and Nitish Kumar are there inside meeting Sonia Gandhi at a crucial juncture where probably everyone is looking forward that whether the opposition unity will fructify this time.
Okay, so those are the images also that we're putting out from just a couple of moments ago when you had Nitish Kumar making his way inside. Lalu Yadav were also part of that particular meeting. And as Shreya also pointed out, this is happening hours after that show of strength by the opposition in Haryana's Fatehabad. It was an INLD rally in which all of these leaders had gathered in one stage. We'll see whether the Congress is also for a pre-poll alliance. There will, of course, be a lot of issues, a lot of conditions also that will have to be ironed out, Shreya. The biggest question, of course, that everyone will be asking is whether there can be a consensus on who will lead this kind of an alliance. The JDU, the RJD, while they're pushing for a pre-poll alliance, are they okay with Congress leading, Shreya? Because there's been a lot of talk about Nitish projecting himself as a PM face.
Well, that's probably the entire problem that we see when we talk about the opposition unity. We have the leaders who somewhere down the line larger than life figures in their local play. But when it comes to probably stitching it together and unifying as a one projected leader, that's something that till now we haven't really seen the opposition coming together unanimously. We'd earlier seen there was an attempt made by all the political parties where Mamata Banerjee had called that meeting in the Constitution Club in Delhi, where they tried and discussed whether there could be one face forward when the opposition is concerned. Sharad Pawar has very categorically denied. However, there's a request time and again for him to guide the way forward. But as of now, when we speak, there's no one person who's probably that face which can be leading the opposition that has unanimously be agreed. Whether it's Nitish individually, Mamata individually, we're seeing them all as individual leaders when it comes to their local play arena. But when it comes to the national figure, the opposition is yet to settle down when it comes to that one person who probably will lead the opposition together.
All right, and we'll track very, very closely the inside track of what we really pick up on that meeting. Thanks for the moment, Shreya, for joining us. Now, remember that this meeting of Nitish and Lalu with Sonia Gandhi is happening just hours after the opposition came together in a show of unity at Haryana's Fatehabad. This was at the INLD rally. The big leaders of the opposition who are eyeing the 2024 elections came together at this rally, which was organized to mark the birth anniversary of former Deputy Prime Minister Devi Lal. The rally was attended by NCP's Sharad Pawar, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar Tejaswi and several others, all of whom used this opportunity to target the Modi government. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar along with RJD Supremo Lalu have also now arrived at Sonia Gandhi's residence in the backdrop of discussions on opposition unity. Both the JDU and the RJD are very publicly saying that we want a pre-poll alliance ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha poll. So they're pushing hard on that.
और एक बात तो जान लीजिए कि बिहार का तो चिंता नहीं है, अगला बार चुनाव होगा 24 में लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा, तो उनके लिए जितना तो संभव नहीं है, चाहे जो भी इधर उधर भाषण देते रहे। और विधानसभा का भी चुनाव होगा तो कोई जगह होगा नाम मात्र का मिलेगा, लेकिन बात सिर्फ बिहार का नहीं है। हमारी तो एक ही इच्छा है कि पूरे देश में एकजुट होना होगा, एक साथ मिलना पड़ेगा।
आप सब लोगों से कहना चाहते हैं, लालू जी कभी झुके नहीं इन सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों के आगे, इन शक्तियों के आगे उनका ये जवान बेटा भी झुकने को तैयार नहीं है। आपसे इतना ही कहना चाहते हैं, जो लड़ाई आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं, डरना मत, क्योंकि जो डरेगा वो मरेगा, जो लड़ेगा वो जीतेगा। हर साल नौजवानों को 2 करोड़ रोजगार देना चाहते थे। आज देख लीजिए, जो हमारे जवान जो सेलेक्ट हो गए थे, मेडिकल वगैरह सब हो गया था, बस ज्वाइनिंग लेटर मिलना था। एक इन लोगों ने कानून ला करके सभी लोगों के ख्वाहिशों के अरमानों को उन्होंने ध्वस्त करने का काम किया। किसी से ये छुपा नहीं है। 4 साल क्या चल रहा था भाई?
देखिए, इस रैली को आयोजित करने वाले कौन है? श्री ओम प्रकाश चौथाला, जो शिक्षक घोटाले के मामले में 10 साल जेल काट कर आए हैं और जिन पर अभी आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मुकदमा चला, फिर जेल जाएंगे। तो एक जो व्यक्ति भ्रष्टाचार में आकंठ डूबा है, वो एक रैली आयोजित कर रहा है। तो और आने वाले कौन लोग हैं जिन लोगों ने अपने अपने राज्य में भ्रष्टाचार से समझौता कर लिया?
एनडीए उदो बनया जिदो बीजेपी दे कल्ले 2 MP हुंदे सी, सारे इत्थे बैठे दूजियां पार्टियां दे सी। अज जिन्ना असली एनडीए आ बैठा, तुम देखो एनडीए बनाने वाले कौन सी? एनडीए बनाने वाले शिवसेना सी, श्रोमणी अकाली दल, जेडीयू, इंडियन नेशनल लोक दल। असली एनडीए ओ सी। सही मैंने ते
ਅੱਜ ਸਾਰਾ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠਾ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ ਬੈਠਾ ਤੋ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਣਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਚੌਧਰੀ ਦੇਵੀ ਲਾਲ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚੀ ਸ਼ਰਧਾਂਜਲੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਗਰੀਬ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਇੱਕ ਝੰਡੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਈਏ ਆਪਣਾ ਰਾਜ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਜੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਰਾਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਤਰੱਕੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ
Let's get you the latest updates in the Ankita Bhandari murder case. Her last rites were held in Srinagar of Uttarakhand. She's been cremated. The 19-year-old has been cremated after taking permission from the parents. Remember that the family initially had said that they will not conduct the last rites till another post-mortem is conducted. And they said that the first post-mortem did not give them enough details about the circumstances that led to Ankita's death. But after the intervention by the government and the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, Pushkar Singh Dhami as well, it looks like the parents have agreed. In fact, Chief Minister Dhami, speaking to India Today, has said that the culprits will face strict punishment, that a fast-track court will be formed to ensure justice for young Ankita. This is the news that's coming in right now. On the right of your screens are the latest images from Srinagar. You see the crowds that have gathered there. There's been a lot of tension in this area through the day with massive protests. But finally, the authorities have managed to convince Ankita's family to accept her mortal remains. And she has also been cremated now, is the information we can get you. So things slowly calming down in Srinagar, but the government has given a direct assurance that all necessary action will be taken. A fast-track court will be also set up to ensure speedy justice for young Ankita, who was murdered allegedly by the resort in which she worked in. The owner of the resort, Pulkit Arya, the son of a BJP leader. The BJP leader has now been removed from the party. His son, Pulkit Arya, has been named as the main accused and has been taken into custody. This incident has shocked the entire country. And the post-mortem report did say that Ankita died due to drowning because her body was in fact dumped in the river by the accused. Her body was fished out. The post-mortem report did also suggest that she had suffered several injuries before her death, suggesting blunt force trauma as well. The family has demanded death penalty for the accused in this particular case. They were also questioning the post-mortem, saying that the report was very basic. They needed more information, which is why they refused to conduct the last rites. But now, after the authorities' direct intervention, after repeated assurances to the family, the cremation has been conducted. Now, what we can also tell you is that the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has said that he's personally tracking all the updates in this case, and he's assured that there's no question of any sort of leniency for the culprits, no matter what kind of political influence they have. He's saying that a fast-track court will be set up to ensure speedy justice for 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari. Let's take this across to Ankit Sharma, who's joining us from Srinagar in Uttarakhand. Ankit, after assurances, after interventions by the authorities, the family of Ankita has agreed to conduct the last rites. Looks like we've lost that connection with Ankit. We're just going to reconnect with him. He is at that spot from Srinagar in Uttarakhand and has been actively reporting on all the protests also that were witnessed. In fact, just an hour ago, there was a huge crowd that had gathered. Police were struggling also to bring the situation under control. Ankit is back with us. Ankit, it's over to you for those updates. All right, we'll reconnect with Ankit in just a bit, but let me get you all the updates that have come in this murder case. India Today has accessed audio clips between Ankita's friend Deep Pushpa and the prime accused in the case, Pulkit Arya. Soon after she went missing, Ankita's friend Deep Pushpa actually called Pulkit, asking about Ankita's whereabouts and questioning him as to why her phone was off. In the audio tapes, you can clearly hear Pulkit continuously trying to mislead Ankita's friend with false information, saying that he's lent his phone to her for the night, but that she went missing the next morning. Her friend Pushpa immediately sensed that something wasn't right and asked Pulkit if he can scan CCTV footage to check when Ankita went missing and if there was any information about her whereabouts. Let's play out for you those audio tapes that we've accessed.
इधर रख देना।
एक बात बताइए,
हाँ
आपका फोन क्यों लिया था उन्होंने?
मेरा फोन, उसका फोन स्विच ऑफ हो गया था, बैटरी डाउन हो गई थी उसकी, उसे तुमसे बात करनी थी। जब मैंने आपको फोन किया था ना
9 बजे।
हाँ, जब मैंने आपको लास्ट टाइम पे फोन किया था,
हाँ जी,
तो उस टाइम पे वो मेरे साथ ही थी
हम्म।
और उसने मेरे से मेरा फोन लिया और उसके बाद फिर मैंने उसे कहा कि फोन दे दे। उसने कहा कि मैं आपको मॉर्निंग में दे दूंगी फोन।
और आपने दे दिया?
भाई मेरे फोन में मुझे रात में क्या करना था फोन का?
अच्छा जी, ठीक है, चलो कोई बात नहीं।
रात में मुझे फोन का क्या करना था? मेरा फोन तो उसी के पास था।
रात को?
हाँ।
तो मेरे को तो फोन तो नहीं किया उन्होंने।
क्या?
मेरे को फोन नहीं किया फिर भी।
अच्छा।
उल्टा मैंने 3 बार किया, उन्होंने उठाया नहीं। फिर ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है बताइए?
भाई देखो तुम्हारी क्या बात?
अगर आपका फोन उनके पास है और मैं 3 बार रात को कॉल कर रहा हूँ तो
मेरे फोन पे भी क्या आपने?
हाँ, आपके फोन पे।
तो मेरा फोन भी घंटी बजी?
हाँ जी।
और मेरा फोन घंटी बजी और मेरा फोन भी नहीं उठाया?
नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ। ये रात की बात है, कोई 10:30
कितने बजे?
10 साढ़े 10 बजे की बात है।
10:30 बजे तो हम लोग सो रहे थे वहाँ रिसोर्ट में।
अच्छा, देखिए जब आप बाहर थे ना,
हाँ,
तब मेरी लास्ट टाइम बात हुई थी। उसके बाद आके सिर्फ आपका फोन आया था मुझे।
अच्छा।
उसके बाद से उनका फोन बंद है और अभी तक बंद ही है।
तो मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ ना, मैं तो उसके बाद सीधा वहाँ आया रिसोर्ट में और मैंने रिसोर्ट में अपना वहीं रुका। हाँ। सुबह निकला मैं रिसोर्ट से 6 बजे करीब।
अभी आपका फोन मिला? नहीं मिला अभी तक?
ना, अभी नहीं मिला फोन मेरा।
नहीं मिला
ना?
तो आप अपने फोन को सर्च कीजिए ना।
अरे भाई मैंने सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए। मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है, वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे। मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में। तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है। मैंने कहा अच्छा। और उसका सामान वगैरह कह रहा हूँ, सामान सब रखा है उसका।
अच्छा, सीसीटीवी तो होंगे ना
प्रॉपर्टी के?
हाँ,
चेक करता हूँ मैं सीसीटीवी क्या है, क्या चल रहे हैं, क्या है, क्या स्थिति है।
नहीं चलते तो होंगे, ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि नहीं चलते होंगे। सीसीटीवी तो चलते होंगे।
देखो पुष्प।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बोलिए।
मेरे साथ ना, मैं आपसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हूँ, समझ रहे हैं आप?
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in. For all the latest news and updates, you can always log on to our website, indiatoday.in. Go ahead and download the India Today app as well.
You are watching India Today.
I can't count the number of times my teachers have said, you know, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, you know, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without
they
realizing,
actually want
he's
to call me Buddha, but
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. I'm Siddharth Zarabi and you're watching Business Today. 3 years of COVID, of lockdowns and economic lethargy. The good news now is that this Diwali, just around a month from now, hopefully we'll see the Indian economy fully and finally breaking free of the COVID shackles. The auspicious Navratri season starts this coming Monday and it promises a time of much greater economic activity, of people going out into the markets, big ticket purchases, and also fresh investments, equity, mutual fund, gold, whatever that may be. What we have for you today is a really special show on all money matters to help you make the smartest investment calls and to help you grow your money in Samvat 2079.
The Great Indian Sale is back. Great offers, deep discounts, millions of products, all tempting you to spend and bring the mojo back into the Indian economy to end the darkness brought in by COVID. Offline retailers are waiting as well for the inauspicious Shraddh period to end and for the Navratra to begin, for the 9 days of shopping frenzy which will bring back joy into the Indian retail sector. A survey shows just how gung-ho about this festival season Indians are. 65% of households are set to loosen their purses this festive season. 33% of households are likely to spend more than 10,000 rupees. 20% of those polled said that they will spend on big-ticket items. Of this, the maximum spend will be on gadgets, white goods, jewelry or automobiles. There's a 20% rise in shoppers who will visit the market as compared to last year. Budgets are no longer the top criteria for shoppers as during COVID. Overall, the survey estimates that festival spending this year could exceed $32 billion. Nothing shows the rebound from COVID better than the stock markets. From a despairing low of 27,591 in March 2020, the Sensex has roared back by 111% to close at 58,099 today. Foreign investors are back in play after a few months' absence earlier this year. The real estate sector, which has gone through tough times in the past few years, is back with a bang. According to a report, the residential sector has recorded a 9-year high sales volume in the first half of this calendar year. There's also good news for those who want to buy gold. Thanks to skyrocketing global interest rates, gold has touched a 7-month low this week, something of an opportunity for buyers of the yellow metal. Bureau Report, Business Today.
And on the show with me today, Ajay Srivastav, CEO of Dimensions Consulting, Feroz Aziz, Deputy CEO at Anand Rathi Wealth Management, and Sugandha Sachdeva, Vice President Commodity and Currency Research at Religare Broking. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm starting with you, Ajay. Very clearly, the equity markets, if we were to compare them with 6 months ago or a year ago, there's a very different flavor despite what's happening globally, despite the increase in interest rates and the consequent impact on market sentiment. How do you see the broader equity theme playing out in the coming Samvat?
See, it's very simple. For next year, equity is perhaps going to be a second-tier investment opportunity compared to fixed income. The interest rate, which are going to go up and will go up much more in the next 3 to 4 months, will give investors the first time an option to go in back to the days when they were getting 12%, 13% on NCDs of NBFCs and companies, or at least 8 to 9% on fixed deposits. So you will find that for the next 12 to 18 months, this will become a very good opportunity for investors for this summer to lock into high interest rate instruments, which they have been waiting for the last 6-7 years, because interest rate in India, the way they are, it's actually negative for most savers because inflation is higher than them. If the RBI, and I think RBI will have to take a stance to take up the rates fast, I think you need to keep your powder dry, keep your money on the side, because the opportunities you're going to get to go into fixed income instruments are going to be one of a kind, and they will give you returns for next 4 to 5 years. I believe that at 12% odd return that you get on fixed income, you are definitely in a much in favor compared to equity investment in the current scenario at current valuation. Indian valuation not cheap. Economy is what it is. Global economy is, you all been hearing about interest rate hike in the US. So I would say keep your powder dry, focus on either investment trust, REITs, or fixed income at this point of time, and keep equity allocations for those days when you see severe corrections. You don't need to be chasing a rally or chasing stocks which think have gone beyond. Focus on fixed income. This is the year for fixed income.
Sound conservative advice. Feroz, do you agree with that? And the reason I say this, the US Fed is playing a spoiler in some ways when it comes to the market party.
Siddharth Bhai, I think I would not concur with Ajay sir. Because on the debt side, my personal belief is that anybody who would give me 12% would have an immense amount of credit risk. And we have seen 6 AAA companies in the last couple of years, especially after the ILFS crisis and the mutual fund fraternity, AAA companies going bankrupt. So anybody whose borrowing cost is double digit, in spite of another 1-2% increase in the repo rate, I would see is skating on thin ice. Because if I borrow at 12 as an NBFC, I'll have to create a NIM of 2-3% and lend to people at 15%, and the delinquency rates there are so high. Today, you see a lot of peer-to-peer lending platforms who are making 9% NIM by lending at 20%. The delinquency rates in such an economic volatile environment could be very high, and that's a risk on capital. That's point one. Point two, from an equity standpoint, if you look at the kind of growth we have seen in corporate earnings, 518 was the Nifty earnings in FY21. In FY22, we came to 720, which is a good 43-44% growth on Nifty earnings. On the back of that, we are looking at an 870 number for this year. If 870 is the Nifty's earning per share, 17,000 is just 19 PE. I personally think in an environment where we have outperformed the globe significantly, if the MSCI, which is the Morgan Stanley Emerging Market Index, increases the India weightage, the foreign money has to come back at higher levels than they sold. So I personally think a one-year time correction, which is what we saw from the last summer to this summer, is a reasonable time correction with another 3-4% correction, is great opportunity for people to invest, especially given the fact that the Indian domestic money has become 12,000 crores a month. Retail money, the lower end of the pyramid is giving 12,000 crores of retail money per month. That's expected to go to 25,000 crores in the next 3-4 years, and it's writing on the wall. So we're going to be an Atmanirbhar equity capital market. Right. So in that, I'm not saying Nifty will double, but at least Nifty giving you a double-digit return over a 4-5 year period holding, I think is a reasonable high probability.
Okay, so two different perspectives on what I call save, invest, prosper. That is the actual SIP mantra according to me. And before I let Ajay sort of answer, I have to go to Sugandha. Equities, mutual fund, fixed instruments, riskier exposures, leave that aside. India and its fascination with gold. It's never going to go away. How is gold looking like as an investment opportunity in the year ahead?
Yeah, hi Siddharth. A very good evening to you and all the viewers. It's a pleasure to be here. Talking about gold at the time of festival season, obviously Indians have a lot of affinity for gold and it's a time-tested asset. I think every time is a perfect time to buy gold, and gold basically offers safety to your portfolio. It's actually a diversification tool. So we cannot say whether buy gold or not. I think gold should be a part of every portfolio. But your allocation can be increased or decreased depending on the macroeconomic scenario. So if I talk about this year, I think the ride has been pretty bumpy. So at one point in time, prices soared to a level of around 55,500 and levels of close to 2070 per ounce in international markets.
Yes.
But then after that, there has been a downward drift we have seen in prices. And for the last 6 months in the international market, prices are trading on the lower trajectory. But the domestic scenario is totally different, and we are seeing a totally divergent scenario in the domestic markets, wherein prices are down slightly, but then the rupee factor is providing a lot of cushion to gold prices at the moment. In spite of the fact that liquidity conditions are tightening, it's an environment of rising interest rates. which is actually playing a spoiled sport and actually weighing on the gold prices, with greenback heading towards a fresh 20-year highs today as well. So all of these factors are certainly suppressing gold prices at the moment. But then I feel towards the last quarter of this year, demand is again going to be very healthy, as we have normally seen in the last quarter of every year, that demand picks up because of the wedding season as well as the festive season. Add to it that prices are trading at a significant discount to the record highs of around 56,000. So that's a perfect time to buy gold. I would not stick my neck out and say that yes, prices have bottomed out. But yes, there can be some more pain in prices of around 2 to 3% from these levels, but then it's certainly a level that you can start accumulating gold in a staggered manner. So at one level, if I talk about 48,800 is a good accumulation zone for gold. If we breach that level, yes, there can be some more pain in gold prices, but then if you look at a longer term perspective, if we talk about next Samvat and next Diwali, I think the outlook is fairly positive. It's basically the environment of rising inflation, which is...
Let me hold you there, Sugandha. Let me hold your thoughts there, because we'll end up covering a lot of ground in the time that is left. Ajay, I'm coming back to you on the broader point, which is the difference in view and your call. Let me ask you about two things with regard to the Indian equity market. Stretched valuations, but that is something that we have been hearing for a lot of time. And, there are individual stocks which make your eyes pop out and you would question fundamentals. Yet, as far as inflation is concerned, I would argue that in the Indian environment, the pressure on the monetary authority and the fiscal authority is to continue to support growth. We cannot be a solely inflation chasing warrior like the US Fed. What impact does that have on equity, Ajay?
See, it's very simple. If RBI was sitting in an island, yes, you could do what you choose to do, and they did it. Actually, they've done it in the last 6-7 months. The Federal Reserve and everybody else has increased rates much faster than the Indian RBI. But now we reached a point where the difference between Fed interest rate and Indian interest rate, bank rate, is not 2.3%. And therefore, rupee at dollar at 81 rupees. If you need to get flows in this country, if you need to have a currency which is at par, or you'll keep losing your reserve at the end of the day, you need to take your interest rate up so that the parity between Indian interest rate and the US interest rates comes back to the last 10-20 year average, which is about 1.5 to 2% more. So, even RBI is now did what it did for whatever reason it did. But even like Fed Reserve realized that they were behind the curve, but they were much better than Indian RBI. We will see in the Indian policy, RBI will have to fast forward the interest rate, because now, given what's happened to the Bank of England, increase the rates, what happened in the US, what's happening everywhere, you have no choice. That's why the rupee you saw at 81. If India does not increase interest rates in parity with America, the dollar will become 83, 84, 85 in quick order, which has own series of implications on Indian economy. Therefore, I believe that RBI will do what every central bank has done, move the rates up. And as I think my colleague also said, when you talk about equity, 4% correction is a good point to come in here. Yes, absolutely. If market corrects by 5 to 6%, it's a good time to come in here, but you lose a lot of money. And on the point of default, just to assure most people that 90% of Indian investors who invest in bonds and this thing get their money back. ILFS is the story, leave it aside. But the fact is, if you invested in a Paytm, your money would be half on the day it got listed. So it's not that equity will give you only returns. And we have seen the returns have been muted in the last 2 years on equity, and mutual fund returns are in single digits now. So at the end of the day, we have lived in an environment of 6%. So we love the mutual fund return of 8%. That's going to change, gentlemen, changing and going to change fast.
Time for a quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching our special show. We also have some data of a survey that's been done and that asked the question to a lot of respondents, where will they be spending on this festive season? And the answers are sort of evenly spread out, but I'll just sort of take them up here. Puja, Diwali supplies, 35% of the respondents seem to be suggesting that they'll spend for that. Festival groceries, another 26% odd. Home renovation, 13%. Beauty fashion, 12%. Smartphones, electronics, white good appliances at 6%, and automobiles finally at just 4%. Coming to you, Feroz, and this is to focus on sip by sip. What are the sips that we should be looking at in terms of the current macro environment, and as I always argue, for long-term investors without the greed factor and therefore consequently lesser fear as well?
Great. So I think like Ajayji said, if you buy a single stock, you could lose half your money. So in mutual funds, I would recommend 5 different mutual funds for this sum worth. 5 ones which can be complementary to each other. So one of them would be SBI Contra. That's first one. Kotak Emerging Equities. Then you can look at Invesco Multi-Cap Fund, ICICI Focused Equity, and lastly, a large cap fund, which is Franklin Blue Chip. So if you look at these 5 funds, if you're buying these 5 funds for 1,000 rupees each or even 500 rupees each, you're going to have 160 stocks in your portfolio. Now, all of them are not going to go down in a jiffy, right? So point is, this, if you consistently invest, making double-digit returns with the tax efficiency which equity provides, unlike debt, is very, very likely. Of course, it's not going to be a linear curve. Anytime when the market falls, you have to look at data. There are 31 funds, equity funds, which have finished 25 years in India. If somebody were to invest for 10 big years, the unluckiest investor has not lost capital.
Okay.
So,
and Lady Luck has a major role to play, Feroz, and like you and Ajay Srivastav have been observing the markets for decades, luck certainly is a key factor. I'm coming to you, Sugandha, on a quick answer really in terms of allocations. Now, for the average investor and not for the sophisticated investor, if you can quickly explain how much should gold be part of a standard portfolio?
So I think, Siddharth, a standard portfolio should ideally contain 10 to 15% allocation into gold. So it could be in various
And what kind of gold?
Be it you buy gold bonds, which also offer the additional benefit of 2.5% annualized interest, or you may buy gold ETF, which offers significant liquidity, or you can even do SIPs in gold mutual funds. So you have various avenues. This is separate from your consumption perspective. For consumption perspective, you can certainly buy jewelry because they give you touch and feel and also are a good option to invest. But otherwise, if you're looking solely at investment perspective, I think these 3 avenues are very good to invest into gold, and your allocation should be 10 to 15%. But yes, with the concerns surrounding global economy, there are a lot of concerns about slowdown, recession fears, rising inflation, and geopolitical risks are still there. So I think allocation can even be increased to 20%. But yes, it all depends on your investment objectives, your goals, and your risk appetite. But then I would certainly say 10% is the bare minimum that you should ideally invest in gold.
Ajay, let's talk about the global risk factors. We know the US Fed is responsible for a lot of the sentiment change and what's happening in the markets. The United States followed for, actually, if you look at it in a different way, for the last 1.5 decades, a loose monetary policy. And they are only pausing because of the fact that Americans of the present generation are seeing such high prices that they have never seen in their lives. And the moment there is a slowdown, a lot of people and analysts say the Fed will lift its foot off the brake. Is that the scenario that we should in India also be expecting with regard to the US environment?
That was so true till, it's amazing that you say that, because it was so true till about 2 weeks back where the whole world was thinking that they will do exactly what all the central bank did 20 years back is when the equity markets go down, they came and supported the market. And I think that pivot happened about 2 weeks back when he came up with a speech and said, listen, inflation is the fight, we're going to do it, and irrespective of. And the last speech day for yesterday said, we're going to have this increase and the next increase and the next increase till we get inflation under control below 2%, which is their target rate. I think the paradigm has changed. Not only interest rate. Now what's the bigger problem which we are seeing now is not the interest rate alone, but the fact is the shrinking of the balance sheet. As per Federal Reserve, the balance sheet has to now shrink by $85 billion on every monthly basis. That's the big one. Liquidity goes out. And we have all seen the reason for big liquidity was the insane valuations for the startups. Turnover of 400 crore, loss of 600 crore, valuation of $10 billion. That's what the reality of the market was. Chala do, equity wala chala do. क्यों भाई 400 करोड़ 400 crore का turnover है, 400 crore loss. So every time I sell you a good rupees of 1 rupee, I say take 1 rupee more apart from the goods. That was, and it was rewarded by a valuation of $10 billion. Now that has still not gone out of the system. That needs to go out. But the fact remains that I think all central banks around the world have now taken a clear stance on inflation. And that's why we say India has been an outlier, actually, Indian central bank, which supported growth over inflation, but now having 3 quarters, and they need to report to the parliament now as to how they failed and what's happening in the US. I think they've run out of choices. The RBI governor did what he had to do for the growth versus inflation. Now I think we will see in this policy the moving to inflation versus growth, because even that you see today, even today for all the good things,
right?
The India's car sales today, even today, are lower than 2019. That's the answer to the thing that has the recovery happened. So yes, the richer people, there's recovery on 5-star hotels, so hotels are doing well, the premium cars are doing well. But the bottom 70% of the people of the country have a problem of inflation, and which the RBI will have to account for it. And that's why we said that exuberance for the first, and number 2, the savers are Indian savers. Can you imagine that pensioners are actually losing 4 to 5% of their corpus every year because of inflation versus interest rate, and which is showing up in the consumption. It's not that it's not showing up, it's showing up in the poor consumption today. And therefore, I think we will see addressal of these issues down the path, and which is why he said that when the time comes, most people have equity portfolios. It's not this versus that, equity versus debt, but this is a time to load up high benefits of debt rather than loading up more equity.
Feroz, just one quick point when it comes to the outlook and the expectation that investors have. You know that a lot of time individual greed feeds into oversized expectations, and the point that Ajay made, for the last 2 years, even if you were a casual participant in any form of investment in the Indian market, you would have believed that outside returns are the norm. We have seen, literally millions of people coming into the markets directly and indirectly. What kind of expectations tempering should the average Indian investor have in the months and year ahead?
Siddharthji, there are 2 different kinds of strata of people. One is the retail, the other is the HNI. If I look at retail, which is now contributing significantly to the Indian capital market, I personally think their expectations are reasonably tapered this time around, because this whole now, for example, last 1 year we've gone nowhere. October last year we touched 18,600 on Nifty on an intraday basis, 18,500 on a closing basis. In spite of that, you see the highest SIP number coming after a year of 12,120. So point I'm trying to make is from 2013, when SEBI actually mandated investor education with a portion of expense from the mutual fund kitty, we have spent 3,000-4,000 crores on investor education. So greed has not propelled this money. More so the education has propelled this money. That's point 1. I think last 1 year has seasoned the expectation of HNIs as well, because they burned fingers not just on equity side. Like Ajay ji mentioned, people were buying unlisted stocks stocks of technology, hoping that they will be able to catch an Amazon before listing. I think those dreams have got shattered. So there's some degree of rap on the knuckles for people. So I think HNI's expectations are tapered marginally. But I think anybody who invests in equity should realize that making 10-12% on Nifty is what should be the expectation. A great fund manager should add you 2% compounded return more. If that's your expectation, with a clear consciousness that every year market for the last 21 years have fallen 14.3% average every single year. As long as you can weather the storm, that's when you deserve 2-3 times more than an FD return.
Okay. Sugandha, very quickly as we wind down the show, one of the points that I want you to quickly talk about, and this is a risk factor, which is the fact that when it comes to our headline inflation numbers, a pass-through is not happening. And I'm referring to petrol and diesel price increases, which have not happened for several months now. My fear in the current environment, and maybe a month later we could be discussing something completely different, is that when that pass-through happens, even in a staggered fashion, it will put further pressure as far as the headline inflation number is concerned. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it is certainly a possibility, because I think I spoke about this point, geopolitical risks are still there. So in case the crisis, the Russia-Ukraine crisis escalates further, there could be further energy crisis, and we could again see crude prices soaring higher. We have already seen crude prices have been weakening over the past several weeks, but then there is still an element of fear there, because we are still hearing a lot of news that there could be potential escalation in the Russia-Ukraine crisis. So in case that happened, and with the winter season coming in, there could be a lot of gas to oil switching also. So that could also lead to increased prices of crude oil. So I see crude prices, they could be bottoming out at levels of around $78 to $75 per barrel for Brent crude. So from there on, there can be increased demand for crude oil prices, and that could actually lead to a pass-on effect in the domestic petrol prices, and that could actually lead to inflation significantly soaring higher. India has been performing well in terms of we have been able to control our inflation, but then if we look at the developed world, inflation is at multi-decade high. So I think that factor will certainly play out, and I think we cannot stay isolated for a very long time.
Right.
It will certainly have an impact on gold prices as well.
Cannot stay isolated, and we have to be cautious of what is not just happening in India, but overseas as well. Ajay, Feroz and Sugandha, thank you very much for your time. And
thank you very much.
Leave you today, I'll just repeat that mantra: save, invest and prosper, but with caution and with extremely low amounts of greed. Have a good Samvad. Thank you and bye-bye.
Watching India Today.
Good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and over the next half hour, we're getting you all of the political action that's playing out in Rajasthan. MLAs coming together as the Congress will be deciding on whether Ashok Gehlot will be replaced by Sachin Pilot as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. We're getting you all the details of that big political story. First, as always, the headlines. All eyes on who will become the next Rajasthan Chief Minister. Top sources say Rajasthan CLP is likely to authorize Congress President to decide new leader. Gehlot remains opposed to Pilot. Pilot gets support from Gandhis. Gehlot camp ups the ante against Sachin Pilot. Rajasthan minister calls Pilot a BJP agent and says making Pilot the Chief Minister will weaken the party.
कांग्रेस आला कमान को ये ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आज से करीब लगभग 2 साल पहले सरकार को गिराने की साजिश की गई थी और इस तरह की साजिश हो गई थी कि बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के सरकार को गिराया जा रहा था.
With eyes on the 2024 polls, mega opposition unity show. Narendra Modi's 2024 challenger shared the dais in a Haryana rally. Lalu and Nitish meet Sonia Gandhi. Ankita murder probe gets murkier as more sensational chats are accessed. Chats reveal Pulkit asked Ankita to shift to his room. Pulkit also allegedly molested her. Audio clip between Ankita's friend and accused Pulkit accessed. Ankita's friend seen inquiring about her. Pulkit tries to mislead her friend.
अरे भाई मैंने सुबह सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए. मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे. मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में. तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है.
External Affairs Minister Jaishankar takes a jibe at China and Pakistan over cross-border terror and blocking blacklisting of terrorists.
Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation.
The fissures within the Rajasthan Congress unit is now out to the open for all to see. The Gehlot camp digging in their heels further, saying that Ashok Gehlot must remain the Rajasthan Chief Minister. They're saying that the Rajasthan government will function smoothly only under Gehlot. Now, the Gehlot faction maintains that the Congress government will collapse if Sachin Pilot is made the Chief Minister. Amid this, Ashok Gehlot has met with the observers who've been appointed by Sonia Gandhi. Both Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Makan are currently in Jaipur. The meeting of the MLAs for the CLP, which was slated to happen at 7 p.m, we're being told has been slightly delayed. We'll get you an update on that as well. But the Gehlot faction right now is in fact playing hardball. They're saying very clearly that even if Gehlot is going to become the Congress president, let him continue as Rajasthan Chief Minister.
हमारी तरफ से यही नाम है कि अशोक गहलोत को मुख्यमंत्री रहना चाहिए. जो विधायकों की भावना है उसके अनुरूप होगा तो सरकार चलेगी, और विधायकों के अनुरूप भावना नहीं होगी तो सरकार चल सकती है क्या? समर्थन वापस लेंगे. अगर विधायकों के अनुरूप भावना के अनुरूप निर्णय नहीं होगा तो सरकार गिरने का खतरा तो पैदा हो ही जाएगा ना.
Let's take this across to Devankur Valavan for more details. He's joining us live from Jaipur. Dev, even as you know, the Gehlot faction right now is making extremely public statements with a campaign for Gehlot to continue as Chief Minister and essentially opposing Sachin Pilot. What's happening currently? We understand that the MLA meet has been delayed, has been pushed slightly.
Well, clearly, the sense that one gets out here in Jaipur, Akshita, is that the MLA meet is getting delayed because Ashok Gehlot camp does not want to let go of this without a very stiff fight. Apparently, the MLAs of Gehlot camp are still camping inside Shanti Dhariwal's residence. This is the Shanti Dhariwal official residence in Jaipur, and out there are about 40 MLAs from the Gehlot camp who are camping clearly Ashok Gehlot wants to tell the party high command that Sachin Pilot is someone who is not agreeable to all the MLAs, and that is why you see, despite the fact that a leader as senior as Mallikarjun Kharge is already there in Jaipur, he's camping at the Chief Minister's residence. Ajay Makhan is there, but these MLAs from Ashok Gehlot camp have still not left for the Chief Minister's residence, and quite apparently the discussions that are happening are how to convey the sentiments of these MLAs to the emissaries of the party leadership. But these MLAs maintain, Akshita, is that those people who were responsible for trying to stabilize the Ashok Gehlot government 2 years ago, how can someone from those people be allowed to become the Chief Minister of Rajasthan? So the resistance is quite stiff. They are not wanting to let go of this without a clear and open political war. And one wonders how will Sachin Pilot be able to manage with these group of people, even if he becomes the Chief Minister?
You know, it's not just a question of this kind of factionalism and how it plays out as far as Sachin Pilot, whether it'll be advantage for him or disadvantage. It's a question of what happens for the Gandhis now. Are they going to backtrack on the decision of Ashok Gehlot contesting for the post of Congress President? Are they going ahead with that gamble, considering so many MLAs are speaking out? This will be something that will be very, very closely focused on. Dave, stay on with me. I want to just round up all the big political updates that have come in on this massive story. The suspense is just building up over whether there's going to be a change of Chief Minister in Rajasthan and whether it will be Sachin Pilot. We're getting you the inside track on all that's playing out right now in Rajasthan. Sources have told India Today that the Rajasthan CLP, that's the legislative party meet, it's likely to authorize the Congress President to decide on this issue. Sources have also told us that Chief Minister Gehlot has very, very clearly opposed Sachin Pilot and wants MLAs to have the say in this matter. Rajasthan Minister Subhash Garg has lashed out at Sachin Pilot, calling him a BJP agent, saying that making him the Chief Minister will actually weaken the Congress, and highlighting that Sachin Pilot had tried to topple the government just 2 years ago. Now, all of this has clearly brought the party's internal rift to the fore. Sachin Pilot, however, has assured support from the Gandhi family. So things still going in his favour on that front. The Congress has called a meeting of its legislature party in Rajasthan at Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's Jaipur residence. That was set to happen at 7, but we're understanding it's been delayed because the Gehlot faction is playing hardball. Amid the leadership change buzz following the announcement that he will contest the party president poll, Ashok Gehlot may also resign from his post before filing his nomination for the Congress president poll, in line with the Congress's policy that a leader can't hold two positions. Congress President Sonia Gandhi at this point has appointed Mallikarjun Kharge as the observer, along with the General Secretary in charge of Rajasthan, Ajay Makhan.
कांग्रेस में जो गुटबाजी हो रही है, आप राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जा रहे हो, तो प्रदेश के संगठन को संभालने में आप क्या भूमिका निभाएंगे?
देखिए, मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, कहाँ नहीं जा रहा हूँ, वो तो समय बताएगा। अभी तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, मेरी इच्छा है मैं कहीं नहीं जाऊँ और राजस्थान के अंदर रहूँ, मैं सेवा करने की, ड्यूटी मुख्यमंत्री पद पे रहूँ। मैंने कहा मैं अंतिम सांस तक राजस्थान प्रदेश वाले सेवा करूँ, चाहे मैं कहीं रहूँ, किस पद पे रहूँ या नहीं रहूँ, मेरे लिए मैं तो नहीं। सर, बोल रहा हूँ आपके
कहीं ना कहीं आपकी इच्छा राजस्थान रहने की है, इसीलिए आपने कुछ दिन पहले बयान भी दिया था, मैं था से दूर को नहीं, लेकिन नेतृत्व जो है वो आपको राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाना चाहता है। आपकी क्या इच्छा है? अगर आप
हम न्यूट्रल हैं, सोनिया जी ने कहा है जी, हम लोग न्यूट्रल हैं, जिसको खड़ा होना हो रियासती अध्यक्ष पद के लिए वो खड़ा हो, तो नेतृत्व के लिहाज से सब कांग्रेस बराबर हैं और कोई अध्यक्ष बनता है या बना हुआ है, पहली ड्यूटी उसकी होती है सबको साथ लेके चलते, जब जाके कांग्रेस मजबूत होती है। अध्यक्ष के लिए लॉगिंग डिसलॉगिंग बिल्कुल नहीं होती, ना होनी चाहिए। आगे वाले कोई करे अध्यक्ष के साथ तो उसकी मर्जी है, वो तो क्या लगता है?
मेरा ये मानना है कांग्रेस आलाकमान जो भी फैसला करे वो सबको मंजूर होगा, इसमें कोई बात ही नहीं है। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान को ये ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि आज से करीब लगभग 2 साल पहले सरकार को गिराने की साजिश की गई थी और इस तरह की साजिश हो गई थी कि बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के सरकार को गिराया जा रहा था। राजस्थान की जनता की क्या अपेक्षाएं हैं, एमएलएज क्या चाहते हैं, उनकी क्या राय है, वो जिस तरह से लड़ाई लड़ी थी उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर विचार किया जाना चाहिए जो कांग्रेस विचारधारा के प्रति समर्पित रहे, संगठित रहे और इस सरकार को बचाए।
अरे हम तो यहाँ पर
सारे एमएलएस को मिलने के लिए कहा गया है। हम सभी एमएलए से मिलेंगे, उनकी क्या राय होगी वो बाद में बताएंगे।
Can you throw some more light about what the Congress president has said?
Certainly, there will be a CLP meeting today evening. This fourth CLP meeting, Congress president deputed 2 observers. One is senior post-Congress leader of opposition, the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjuna Kharge, and the general secretary in charge of Rajasthan, Ajay Makkar. They will go there and they will analyze the situation there. They will participate in the legislative party, and they will take a decision. They will give a report to Congress president.
How do you see the situation, sir?
Everything is good for the party. You take it in that way. Organization election democratically is one of the beautiful signal of the Congress party to the national political scenario.
Ashok Gehlot openly told that he is always support Nehru family. So, if we file nomination on coming days, our vote will be at Ashok Gehlot. This is All India Congress Committee. So, All India Congress Committee, Ashok Gehlot is a very senior man. He was Chief Minister in 3 times and he was AICC General Secretary. So, he is a very capable man to hold the post of AICC.
इस बारे में मैं कोई राय देना नहीं चाहता और स्पष्ट कह देना चाहता हूँ, आप जो पूछना चाहते हैं कि जो हमारा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व है वो तय करेगा, उनको सब जानकारी है और वो जो तय करेंगे वो सबको सर्वमान्य होगा।
Now, the Gehlot pilot tussle has been a very, very public one for the last 2 years, and this was ever since Sachin Pilot attempted a coup against the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot in 2020. Some of the words that Gehlot used to target Sachin Pilot, Nakara, Nikamma, shows you how bad things were between the two leaders. And Pilot too didn't hold back when he responded to Gehlot.
7 साल के अंदर एकमात्र राजस्थान हिंदुस्तान का राज्य होगा जब प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष को बदलने की मांग नहीं करी, ना सीनियर ने ना जूनियर ने। एक छोटी खबर नहीं पड़ी होगी किसी ने कि पायलट साहब को हटाना चाहिए प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी अध्यक्ष से। हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है।
Whatever words he may have used, it deeply hurt me, but I chose not to respond to it because I think 2 wrongs don't make a right. I want to be above that. I want to make it about issues and principles, not about persons and personalities. I think it doesn't work like that in politics.
Now, the fact that you've got Ashok Gehlot very publicly and at least his camp and faction saying very clearly they won't accept Sachin Pilot, are things working in favour of Pilot or not? Let's focus right now on why this is such a predicament for the Congress High Command, the strengths and weaknesses of Sachin Pilot. His biggest strength perhaps is that he's the son of former Union Minister Rajesh Pilot, a hugely respected leader, Congress leader in Rajasthan. Weakness, however, is this ongoing feud with Ashok Gehlot, and that's very, very clear in what's been playing out right now, and all of the drama, the kind of opposition he's facing from within. Another strength that works for Sachin Pilot is that he does have experience in a leadership role. He's worked as the state Congress president from 2014 to 2020, right up until that rebellion that he led against Ashok Gehlot. His weakness, however, is that he's not as experienced or anywhere close to as experienced as Ashok Gehlot. So when it comes to a direct comparison, Ashok Gehlot does trump him as far as experience goes. Another strength is the fact that he's a youth face. He's the youngest member of parliament in India. He's known to be someone who everyone refers to as young blood of the Congress. And there's been always criticism of the Congress that they don't promote leaders like Sachin Pilot. The weakness also that Pilot faces is that he's not an influencer in caste groups. He has no influence in the party within the Rajasthan Congress itself. It's clear that Ashok Gehlot calls the shots and not Sachin Pilot. So those are some strengths and weaknesses that the Congress, the Gandhis, will have to look into if they're going to be 100% backing Sachin Pilot to be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Let's move on to some other stories also that we're tracking this evening. The opposition holding a massive show of unity today in Haryana's Fatehabad. This was at the INLD rally. The big leaders of opposition who are eyeing the 2024 elections, all of them came together on one stage at this INLD rally, which was organized to mark the birth anniversary of former Deputy Prime Minister Devi Lal. The rally was attended by NCP's Sharad Pawar, by Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav and several other leaders who all used the stage to target the Modi government. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar along with RJD Supremo Lalu Yadav also visited Sonia Gandhi at her residence in the backdrop of discussions on opposition unity. Both the JDU and the RJD are pushing right now for a pre-poll alliance ahead of 2024.
हम लोग दोनों लोग एक साथ बैठ करके मैडम से बातचीत किए हैं, तो आप लोग जानते ही है ना कि हम लोगों का विचार है कि देश में अनेक दलों को एकजुट होना है और मिल करके देश के लिए आगे काम करना है, इसकी प्रगति के लिए काम करना है। तो इन सब चीज़ों पर हम लोग बातचीत कर रहे थे और उनकी तो है ही, लेकिन अब वही है कि अभी कोई चीज़ के बारे में एक बात है कि उनके यहाँ तो अपना पार्टी का अध्यक्ष का चुनाव वगैरह है, वो सब के बाद ही फिर फाइनली वो कहेंगी कुछ।
साथ में दोनों हम लोग मिले हैं और भाजपा को हटाना है, देश को बचाना है, इसलिए सबको इकट्ठा होना है। जिस तरह से बिहार में हम लोग इकट्ठा करके भाजपा को विदा किया है, इसका रिस्पांस पूरे देश में है और हम एक है हम लोग। और सोनिया जी से हम लोगों ने आग्रह किया कि आपकी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, आपको इसमें सबको बुलाइए, इकट्ठा होकर के हम लोग बात करें और बात करके इनको विदा करें। भाजपा के खिलाफ तो कांग्रेस पार्टी लगातार रही है और देश तानाशाही की तरफ जा रहा है। कहीं भी समस्या का समाधान नहीं, गरीबी है, बेरोजगारी है, कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया और उल्टे सारे देश भर के विपक्ष के नेताओं को जेल में बंद किया, गिरवाया। इससे कोई डरने वाला नहीं है और हम लोग यही बात किया है और हम लोग फिर उनसे मिलेंगे।
आप सब लोगों से कहना चाहते हैं, लालू जी कभी झुके नहीं इन सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों के आगे, इन शक्तियों के आगे उनका ये जवान बेटा भी झुकने को तैयार नहीं है। आपसे इतना ही कहना चाहते हैं, जो लड़ाई आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं, डरना मत, क्योंकि जो डरेगा वो मरेगा, जो लड़ेगा वो जीतेगा।
देखिए, इस रैली को आयोजित करने वाले कौन है? श्री ओम प्रकाश चौथाला, जो शिक्षक घोटाले के मामले में 10 साल जेल काट कर आए हैं और जिन पर अभी आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मुकदमा चला, फिर जेल जाएंगे। तो एक जो व्यक्ति भ्रष्टाचार में आकंठ डूबा है, वो एक रैली आयोजित कर रहा है। तो और आने वाले कौन लोग हैं जिन लोगों ने अपने अपने राज्य में भ्रष्टाचार से समझौता कर लिया?
एनडीए उदो बनया जिदो बीजेपी दे कल्ले 2 MP हुंदे सी, सारे इत्थे बैठे दूजियां पार्टियां दे सी। अज जिन्ना असली एनडीए आ बैठा, तुम देखो एनडीए बनाने वाले कौन सी? एनडीए बनाने वाले शिवसेना सी, श्रोमणी अकाली दल, जेडीयू, इंडियन नेशनल लोक दल। असली एनडीए ओ सी। सही मैंने ते अज सारा एनडीए अज इत्थे बैठा, स्टेज ते बैठा। तो इस करके मैं आई कहना चाहना सारिਆਂ ਨੂੰ, चौधरी देवीलाल जी ਨੂੰ सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि आई है कि आप इकट्ठे होके किसान, मजदूर, गरीब इकट्ठे एक झंडे थले हो जाइए, अपना राज थोड़ा आ जाऊगा। जे अपने राज विच ही तरक्की होगी, नहीं तो नहीं होनी। तुसी देखा है।
All right, let's bring in Shreya Chatterjee. She's joining us live with the latest updates on what played out in the meeting between Lalu, Nitish and Sonia. Shreya, it's over to you for those details. What are the big takeaways of that meeting and what was the communication from Lalu and Nitish?
Well, Akshita, it was a brief meeting between both Lalu Prasad Yadav, Nitish Kumar and Sonia Gandhi. Lasted for somewhere around 20 to 25 minutes. The first words that Nitish Kumar uttered after leaving the meeting was that they are like-minded political parties. They met together to decide the way forward so far as the opposition unity is concerned. What was also interesting was Lalu Prasad Yadav saying that they need to replicate the Bihar model in order to oust the BJP from the country. And this comes at a time when we also saw that in that Fatehabad rally, it was repeated by both the leaders that without the Congress, an opposition can't be forged together. They also said that they had requested Sonia Gandhi to call the other opposition party leaders, which will likely happen once The Congress president elections are over, likely around 12 to 13 days is what they said. So they also very categorically mentioned that they will keep coming to Delhi, and there will be more such meetings with all the opposition parties together to actually forge this opposition unity that they're attempting now.
All right, we'll see what plays out in the next few days as well. Thanks, Shreya, for the moment. Let's round up all the updates in the investigation into the murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari. The mortal remains of Ankita, who was killed in Uttarakhand, allegedly by her employer, were taken to, in fact, the Ghat in Srinagar of Uttarakhand, where the last rites took place, after a family agreed for the cremation, after direct assurance from authorities that they would ensure speedy justice. Here's a report on all the revelations in this murder case.
The girl allegedly silenced for resisting flesh trade push and refusing to sell her body for rupees 10,000. The Ankita Bhandari murder case continues to unravel. Day after Ankita's body was recovered from Rishikesh's Chilla Canal, India Today has accessed chilling details of how she feared the worst from Pulkit. It was on September 7 that she told her friend Deep Pushp that Pulkit asked her to shift to his room from her room. Sources tell India Today that he also allegedly molested Ankita. Her friend Deep Pushp dialed prime accused Pulkit Arya soon after she went missing and sought her whereabouts from him.
एक बात बताइए, आपका फोन क्यों लिया था उन्होंने?
मेरा फोन, उसका फोन स्विच ऑफ हो गया था, बैटरी डाउन हो गई थी उसकी, उसे तुमसे बात करनी थी.
Audio clips between Deep and Pulkit, exclusively accessed by India Today, clearly shows how he sensed sinister plot against Ankita as the accused tried to mislead him.
एक बात बताइए, आपका फोन क्यों लिया था उन्होंने?
मेरा फोन, उसका फोन स्विच ऑफ हो गया था, बैटरी डाउन हो गई थी उसकी, उसे तुमसे बात करनी थी. जब मैंने आपको फोन किया था ना
9 बजे.
हाँ, जब मैंने आपको लास्ट टाइम पे फोन किया था,
हाँ जी,
तो उस टाइम पे वो मेरे साथ ही थी. और उसने मेरे से मेरा फोन लिया, और उसके बाद फिर मैंने उसे कहा कि फोन दे दे. उसने कहा कि मैं आपको मॉर्निंग में दे दूंगी फोन.
और आपने दे दिया?
भाई मेरे फोन में मुझे रात में क्या करना था फोन का?
अच्छा जी, ठीक है, चलो कोई बात नहीं.
रात में मुझे फोन का क्या करना था? मेरा फोन तो उसी के पास था.
रात को?
हाँ.
तो मेरे को तो फोन तो नहीं किया उन्होंने.
क्या?
मेरे को फोन नहीं किया फिर भी.
अच्छा.
उल्टा मैंने 3 बार किया, उन्होंने उठाया नहीं. फिर ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है बताइए?
भाई देखो, तुम्हारी क्या बात?
अगर आपका फोन उनके पास है और मैं 3 बार रात को कॉल कर रहा हूँ, तो
मेरे फोन पे भी किया आपने?
हाँ, आपके फोन पे.
तो मेरा फोन भी घंटी बजी?
हाँ जी.
और मेरा फोन घंटी बजी और मेरा फोन भी नहीं उठाया?
नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ. ये रात की बात है, कोई 10:30.
कितने बजे?
10 साढ़े 10 बजे की बात है.
10:30 बजे तक तो हम लोग सो रहे थे हमारे रिसोर्ट में.
अच्छा.
Ankita's friend even asked for CCTV footage as proof from accused Pulkit as he failed to reveal Ankita's whereabouts.
देखिए, जब आप बाहर थे ना,
हाँ,
तब मेरी लास्ट टाइम बात हुई थी. उसके बाद आके सिर्फ आपका फोन आया था मुझे.
अच्छा.
उसके बाद से उनका फोन बंद है और अभी तक बंद ही है.
तो मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ ना, मैं तो उसके बाद सीधा वहाँ आया रिजॉर्ट में, और मैंने रिजॉर्ट में अपना वहीं रुका. हाँ. सुबह निकला मैं रिजॉर्ट से 6 बजे करीब.
अभी आपका फोन मिला? नहीं मिला अभी तक?
ना, अभी नहीं मिला फोन मेरा.
नहीं मिला
ना.
तो आप अपने फोन को सर्च कीजिए ना.
अरे भाई, मैंने सुबह उसको सौरभ को भेजा दो ना अपने फोन को सर्च करने के लिए. मैंने सौरभ को बोला, मैंने कहा भास्कर को बोला, मैंने कहा सौरभ ऐसा है, वो अंकिता के रूम में मेरा फोन पड़ा हुआ है, उसे नॉक करके जो है ना मेरा फोन उठा करके चार्जिंग पे लगा दे. मैं अभी थोड़ी देर में पहुंच रहा हूँ रिजॉर्ट में. तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि भैया, उसने सौरभ को भेजा, उसने बोला भैया वो तो रूम में नहीं है. मैंने कहा अच्छा. और उसका सामान वगैरह कह रहा हूँ, सामान सब रखा है उसका.
अच्छा. सीसीटीवी तो होंगे ना
प्रॉपर्टी के?
हाँ,
चेक करता हूँ मैं सीसीटीवी क्या है, क्या चल रहे हैं, क्या है, क्या स्थिति है.
नहीं, चलते तो होंगे, ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि नहीं चलते होंगे. सीसीटीवी तो चलते होंगे.
देखो पुष्प.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
मेरे साथ ना, मैं आपसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हूँ, समझ रहे हैं आप?
Meanwhile, Ankita's post-mortem report revealed the brutality, the signs of blunt force injury and drowning to death. Uttarakhand Chief Minister formed a special probe team and vowed strict action and pledging to stand by the victims' parents.
हम माननीय उच्च न्यायालय से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें फास्ट ट्रैक के लिए एक अलग से कोई अदालत गठित की जाए या अदालत में ऐसी व्यवस्था की जाए जिससे कि हमारी उत्तराखंड की बेटी को, हमारी बेटी को जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय मिले और जो गुनाहगार हैं, जो दोषी हैं, अपराधी हैं, उनको इसकी कड़ी सजा मिले।
But her parents refused to cremate the body till they get final autopsy report.
आरोपियों को सजा दिलाने के लिए क्या मांग करेंगे आप? बिल्कुल तुरंत जो है उनकी फांसी की सजा मिलनी चाहिए, उनको प्रॉपर्टी में पूरा बुलडोजर लगना चाहिए।
After a few hours of authorities trying to convince the parents, 19-year-old Ankita's cremation was held at Pauri Gadwal's Srinagar. The brutal exploitation and murder saga in the hills sent shockwaves across country, led to protests in Uttarakhand. With Arvind Oja and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Do stay on with us. We'll be getting you all the latest news and updates in just a few moments.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name is Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why.